History originates on a particularly rainy day. In the pitch darkness of the night, mercenaries punishing the house of a heavenly demon lurked. When the next category of lightning lit up the sky and calmed down, their leader gave the signal to the offensive. At this time, the hero, without suspecting anything, sat at the table. The young man plunged into the memories of the day when he fell into this world. Then also poured the same pouring rain, and it was then in this world that he became a heavenly devil. Thinking about everything that he had to go through, Ju Kanhen sighed heavily. The guy drew attention to the last plate of food, which he will eat in the world of martial arts. And, taking the sticks, he honestly admitted to himself that he would miss this world. It was that after he destroyed the whole Murim, there was nothing left that could still be conquered, except for this plate of food. Just at that moment, when the young man wanted to enjoy the meal, the mercenaries burst into his modest dwelling. One of them immediately instructed the tip of his sword on the throat of the owner of the house, and warned Ju Kanhen that they had come to take his life. Looking at this man, the hero realized that he was not at all guessed to whom he belongs. These mercenaries could be sent by the Murim Union, the Red Lotus Palace, a Black Deadly Lotus or 5 Dragons, and even the Bureau of Vojipo, or the remains of 12 demonic gates. After all, there were a lot of people offended at him. However, for some reason, the arrival of the mercenaries did not scare the heavenly demon at all, but only caused a smile. Ju Kanhen calmly reminded these people that even a dog should not be disturbed while she eats, especially since today was a special day for him. The Lord offered uninvited guests to join his meal and then get out aside. However, such a peacefulness of the hero could not arrange mercenaries. For this reason, everyone immediately grabbed their murder guns in order to punish the heavenly demon. However, Ju Kanhen looked completely calm, using his usual meals for food as protection. As a result, one of the attackers was nailed to the nearest wall. Then their leader was convinced of how cruel the methods of the heavenly demon were, and even more he wanted to take revenge on his dead brothers, killing Ju Kanhen. After that, everyone with even greater determination rushed at a person sitting peacefully at the table. The hero had no choice but to hit the table in front of him. The blow was so powerful that all the food, which was on the table, flew into the air. Then he decided to use his power of the heavenly demon, forcing the food to soar. As a result, no matter how the opponents try to fight off the delicacies, one of them was blinded by the sauce that fell directly into the eyes. The battle continued already at the expense of delicious broth with noodles, which turned into a real lasso. Finging his opponents, the hero at that time looked like an artist who creates his masterpiece right now. When everything was finished, he caught a chicken leg that froze in the sky right in flight, and with pleasure he enjoyed her crunchy crust and tenderness inside. However, the surviving mercenaries did not budge, continuing to carefully observe him. Then the hero politely recalled that they should lag behind him, and it seems that he already proved that jokes are bad. But mercenaries considered such words nothing more than an insult. It seemed to Ju Kanhen to be strange, given that he did not communicate with them badly until that moment. After that, Vladika, with the help of her strength, pulled one of the rice buns to him. Immediately grabbing her in his hands, he realized how hot she was. For this reason, the master untwisted it like a real ball, warning the opponents to be very careful. After that, an impromptu weapon from improvised means flew high into the air above their heads. The more it spun, the more mercenaries understood how much they contacted. And soon the buns simply exploded, leaving behind her devastation in a strong explosion. Obviously, having heard loud sounds, the assistants of the leader of the cult immediately broke into his palace. However, they noticed that their boss was clearly out of spirit. Because of this, everyone froze, looking down and unable to say anything. However, the hero calmly passed them, asking him to stop so afraid of him. After that, as if nothing had happened, I decided to ask about the condition of Hopung Gok. His assistant calmly explained that all preparations were almost completed. It must be remembered that 20 years have passed since he suddenly ended up in Murim. Ju Kanhen captured a demonic cult and forced the Union Murim to surrender, thereby achieving outstanding results. The young man was also recognized as the most legendary leader in the history of a demonic cult. However, suddenly, when he walked along the corridors, he heard the familiar voices of his family, calling him by name. The guy immediately frightenedly turned into the voices of Sorens, Dorans, and Unin. However, in the end, there was no one at the place where he saw their silhouettes. The assistant immediately looked excitedly at the leader of the cult, not understanding what happened. However, he decided not to explain himself, so they went back on business. During their journey, Ju Kanhen was convinced that he had to return home, where he came from. After all, no matter how hard he tried, he could not cope with his nostalgia. Soon he met with someone who was supposed to conduct his ritual of returning. When everything was ready, the master decided to find out again where he had to be sent. The leader reminded him, to the Republic of Korea of the 21st century. In fact, they did not conduct such rituals for the first time. However, each time a failure happened, so this time he had high hopes. And finally, the old man folded his hands in prayer and began to read out the spell. This time, something unusual was happening. The earth trembled and brightly shone with purple light. Even the assistants could not believe that this time the spell would really work. However, suddenly these very people drew attention to the strange thing that was happening with the body of their master. Seeing that he was becoming more transparent, they realized they need to immediately stop the ritual. The subordinates believed that the leader of the cult was dying and tried to save him. However, they did not have time. Before the final disappearance, the hero wished them all good luck. Then he disappeared into the air, forcing his subordinates to literally sob. At the same time, exactly the same spell worked on the ground of a completely unknown place. By this moment, the hero began to gradually recover. When he looked around, he saw a sign of an old restaurant. Despite the fact that he was supposed to return to where he arrived, nothing happened. He returned only 17 years ago. And at the moment when the master screamed from injustice, he received a strong blow to the head. He was from an employee who was dissatisfied with his loafer. The blow was powerful, and Ju Kanhen no longer had the previous forces of the heavenly demon, because of which he began to slowly lose consciousness. As a result, soon the young man began to gradually recover. At the first moment when he woke up, it seemed to him that he was finally able to return to his real world. However, very soon, looking around himself, he realized that he was in the same world of martial arts. After that, rubbing his ill head, he decided to find out which scoundrel decided to hit him on the back of his head, and promised to deal with him immediately. However, before that, he needed to test his own forces. As a result, he sat down right on his bed and plunged into complete meditation. However, his body was miserable and weak, devoid of any inner energy. He would like to continue meditation, but suddenly he felt some strange smell. His stomach rumbled loudly, and the guy went to look for a source of this smell. However, when he left his room, what he saw forced him to freeze in place. Looking around, the young man realized that he was on the territory of some comfortable house. This place reminded him of a warm and comfortable life with his family in a hotel. It also inspired him with a picture of memories from the past, so Ju Kanhen realized life here was not so bad. In addition, he already made his choice, because of which he found himself here, so it did not make any sense to worry. But still over time, the longer he walked around the yard, the stronger the smell that he caught seemed unbearable. The master felt notes of natural herbs, oriental spices, flowering plants, and aromatic vegetables. And after he saw that someone decided to cook chicken soup from all this abundance. However, suddenly he heard his sister's melodic voice, perplexing why the hero went here instead of rest. Of course, Ju Kanhen immediately ran closer, not believing that he really saw his sister. Then the young man began to carefully study her face, like an artist considering a priceless canvas. However, the master did not find any wounds. The frightened beauty is already ragged from how Ju Kanhen stares her intently, and the heavenly demon simply smiled radiantly. He solemnly promised that he would protect the dear sister from all the troubles that could come to the hotel in this life. But before that, he needed to do something. First of all, the hero drew the attention of his sister to the broth. For chicken soup, he looked extremely suspicious. However, the girl seemed to be only shining with joy that her brother was finally interested in culinary art, and was surprised that today he was so mysterious. Ju Kanhen, of course, did not give a look that this broth was simply disgusting, and delicately hinted to the family that the number of guests has been catastrophically reduced recently. The sister also noticed this, but she still did not understand what this sad fact was connected with. Then the hero was convinced he urgently needs to do something with their cooking. Therefore, he resolutely poured the broth, making it clear that he could not be served guests. And the girl remembered that Mr. Gvak recommended making such a broth in order to get rid of the nasty chicken smell. For some reason, the mention of this type only ignited the rage of Ju Kanhen even more. Therefore, he went to his room in order to rest a little more and put his thoughts in order. There, the Lord has already compiled a list of his goals. There were 3 goals in total. To find the wine Hopong Gok, return to your world, prevent misfortune in the hotel, as well as normalize its affairs. To fulfill the whole grandiose plan, he needed to restore his martial arts. And for this, it was necessary to plunge into meditation and direct internal energy. To do this, he had a literally perfect place. The corner of the royal burial, which was rarely visited, because there were sinister rumors about the ghosts that they lived there. It was obvious if someone disturbed him during meditation, this will become a real disaster. However, here he received a painful blow to the head from a fat man accusing him that the guy does not work at his 17 years and does not pay his share for food. Only after meeting with him, he realized who, after his return, hit him on the head. The master tried to remember what was the name of this unpleasant type. However, when the name did not surf with his memory, the hero decided to just kill him. But while he had no choice, so he went to prick firewood. This man vigilantly watched him. He now and then screamed and tirelessly criticized the work of Ju Kanhen. I had to endure all his caustic corrections. Despite what a notorious moron was this man, the heavenly demon could not just take and kill a man. After all, he had to establish the world in this hotel. However, still he could not help but take advantage of the situation in order to teach a little this man to teach. Looking at how much a chip flew from a tree in the face, the young man only laughed gloatingly and rejoiced. But obviously the man was madly angry with such impudence. Ju Kanhen, immediately going up to him and grabbing his clothes, he warned that he would immediately punish a boy who could not even cut firewood normally. Ju Kanhen only with an angelic smile recalled that he did this not on purpose. However, looking at his face, the fat man did not believe and even considered that Ju Kanhen finally went crazy. Then the hero became calmer and with a contemptuous look explained to this insignificance that he had already finally led him out of himself with his behavior. After that, he grabbed the next to the nearby stick and stained this fat in his legs. From such an unexpected blow, despite his impressive weight, the man flew off as if he was a weightless feather. When he landed, he reminded the hero that he is now making a huge mistake. However, Ju Kanhen only coldly ordered this insolent to shut up. At that moment, the heavenly demon recalled the name of this scoundrel. His name was the side of Guy. The side of Gu, offended by such a hero's behavior, decided to take revenge on him. Having risen to his feet, he immediately began to furiously wave his chubby handles in an attempt to give back. However, the hero over and over again with his stick mercilessly pointed to the man his place. And so after several crushing blows, he already sorely dragged on the ground, clutching his hand to his chest. Closer, the master suggested that Gu have to solve this issue in a main. His hatred was due to the fact that it was precisely because of this scoundrel that the fatal incident occurred, and as a result, the hotel ran into a tragic fate. Now the fat man simply sobbed bitterly, apologizing for his wrong. However, this was not at all interested in the hero. He awarded him with another painful blow with an axe. Fortunately, the axe is flat because he was not going to kill him, after which the Lord decided to go to restore his martial arts. After all, he was very tired even from such a slight brawl. For this reason, the young man immediately rejected his axe and went on business. But finally, turning on the defeated enemy, he warned that he would vigilantly monitor his behavior. Of course, Gu had to agree and pretend that he would improve. But in fact, he vowed to find a way to force Ju Kanhen to pay dearly for his act. Soon the hero went home to put his hand in order. To his surprise, there he saw a younger brother, rapidly running towards. The boy looked worried, not understanding what kind of rag was on his brother's hand. Ju Kanhen only smiled radiantly, recalling how long ago he had not seen their charming Taeden, then gently stroked his head, remembering that the boy had recently visited the academic conference. Seeing how Unena is looking at him, Ju Kanhen simply spoke his teeth and decided to find out where the side of Gu had gone so suddenly. After which he honestly admitted that he was a little tired of his side. He was very far from zeal, although their master said that zeal is the basis of the sage. However, the hero quickly gestured that it was better for them to talk about this type now. After that, leaning on his knee near his brother, he explained that he needed to leave for a while, and asked not to sit up late after dinner with his older sister. Of course, Unea tried to explain that it was very dangerous to wander at night. However, the hero promised that everything would be in order with him, and he would return home very soon. Then he went to that very damned place called Sungsang Hak. There, finding himself a secluded place, he immediately began meditation. He felt that everything that was happening to him was exactly as with the strengthening of demonic techniques. At first, breathing was rude and uneven, but as its level increased, it became more sophisticated and measured. Very soon, Ju Kanhen no longer noticed difficulties in continuing meditation, and when morning came, he was able to finally strengthen his inner core. Having checked changes in his body, he looked extremely satisfied, after which he thoroughly grieves, thinking about returning home. Soon the guy was already racing near the walls of the hotel. In order not to disturb anyone, he elegantly jumped over the high walls and decided to go home. Since he spent all night in meditation, he could not have a rest. He would like to take a nap a little. However, having entered his room, he noticed there the Gu lying side. Obviously, Ju Kanhen did not understand why this type decided to die in someone else's room. However, looking at him more carefully, he realized he was still alive. It seems that this guy decided to just take a nap where he should not. As a result, Ju Kanhen did not come up with anything better than Tai Gyu's side. Then he dashingly kicked him with his foot, forcing the fat man to recover. When he woke up, he saw a very menacing look of the hero. Surprising himself in the impudence of the side by Hu, the master decided to find out that he had forgotten in his room and was not going to fight with him. Because of the tied mouth, the frightened fat man did not even manage to say anything. Only an illegible howl burst out of his mouth. For this reason, the hero decided to have a little fun with the enemy and began their conversation with a couple of a slap in the slaughterhouse. As a result, it all ended when a beaten and crippled fat man had already stopped resisting. Ju Kanhen, looking at him, suggested from this moment to live calmly and ordered the guy to stop climbing his affairs. As soon as the hero explained everything, the frightened fat man immediately rushed in order to hide from his eyes. Only after his flight, the hero finally lay down on the bed with relief. He had a lot of things to do. To protect the world in the tavern, return the kitchen in order, and also find this very wine. And his body was in a miserable state. However, suddenly the hero realized that he did not need to rush. He could move measuredly. In any case, he was finally here, which means he will be able to deal with problems as they arise. With these soothing thoughts, the satisfied lord finally plunged into a dream. Only when the sun was already majestic high in the sky, Ju Kanhen finally came to his senses. However, having made a small warm-up, he realized that his body was so unbearably hurt, as if he was about to fall apart. At such moments, there was nothing better than putting your energy in order. Therefore, he sat in a pose for meditation and launched the circulation of energy through his meridians. When this small training was completed, the guy felt much refreshed. He even thought about finding the technique of martial art, which would better fit his current body. However, when his stomach rumbled treacherously, he realized that it would be better to have a bite to eat now. After all, since yesterday I had not eaten anything. For this reason, he went to the kitchen, finding his troublesome sister there. However, at first glance he understood. The girl looks extremely gloomy. He considered that perhaps she had the ends of her spices. However, they were in abundance. Then the hero became even more interesting what bothers her. As it turned out, the problem was that the fried bamboo shoots tasted very strange. The master immediately took up the sticks to try the dish, after which he chewed everything for a long time, trying to completely know the taste. However, at first glance at his face, it became obvious. He categorically did not like the taste. In addition, someone, it seems, obviously strongly overdo it with pepper. But he could not say this, so he only diplomatically praised his sister for the fact that the texture of bamboo was really good. It tasted just disgusting. Everything was visible from the hero's face without words, because of which the girl was very upset. But the hero decided to help her, learning how much salt she added to the dish. As it turned out, the beautiful sister added a handful of salt there. However, Ju Kanhen patiently reminded, no one measures the salt with handfuls, it is measured with a pinch. After which the hero finally decided to tell his sister what was not so with her cooking. The girl was curious why for this the guy took the ladle. But as it turned out, the point was that Ju Kanhen decided to completely cook this dish. Seeing the chicken on the table, he realized, the girl wants to cook chicken broth. Then he instantly took up the knife, wanting to deal with his prey. After the head was deftly separated, he began to process the insides of the chicken. While he was busy with all this Miasnitsky business, he asked his sister to bring him a bucket of water. Not arguing, the girl brought him water. However, I was surprised that Ju Kanhen was so ruthless towards this animal. However, the guy knew very well. If he threw his head and insides at once into the broth, then there will be a very strong, unpleasant smell. In order to avoid this, they needed water. In addition, there was a lot of fat in the chicken skin. It was better to remove this part to make the broth more transparent. After the meat was completely stripped and spared the skin, the hero placed it in the water. It could be pulled out after 30 minutes. Looking at all this skill, the girl was wondering where her brother learned all this. After all, he never showed interest in cooking. Ju Kanhen did not know how to make excuses, so he only explained that this was not so important, especially now that they tried to save the tavern. And indeed, the sister did not argue, only sadly silent. Ju Kanhen understood. This sadness was connected with the deceased owner of the tavern, who was the grandfather of the girl, as well as a skilled cook. But unfortunately, he suddenly died, and his sister never adopted his culinary art. Then the girl remembered Mr. Gvak's words about how to cook the dish correctly. However, Ju Kanhen recalled, he was nothing more than a fabric merchant. Then he calmly explained to his sister that if she wants to continue to control this tavern who was left from her grandfather, then she needs to change the cooking, and he is ready to help her in this. But it seems that the beauty was still not entirely sure. She believed that it was impossible to get rid of the chicken smell without spices. However, the hero asked her not to rush with conclusions, but first try to cook everything in a new way. Soon they have already caught meat, which boiled enough. When the hero explained that they needed to divide the meat from the bones, the sister immediately pulled her hands to help. However, the hero tightly removed the girl away. Obviously, he was pretty frightened by this. As soon as 15 minutes have passed, Ju Kanhen explained that the meat should be given time to cool down. Then the bones are easier to separate from the meat, and this will not be burned hotly. Then he began to transfer the bones into the boiling broth. While the sister was surprised why such difficulties, the hero began to explain that if they cooked the whole meat, then it would simply fall apart, and the taste would not be like that. And the boiled bones will make the broth much more saturated. After that, the most crucial moment came, adding spices. The hero, as a true master, added several pinch of salt to the broth. Of the whole variety of spices, there was no black pepper here, but soon the perfect chicken broth was ready. He invited his sister to try the soup, after which he said that if you add rice during cooking, you get chicken soup with ginseng, and if noodles, then soup with ginserly noodles. Finally, the girl timidly went to the plate to try. However, to its amazement, the taste was really very pleasant. The hero was glad that he managed to convince his sister. He hoped that now she could stop blindly believed in the magic of spices. However, when the girl said that spices would have improved this dish even more, he was convinced that he would need some more time in order to convince her. At this time, a random visitor entered the tavern. However, having tried the soup, he literally stunned from this taste. He immediately exhausted everything, leaving no gram at the bottom. Then he began to enthusiastically praise the mistress of the tavern because this broth was simply amazing. The girl literally glowed with happiness, because for the first time she heard this since the management passed to her. However, Ju Kanhen calmly acquired his sister and promised that she would hear this more and more often. Soon more visitors came to them. Each of them ordered several dishes of chicken with noodles. The same merchant could not believe in what he saw. Observing the affairs of the taverns from afar, he did not understand why customers became sharply larger. At this time, the hero looked at the fabric merchant from his window. His face expressed sincere surprise, and he understood that now a man was in the cruel world of reality, because he would not allow him to take their business. After all, from now on cooking will be done by Ju Kanhen. Somewhere at the same time, the girl carefully cooked in the kitchen. She cut the bow, and this time she had already turned out much better than last time. And finally, an uncle visited them. Looking at what the girl was doing, he realized that even the smell in the kitchen had changed. However, without giving a look, pretended to come just like that, because the girl had no news from the girl. However, she only smiled radiantly, explaining that she decided to improve the broth, and now people willingly went to them to try it. But the man was surprised. This will still not save their food from the smell of chicken. Then the beauty decided to pour him a small bowl of broth so that he tried and convinced that he tasted not so bad. And indeed, one of his species was clear. The man really liked it. But despite this, he pretended that the broth did not have a clear taste. They say it was not good and not bad. Obviously, this could not but upset the mistress of the tavern, because customers always said that everything was enough in the broth. And the merchant calmly explained that if these were broths from Hanum, then there would be no questions. But the inhabitants of Jiang's have always loved rich and complex combinations, stimulating smell and taste receptors. He also explained to Soran that in business you should not choose a light path. It is better to find the right one, especially in the period when each wrong step threatens with failure. This is the only way she will achieve the result when the doors open and let customers who came for her creation. The girl had nothing left but to agree. Although she understood that the master was saying this for her own good, the girl's business flourished without the use of spices. But the man continued to convince Soran to try another way in order to raise her business from the knees. Immediately realizing this hint, Soran resolutely threw the man's hands away from herself. Then he still decided not to insist. However, the man asked the beauty not to forget about his words. After that, she coldly said goodbye to an uninvited guest. It was evident that her soul after this conversation was filled with painful doubts and anxiety. The hero at that time in his room calmly meditated, restoring internal forces. However, suddenly he felt the rapid approach of someone, clearly longing to kill him. This man rushed with the naked sword on him with a frantic desire to pierce his heart. However, gracefully deviating, Ju Kanhen with amazing ease hit the uninvited guest straight under the ribs. After all this, he without effort threw him to the ground, from which the earth trembled and covered with a web of cracks. Then the hero decided to throw out all his accumulated anger on this impudent guest. But despite this, the mercenary who came for his soul did not calm down. For this reason, their fierce battle continued for some time. And when Ju Kanhen once again attacked the guy, he rose around a column of dust. When the haze scattered, the hero realized, who tried to kill him cowardly escaped. However, the hero was not at all upset. He just managed to completely recreate the martial art of his invented by him called mortar. It consisted in the fact that it was necessary to seize, hit, and throw the enemy with one mere movement. After which, he decided to go to check how the Sarana was doing. However, as soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw the sister looked extremely depressed and upset. Then she sadly explained that in the morning Mr. Gvak was coming, who mercilessly criticized her broth, saying that he was not very. However, Ju Kanhen asked not to listen to his ignorant words. If this man knew how to cook, he would have controlled a tavern or restaurant, and not a miserable textile shop. For some reason, these words greatly encouraged Soren. In addition, the hero drew attention to the fact that the side of Hu did not appear before his eyes. In principle, obviously, he was simply afraid to run into a hot hand after a recent educational conversation. Then the inspired hero decided to do cooking. After all, he had a hot desire to do something unusual, and his sister could calmly rest. Despite the fatigue, Soren still wanted to stay, all in order to observe a little behind Ju Kanhenom. And the guy understood that this was really the right approach if she wanted to learn something. As a result, he took the pork lard and deftly removed a little fat from it. After that, he added a little sweet pasta of beans and sugar, and fry everything until the pasta was caramelized, exuding the divine aroma. Then he threw chopped vegetables and began to skillfully fry them in this fragrant sauce. Soren, with undisguised surprise, watched the hero. She got the impression that he prepared even better than her own grandfather. However, the hero modestly explained that there is nothing complicated in cooking. You just need to imagine what you are doing, a push and a jerk. After that, he masterfully demonstrated the equipment. At first, he sharply pushed the frying pan and forced the sauce to fly up, and then he pulled her to him, forcing the sauce to completely return to his original place. Such movements were called side. However, this was not a simple movement up and down, as it seems. When performing it, it was necessary to use the whole body in order to push and pull with the right force. Soon, Unin, who came running to his brother, also felt a delightful aroma. The master only smiled warmly, looking at his younger brother, and asked to wait, because he would bring everything soon. In less than half an hour, a ginseng noodles with a delicious pork sauce flaunted on the table. Looking at such an unusual dish, relatives did not even understand how to eat it correctly. Then Ju Kanhen patiently said, the noodles had to be thoroughly mixed with the sauce and eat together. In fact, before he got into this world, he watched the show, where they gave the Korean version of shagjanmen from China. So the traditional Chinese dish has gained popularity in Korea. Even in a past life, the army of the cooks admired this dish, wondering where he got such an exquisite taste. And now everyone at the table, who tried his creation, was surprised at such a harmonious combination of ingredients. Of course, Ju Kanhina was pleased to see that his loved ones liked his food. It seems that they did not notice that there was not enough pickled radish, the first to the Jorana, who sincerely thanked Ju Kanhen for such a delicious food. Suddenly, the guy approached in order to gently wipe the sauce from the corner of his mouth. Then he decided to find out from his sister if she feels better after she was convinced of the deceitful words of that merchant. The rest, watching them, opened their mouths wide and froze, not knowing what to tell them. However, there was no romance in their interaction. The hero only wanted to offer Soren to add this dish on the menu. And the beauty was sure. This dish would love not only the inhabitants of Honam and Jiang's, but the rest of the world. Ju Kanhen did not know that it was the last time he saw such a radiant smile of Soren's. The next day, Ju Kanhen decided to train Soren to cook this dish. He even taught her this movement of proper mixing with sauce. Soon, after several tens of minutes of hard work, the vegetables began to look quite appetizing. The hero was pleased to be pleased that this hellish training of her sister began to give fruit. But suddenly he decided to find out if the girl has a well-powered alcohol. To the great happiness of the hero, they had a similar drink in their pantry. For this reason, he, without hesitation for more than a second, went there for a delicious bottle of wine. Of course, he himself wanted to drink, but he had to postpone it. After all, his culinary works had not yet paid off. Then he began to carefully inspect the pantry in the search for suitable alcohol for the dish. Finally noticing the sealed bottles, he grabbed one and went to the kitchen. First of all, he subtly cut the radish. After that, laying it in the dishes, he flooded with strong alcohol. It was his secret weapon. He added alcohol to make the dish even more refined. After which he explained to his sister that in a week they will be able to officially start serving this dish for guests. Until then, endless practice and improvement of technology awaited his sister. However, suddenly several men of an ominous look entered the tavern. They called to Soren, wondering that the same did not go to greet their brothers. First of all, the sight of who came to them, bowing low. The hero immediately drew attention to the icon of one of them. It was an ominous symbol of the Black Wing. At that moment, the couple of the brothers began to mock the sight of Ji-Yu, hoping that he behaved well. The guy withstood all these humiliations and wanted to know if their team would help him with the case, which he mentioned last time. However, the leader only grinned angrily, warning that it was better not to rush him. He ordered the side by Gu to get out and immediately bring the Soren to him. Soon, this whole company settles in its places. The hero, on the other hand, was incinerating these people. He just wanted to kill them. He carefully watched the Sarana came running to the leader of the group. Endulously bending over the table, she asked with a whisper why he was here. He only explained that how the older brother wanted to see the girl, and he was obviously offended that she did not greet him at the door. The rest of the guys watched the girl intently, seeing that she was scared and literally all trembled. As if not paying any attention to it, they ordered them to bring a drink and snacks to them. However, the leader refused the snacks, believing that they were strong enough to drink alcohol without them. After that, the Soren immediately ran away, ignoring the lustful laughs and the perverted glances of the visitors. When she returned and put a bottle of alcohol on the table to the leader, he prevented her from leaving. Instead, he decided to ask how old a girl is 21 or 22. Soren literally shook with horror, not understanding why this man asks her about this. However, suddenly the bastard pulled her closer, putting her on his knees. He explained that how her brother wants to introduce her to alcohol and the joys of life. And when Soren began to desperately resist, demanding that she be released, the man only reminded that he was the deputy manager here. He could also easily increase the rent for 3 times. The girl understood that then she certainly could not contain this place. Therefore, she remained on her knees, but she certainly did not want to drink. But suddenly she remembered her younger sister and Ju Kanhen. She remembered how they were in poverty before. She was afraid that if they returned to that beggarly life, it would be her fault. Obviously, if she wanted to protect this place, then she literally had no choice. However, suddenly a small pebble fell straight into a bowl of alcohol, which the leader held in his hands. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion, Soren quickly ran away until the leader understood what had happened. After that, with a spoiled mood, they decided to leave, trying to understand who managed to throw a stone so accurately. They did not know that it could be someone who was following them right now. In the end, they threatened that the culprit would regret it very much if they get on their eyes. The hero himself understood that he could not forgive such parasites arranging riots in his tavern. The thirst for revenge pulsed in his veins. He knew that sooner or later he would definitely take revenge on them. Each of them will pay for the humiliation that his sister subjected to. While these thoughts about retaliation occupied his mind, the bandits passed by street stalls. Suddenly, the attention of the leader was attracted by a woman selling dumplings. Without hesitation, he grabbed one and began to chew, even forgetting to pay. However, after a moment his face was distorted by disgust. As if nothing had happened, he spat out this muck to the ground, only surprised that they generally dare to sell such a thing for money. The leader of the gang, as if nothing had happened, drew attention to the group of girls nearby. With a blatant smile, he invited them to drink with him tonight. It was at that moment that Ju Kanhen passed by him, casually touching the leader's shoulder. The master grunted with contempt, something about the fact that he stood in the middle of the road like an idol. Such impudence instantly ignited the rage of a bandit. He got angry, considering that this worthless type is running into death. However, the hero quickly disappeared from sight, leaving only a trace of his contempt. The only thing he managed to notice this thug was that the guy did not have a belt, which means that he did not belong to Gaban. This meant that he was not under someone else's defense. Unfortunately for Ju Kanhen, these people were not going to ceremony. Therefore, they immediately set off in pursuit, like a flock of hungry wolves. Soon they managed to drive him into a dead end between the buildings. The leader only angrily looked at him, realizing that the guy was very unlucky. After all, today he was not at all in the mood to play with the victim. His plans were much more cruel. However, to the surprise of the bandits, the hero did not cause a drop of fear. On the contrary, a hunch of a fight forced his blood to seat up from anticipation. He instantly moved to these guys behind their backs, explaining with a cold smile that he hates when they beat him. At the same time, he added with sadistic pleasure that he really likes to beat other people. For this reason, literally shining with anticipation, he decided to find out who was the first to get a couple of blows from him. At that moment, the leader immediately stepped forward, driving away his guys. Looking at Ju Kanhen, he considered that he was a real crazy one. However, the next second, the guy grabbed this man by his finger with lightning speed. The hero understood that today was exactly the very day, the day of reckoning. Obviously, no one understood what this crazy was saying. They thought that Ju Kanhen was not in his mind. However, at that moment, a heartbreaking scream rang out. He broke a finger to the bandit. But this was not enough to quench his thirst for revenge. Having put a little more effort, he literally tore his finger completely. All this happened due to the fact that this man was one of the freaks that destroyed his sister's life. He constantly devoured her eyes, and in the end added many problems. When Soren rejected his feelings, he beat her so much that a scar remained on his cheek. Then the hero also got it, so Sorana immediately ran to check his condition. It was then that Ju Kanhen noticed scars on her face. At that moment, he did not understand this, but only now, having returned back at the age of 35 years, he realized how hard it was for his sister. Meanwhile, the leader, who was left without a finger, immediately exposed his blade to kill such a madman. However, Ju Kanhen, with amazing lightness, counterattacked. Not at all worried about possible injuries, he beat a man with such fury, as if he wanted to throw out all the accumulated anger and resentment for his sister. The master stopped only when this bastard had already begun to lose consciousness from pain. While their leader was lying on the ground, his brothers in arms attacked the hero. However, the master had no problems with them. He could easily cope with the first enemy who had already run to him. The hero hit him with such a monstrous force that he flew away a few meters ago. Salling all the remaining eyes, he ordered them not to wait and attack the first. But when the frightened bandits did not budge, Ju Kanhen decided to take the first step himself. Literally shining with rage, the guy used the technique Ma Dihengin Gun Step. Running to the first of the men, he squeezed his male dignity with monstrous force until he heard a loud crunch. After that, he rose sharply and hit his head in the enemy's jaw. By this moment, only one fighter remained after its defeat. He, frightened to half-death, tried to climb over the fence, begging that Ju Kanhen would not approach him. However, grabbing his leg, the master hit the man with his face straight against the ground. At this moment, their leader began to gradually recover. He realized that while he was off, the hero had already dealt with all his brothers. The only way to save is an immediate flight. Obviously, the man did not come up with anything better. However, Ju Kunhen at this point had already picked up a small stone from the ground. Having charged him with his inner energy, he aptly threw the stone straight into the man. The shell hit him exactly in the tailbone, because of which he unbearably spared the lower back. The bandit fell to the ground and could no longer budge. The only thing he could was to cry plaintively from pain, realizing that he had met a real demon. But even in this state, he promised that Ju Kunhen would definitely regret his act. Then the master was convinced, despite his miserable condition, the man still had too long his tongue. He decided to fix this, cracking him in the face several times with a stone that he held in his hands. Having discarded the bloodied stone away, he reminded of the second shortage of this bastard, his hands that did evil. Having already lost all his previous confidence, the gang leader began to just beg Ju Kunhen for mercy. However, like no one else, the guy knew. Every bastard must bear a fair punishment for his actions. After that, he dropped his stone, which with a loud crack fell straight a man on his head. When he finally lost consciousness, the hero took his wallet as compensation for all these atrocities. However, in it he also noticed a mysterious note that said something about time. Ju Kunhen had vague guesses about what this message could mean. Therefore, he took this leaf to himself, wanting to figure it out a little later. After all the bloody showdowns, the hero finally returned to his native tavern to his sister. He did not understand what the girl was doing, and even thought that perhaps she was not going to open a restaurant today. Sorana honestly admitted that she was a little tired after today's hard day. The hero understood very well, because of which her condition was so shedding. However, he recalled, for the sake of success, you need to work even more diligent. Then he decided to check how much her skills of handling a knife improved. When the master saw that the girl was no longer inferior to him in skill, he began to be very proud of her. However, looking at her thoughtful face, he decided to find out what she is now dreaming about. These thoughts made her sincerely smile. All she wanted was to continue the work of her beloved grandfather, and make their tavern the best in the Central Plains. However, laughing at her own thoughts, she considered it stupidity. But the hero recalled that in this world, all dreams are important, and every dream, no matter how unreal it seemed, deserves respect. Soren was nice to hear such supportive words, and only now, turning to her brother, she noticed that he had a dirty face. For this reason, immediately moistening the sleeves, she began to carefully wipe it, not asking unnecessary questions. These delicate touches of the sister seemed to Ju Kunhen even more warm than those that he remembered from his past life. But despite the care of the sister, the hero still had to continue his training. Having secluded in the house with ghosts, he continued to work on the restoration of his inner core. Only recently, the guy activated his energy center, but has already entered the first stage of development. He knew well from a past life that there were 12 stages in the martial arts system. In a past life, he reached the 9th stage, receiving the title of Senior Martial Arts. However, in this life, he intended to go even further. But even the first stage had its own undeniable advantages. Its energy would automatically accumulate. In addition, it can reach a critical indicator. Now the hero decided to check his updated forces. Since there were no people on the streets, he could act completely freely. For this reason, he accelerated sharply and ran forward. To his surprise, he felt very good. Improved physical reactions were the second advantage of the first stage of skill. Soon, having conducted his training, Ju Kunhen, as if nothing had happened, returned to his sister. He was interested in how she feels after all today's events. However, to his surprise, along with Sorana, he noticed the same Mr. Torgian. The hero immediately courteously bowed in order to welcome him. However, the merchant only grimaced contemptuously from this. He reminded Soran that this guy only brings them trouble, and more than once already advised the girl to drive him away. Of course, Soren tried to explain that this was not true. In addition, Ju Kunhen was an excellent cook, which helped her significantly improve skills in cooking. Only then did the man realize that the change of recipe was the merit of this particular guy. However, he reminded Soran that the tavern belonged to her, and not some Ju Kunhen, and the responsibility for any loss would lie exclusively on her. However, so far, everything went well. Although the merchant was surprised that people liked the changed taste of food, he could not deny success. He also decided to find out from the beauty if she knows that the kitchen Zhang's has the most developed culinary aesthetics. However, Soran could not say anything intelligible. Then the hero himself decided to answer this question. He called classic dishes: 3 heads of jignan, 3 chicken of suzhou, and 3 tijinlin. All of them retained the original aroma. Avoiding the addition of unnecessary spices or seasonings is a distinctive feature of the exquisite kitchen to Zhang's. However, the merchant knew it very well, but still their chicken was just a cheap folk dish. However, even pronouncing the name of the recipe, the man made mistakes in several syllables. Then Ju Kunhen with cold politeness recalled that it was not a chicken, but fried mandarin, an exquisite dish that cost even more than all the clothes of the merchant himself. These words made the man literally boil with anger. Pointing a finger at a bowl of a bumbling bowl with a finger, he suspiciously suggested that perhaps this dish was also a matter of Hus Kanhen's hands. Soren calmly confirmed that it was his development. Ju Kanhen acted as her mentor. The hero himself, with a calm look, explained that he decided to slightly fry kimmenchen with the addition of onions and pork, after which he kindly invited the man to try. However, he was extremely skeptical, saying that it looks tasteless. According to one type of food, one could say that even a dog will not eat it. Ju Kanhen was clearly angry, not understanding how this bargain could draw such hasty conclusions. For him, she remained a mystery why Soren continues to endure all this. The man was about to leave, realizing that this dish would probably not justify himself. But the hero was firmly convinced. Even the most picky gourmet should try it at least once, after which he solemnly provided a dish for their picky guest. The merchant clearly understood that he could not just refuse without trying. Nevertheless, he decided to take a chance. After all, in any case, he could have spit out. Looking at how the merchant is slowly chewing food, Ju Kanhen began to doubt his culinary abilities. Of course, he understood that everyone had different tastes, but it seemed to him that this dish simply could not like it. However, very soon the fabric merchant rose and left. Even the plate after it literally shone with cleanliness. Sorana also shone with happiness, realizing that the master still liked their food, since he even licked a bowl of his own thought. Therefore, they could safely prepare for the opening of their restaurant. Soon the hero has already hung a sign of their small institution. At that moment, while he was working, someone noticed that the goo, sitting nearby, was idle. For this reason, he immediately kicked the guy away from himself, reminding that the earth here was so slippery, and ordered the side-by goo did not interfere with his feet. However, to the surprise of the hero, the side-by goo only dutifully apologized and went away. It became obvious this boy clearly suspected the hero of something, but so far he was not sure of his suspicions. As you know, there was a huge difference between beating an ordinary employee and kill the head of the Black Gabbin. Everyone knew the consequences of such an act. While the hero was thinking about this, Soren decided to find out what to do if visitors did not like the dish. However, Ju Kanhen understood that in this case he would have to try and improve the recipe. It was just necessary to offer an improved option. This is what the real masters do. And despite the previous sadness, Soren shone with joy, because she knew that she could rely on her brother. Even Unana was surprised by such wisdom. He recalled the phrase of Confucius that a noble person is modest and achieved success with faith and sincerity. And only sincerity is the way of heaven. The eldest immediately leaned toward his younger brother, amazed at the care and desire to help her sister at least instructions. At first, the boy was angry that the eldest still sees a child in her. But soon they already hugged together. The hero at this time carefully examined the sign of their restaurant, realizing that an open tasting could attract the attention of potential customers. He also marked a little radish just in case, and he was sure that such a dish is no longer anywhere in the whole region. However, no matter how much they expected, there were no visitors. Taken himself approached passers-by, offering to try their new dishes. Soren tried to lure and seduce that the food was completely free. However, unfortunately, no one came to them. Ju Kanhen also felt anxiety, realizing that something was wrong. The side of goo, the same way, guessed what the problem could be. The color of the dish was not the most appetizing, and outwardly it did not look very attractive. The hero realized that, in principle, the side of goo turned out to be right. He friendly hugged his neck, thanking him for such a useful advice. And he promised that he would immediately fix everything. Soon, the side of Hugh had already set the pan directly on the table, and the hero brought all the ingredients. Of course, the older sister was wondering why to take the dishes out into the street. However, he calmly explained that he was going to prepare a new portion in sight right now. While he was masterfully frying, the locals began to feel such an amazing aroma. And then they saw a hero skillfully frying food. It was evident that Ju Kanhen moves like a real professional cook. It was all up to the sorrel and vigorously tried to call customers so that they tried their dishes of jjajangmyeon. The first intrigued visitors immediately approached to find out which region it was an exotic dish. They really liked the divine smell, and Soren calmly explained that it was a dish created by a young ingenious cook. Although this name seemed to them somewhat loud, they still agreed to try. And then Ju Kanhen solemnly gave them a fresh portion of noodles with pork. He instantly attracted general attention. People immediately began to let drooling, looking at his food. The hero realized that the unsurpassed aroma and spectacular preparation managed to attract the attention of visitors. Now it remains only to satisfy them with an exquisite taste. An elderly man also came up to try food. She was very appetizing. However, Soren invited him to taste this dish with pickled radish. This combination was really the most divine that he tried in his whole life. As a result, very soon all the places in the restaurant were scored by new visitors. One of them decided to find out what this wonderful dish is called, and from where it came from. And Soren proudly reported that this dish was served only in their restaurant. Soon, such a queue has already gathered near it that she barely coped with the influx of visitors. No time has passed before all the clean dishes were spent. Soren could not believe her happiness. They really managed to completely sell everything. At this time, at the establishment, he walked to the madness of the dissatisfied side of GU. He did not understand where Ju Kanhen went and why he left them all the dirty work. However, it was all wisely recalled that their brother had already made a lot of efforts to create a dish that saved the tavern. Cleaning was their responsibility. Ju's side still insisted that they had to get out together. However, at some point, the hero himself already appeared behind him. Immediately after that, the frightened guy radically changed his opinion and did not express a single claim to the hero. As it turned out, during his absence, Ju Kanhen prepared a small surprise for his loved ones. Having handed it to everyone on caramelized strawberries, he surprised them with unsurpassed taste and freshness. Soren scattered in gratitude to Ju Kanhen for the fact that he helped her so much. She understood. Without a guy, she would not have succeeded. Earlier, she was worried that everything was in vain. But Ju Kanhen, like a real superhero, quickly established everything. He even came up, honestly admitting that he really admired his older brother. Soren understood that if grandfather saw them now, he would be very happy. Ju Kanhen believed that from this moment the tavern would continue to prosper. Of course, for this you will have to continue to work without turning hands. But it was not so scary. After all, he was going to teach the girl absolutely everything that he knows about cooking. When a large number of visitors gathered again, Gyu was sitting in place, slowly to serve them. Ju Kanhen was clearly annoyed by the fact that he was going to fly away from work, and immediately threatened with serious flogging. The hero himself only recently returned from his exhausting training, where he hung on himself 12 kilograms of additional weight. These weighting agents were simply necessary in order to quickly train their body. Soon he turned around, looking at the soil, which now and then rushed around the kitchen. It was obvious the girl was clearly confused due to such a large number of visitors. She was all out of breath, apologizing to everyone. After all, she was not used to so many orders and felt literally terribly. However, to the surprise of the hero, she coped even better than he expected. After that, he asked the girl to rest a little. He himself decided to do frying meat. However, the beauty resolutely took a frying pan from the hero. She understood that it would be even harder to work further, and she should not relax. These words sounded from her as a real professional cook. Then the hero decided not to do all the work for her, but instead just help, a little easier for the process. Having finished with the frying, he decided to find out from the side of GU how much they managed to earn during this time. However, he said that this number was about 400 mun. Frightened by such seriousness, Ju Kanhen, the side of Hu, immediately counted, and accurately made sure that they sold 20 bowls, earned 400 mun from them. Their mathematical dispute quickly stopped when suddenly people, amazed at the delightful smell of food, came into their tavern. Ju immediately came up in order to consider his so-called brothers to courteously greet. Ju Kanhen instantly drew attention to the characteristic tokens on their clothes. Realizing that in front of him are people of an ominous black wing, his gaze became cold like ice. These parasites dared to appear in his tavern. At the table, these villains argued warmly, because they could not find a person who committed a crime 10 days ago. Having estimated the approximate dates, Ju Kanhen realized that most likely it was about him. His lips were curved in a cold grin. What an irony of fate. However, when after a couple of minutes he came closer to their table, he heard that they had already switched to discussing the campaign in the House of Tolerance. It turns out that the death of their brothers did not bother them at all. They thought only about Low Grandmother's pleasures. Therefore, Ju Kanhen decided not to worry, making sure that they were just useless fools, unworthy of his attention. However, suddenly he froze, hearing that these two were discussing his brother Chungho, who was behaving strangely lately. Of course, this could have been due to the fact that the brother of Guchun died, but it was hard to believe, given that he constantly took bribes and lived only for the sake of money. In any case, the hero was more worried that brother John has recently been increasingly walking in a soot-stained clothes, as if something actively plotted something in the forge. The hero understood that most likely it was a description of the blacksmith. As you know, a human thirst for revenge is a terrible thing that is not as easy to extinguish as a flame in a mountain. In the wallet, which Ju Kanhen took after the reprisal with the bandit, there was a mysterious note with a date and a key. But after the death of the villain, the key disappeared without a trace, as if dissolved in the air. So the first step of the gang was to track the whereabouts of this mysterious subject. The hero understood that 3 suspicious personalities were seen in this dark case. At least it was the head of the Black Gabbin, a middle-aged man with gray tired eyes in which years of cruelty were read. The second is the deputy head, a younger guy serving his master. And the last was the side of Hu, masterfully pretending that he had nothing to do with it. Honestly, Ju Kanhen did not remember these events from a past life until he killed that bandit. But now that the memories surged in a wave, he needed to figure out what to do next. He had a tempting option: to tame the side of Jiayu, because he could be useful to him in the future as a useful tool. That evening, while everyone was sleeping peacefully, Gyu went to a secret meeting with one of the bandits. He already knew that this fat man was displaced from his post and turned into a miserable performer who always fulfilled any instructions for pennies. Gyu's side only smiled awkwardly and with trembling hands poured a cup of wine to the visitor. From that moment on, he decided to take an oath of fidelity to them, hoping to earn at least some crumbs. The bandit liked the fact that they will work with such a humble person. He decided to take responsibility for the training of this miserable minister, and the guy immediately bowed with humiliating gratitude. Even in a past life, the demonic cult wanted to get Zhongguan, but their plans collapsed when the Murim Union forced them to surrender. However, the hero did not feel the triumph of victory. It was worth only thinking about it. He was trembling again from gloomy memories. Something similar happened today. While he was watching the miserable side by Hu, he understood that this guy was a real simpleton, or an ordinary person who was easier to deceive and use. Soon the fat man went to a secluded house away from prying eyes. The hero, hiding in the shadows, silently followed him. As soon as the boy went inside, he immediately received a crushing blow to the back of the head. When he fell unconscious, it became clear that he carried a whole state in the form of treasures and some small mysterious box with him. Opening it, the hero expected to see the grass of the spirits Yan there. It was a rather rare spiritual plant that absorbed energy in the holy Gora for more than 100 years. According to the calculations of internal energy, it will be enough for 10 years of intensive use. The hero decided not to hesitate and immediately absorb him. Therefore, without hesitation for a second, he put the grass in his mouth and began to chew it methodically. At that moment, he felt the double power finally completely mastered. His internal energy spilled over the meridians. He could produce powerful impulses and no longer be afraid of serious injuries. However, unexpectedly behind the door, he heard approaching steps. The hero understood that this was approaching his new victim, another unworthy, which would soon pay for his sins. Finally, a bandit entered the house, who expected that Gu would bring him the promised product. However, to his shock, he saw the fat man untied and lying unconscious. At that moment, the hero, as if nothing had happened, calmly closed the door behind this scoundrel. The frightened bandit turned around, feverishly looking for the enemy with his eyes. And Zhu Kanhen did not even hide, only with a cold grin explained that the entrance here was free, but there was no longer a way out. The bandit was amazed at the arrogance of a boy who did not even have weapons with him. He tried to attack him with his bare hands, but collided with the painful blow of the hero directly into the solar plexus. Falling and trying to preserve the remnants of reason, he decided to find out what Zhu Kanhen needs. However, he coldly explained the bandit will not be able to quietly hide so that no one would know anything. The hero did not understand how this criminal dared to steal from the head of their own organization, while behaving so shamelessly. Of course, the hero himself was far from a saint. However, he was going to punish this traitor. At least he could consider this fair retribution. When it ended, Zhu Kanhen tried to bring the side to his senses. When he came to his senses, he saw nearby the bloodied corpse of the same bandit with whom he decided to conduct business. He screamed loudly with horror, but Zhu Kanhen sharply ordered him to shut up. The hero was still thinking, to kill this miserable fat man or still spare? Obviously, the coward itself insisted on mercy, begging for condescension. In principle, the hero was enough of these miserable words to finally decide. Therefore, he strictly ordered that the side of Hu no longer climb into other people's affairs. The fat man immediately swore that he would not even look more towards this damned house or bandit. The first to come out of the house, Zhu Kanhen. He ordered the frightened fat man to check to 100 and then go out. If he misses the score, he will simply die from his hand. In fact, this was only to intimidate it properly. Somewhere at the same time, at the headquarters of the bandits, the head was violently indignant. Why did his subordinates still not brought him the killer of Gu Cheun? He thought that it was possible to send someone more competent on the task of someone. However, at this time, as if nothing had happened, the door swung open and Zhu Kanhen entered. He immediately met with a gaze with the head of the gang, thereby the bastard, behind whom he came. It was the one who beat his sister with his gang, despite all her pleas to stop bullying. Therefore, now he has come in order to finally deal with this scum and greet him as befits. Of course, the chapter considered Zhu Kanhen crazy, because he did not remember that he saw this guy at least once in his life. But still, he arrogantly invited the boy to climb the second floor. The hero only laughed contemptuously, realizing that this man was clearly deprived of elementary manners. He recalled that the owner should go down to his guest himself. Then the man realized. He needs to teach this impudent shame a harsh lesson. He was about to go down to him, but the hero was tired of waiting. Therefore, he reached the second floor in just a couple of lightning jumps. The head did not even have time to follow the hero, as he already found himself behind him. Zhu Kanhen, as if nothing had happened, explained that he was too boring to wait for him, so he decided to rise on his own. Then he modestly introduced himself as a simple boy fulfilling the order. The head was already going to scream angrily when Ju Kanhen calmly demonstrated the same box for him. Then the leader understood that in this box should be the priceless grass of the perfume Yan. However, Ju Kanhen did not give him the box, calmly explaining that the manager clearly could not cope with his duties, so he took his grass by right of the strongest. And angry even more, the man demanded from his subordinates to kill this impudent guy, because he could not disgrace himself, unraveling with some child. And Ju Kanhen, it seems, only smiled predatorily, looking at his stupidity. He understood that the man is really very naive if he believes that someone will come to his aid in this hopeless situation. Then the manager has nothing left but to grab a knife lying nearby. However, the hero knocked out the gun from his hands with a light movement. When he bounced, another of the thugs, trying to hit him on the head, got to him from his back. Although the guy was amazed at his desperate courage, he instantly brought him out of the battle with a crushing blow. Then I also easily figured out another daredevil, trying to attack him. The rest of the bandits who looked at this beating from afar were clearly afraid to contact such a monster. The manager in every possible way waved his fists in barren attempts to hurt the hero, but everything was unsuccessfully. At some point, the hero generally disappeared from his field of view. However, it was too early to hope that he had gone. Instead, the guy quietly got to the manager from the back. Having put him on his knees, he threw the villain at the nearest corner. Due to a strong collision with the wall, he caught his breath. Then Ju Kanhen decided to finish his feat and warned that it was just time for praying for mercy. The manager screamed that he had already lost an invaluable elixir, so he did not see the point of killing him. He was amazed, believing that Ju Kanhen had no conscience at all. So brazenly burst into the elderly person after he robbed him. After these words, the guy was finally convinced. The manager had no shame for his subordinates. However, when a person is on the verge of death, there is no room for shame. Ju Kanhen thought, if the enemy begged him for mercy, then maybe it is worth sparing him. However, such a miserable deal Ju Kanhen did not fit at all. After all, he was not used to saying bastards and villains so easily. After these words, he awarded the trembling old man with a crushing blow with his foot straight into the jaw. The crunch of bones echoed around the room. All subordinates heard that after this loud blow there was an ominous silence of death. They instantly understood. Their leader finally lost. Therefore, overwhelmed by panic, they immediately decided to flee, while they were still alive. However, Ju Kanhen slowly and menacingly approached them, thereby unequivocally hinting that he would not allow anyone to get out of here alive. And then he used the destructive technique of combat armor of the King of the Demon. As a result, the entire headquarters of the bandits was filled with heartbreaking cries and groans of agony. The hero woke up closer to dinner in his cozy bed. Obviously, he sincerely rejoiced that he managed to sleep so sweetly after a night massacre. Even Soren was amazed that his brother left last night, and returned only after a whole day. However, she did not climb into his secret affairs. Instead, the beauty asked him to help in a capricious fire in the furnace. She also confusedly apologized for allowing him to accidentally go out, and now she could not light again. Immediately taking the fire, the hero began to masterfully carve sparks into the stove. Soren was only amazed at the incredible skill of his brother. His every movement was accurate and confident. He calmly invited her to prepare for their daily work. As it turned out, the sister was very worried that the sight of Gu once again shamelessly overturned the work. She could no longer endure such irresponsible behavior. Therefore, resolutely rolling the sleeve, threatened that this time it would seriously punish him. However, Ju Kanhen knew the true reason why the fat man still did not come to work. Therefore, he gently reassured his sister and generously suggested taking the role of an assistant on the runaway. But the girl categorically could not allow it, given how her brother prepared excellently. She herself suited to be on utility roles. But the hero reminded, it was she who was the main cook in this tavern, and not him. As soon as the time has come to open, many local residents and visiting guests quickly reached for a restaurant. Everyone impatiently sat in their usual places in anticipation of an exquisite order. Therefore, Ju Kanhen and his sister right there, they energetically rolled their sleeves, began to work well. At that moment, the younger brother came running to them with joyful news, literally shining with delight. It was evident that Soren really wanted to know the fresh news from the younger brother. Ju Kanhen, on the other hand, was not so interested, in which he greatly angered the susceptible boy. But in the end, looking at his face shining with enthusiasm, he decided to patiently listen to the guy. And the very serious gaze told about the shocking events of last night, when the powerful organization of the Black Wing was completely destroyed. Soran was in complete shock from these news, while Ju Kanhen froze with awkwardness. The next loud news was about his night activity. It was evident. The mistress of the tavern sincerely worried that the surviving members of the group would begin to scour everywhere in the search for the mysterious killer of their comrades. Ju Kanhen gently asked the girl not to worry about anything. He confidently stated, There were only small bipods, which are definitely not up to them. Then he decided to go to the market for fresh products and asked Unin to help his sister instead. However, before the departure of Soren, she asked him to stay for a while. She gave him a couple of copper coins with a warm smile, asking herself to buy something delicious as a reward for his invaluable work. The hero was sincerely grateful that she generously shares his money, especially considering that she did not earn much. Late in the evening, Soran still was busy in the kitchen, carefully washing all the dishes before the full closure of the institution. The fire went out insidiously again, and again she could not scurry it. But still, she stubbornly reached for the fire in desperate attempts to create saving sparks, just like a brother made it masterfully. This time she was lucky. She came across high-quality fire. Nevertheless, the stove managed to light after long torment. The hero finally got to the market. He was in a neighboring picturesque town, and the path to him was quite distant and tiring. However, finally looking into this town, he realized that he had reached the fertile lower reaches of Yangtze. Soon, slowly wandering around a small but busy market, he stumbled upon the shelves with the latest seafood. There he decided to thoroughly buy. After a short but productive passage through the market, he recalled, this lower region was literally a real paradise for seafood. He already mentally imagined how to marry them exquisitely, delicately boiled and gently prepared steamed. Suddenly, while he climbed the road and leisurely walked home, saw something amazing. It turned out that it did not seem to him. There really was a lady in bum. The meeting with her clearly did not cause the hero the most pleasant memories. He knew very well that this exquisite girl in a past life was secretly in love with him. It was also considered the first beauty of the whole Jiang's, the standard of female grace. However, at that moment the younger brother approached the hero. He did not understand in bewilderment what the elder was looking at so closely, and thought that he was in the clouds again. However, when the boy noticed the guy's interest at the beautiful girl, he realized, perhaps the girl liked him. As a result, since the hero was attracted to himself unnecessary attention, they had to urgently retire. The hero, leaving, good-naturedly scolded his younger brother, promising that he would not get anything tastier than black noodles and would not receive such curiosity for such curiosity. At that moment, the gentleman, walking next to the mistress, laughed contemptuously because of these two rusted tavern workers. Then the girl interestedly realized that lunch had already come. She even offered to go to that very tavern to eat. However, Mr. worriedly remarked that they could be poisoned by dubious food. Therefore, he invited the girl to go to some other, more respectable institution. The hero, finally getting home with rich prey, invited his friendly family to eat a little. As soon as these two saw the prepared dishes, they seemed to them in appearance quite sharp and spicy. However, completely trusting his brother's skill, both decided to boldly eat. The dish seemed really very sharp, but the hero explained. Very soon he would get used to it. Moreover, he made this dish even less sharp than he usually cooks. Soran really liked it. It was so refreshing and invigorating that she could not stop. This was precisely what was his distinctive feature. Therefore, the hero caught fire to add this dish in the menu as a branded second dish. However, for some reason, this proposal has inflated this proposal. The hero thought that maybe she did not like what he said. However, the girl was simply convinced. This modest tavern is an inappropriate place for the hero. She was firmly convinced he deserves something much better. Therefore, she inspiredly invited him to try to become a court cook, because she sincerely believed that he would succeed. However, the hero considered that Soren was saying some kind of nonsense. Then he tactfully translated the topic, promising to teach her this recipe. Finally, when this misunderstanding was exhausted, the guy was able to calmly think about the satellite and bummed. Next to her was a young man with Moonhook from an influential family with Moon. As far as Ju Kanhen remembered, he was the same lascivious and depraved type, and very soon he had to appear in their institution. That evening, he decided to take a walk along the empty streets of the city. There, he accidentally met a tramp whom he accidentally hooked, not noticing in the sleeping darkness. The beggar immediately angered his furiously, not understanding who dared to push him, and Ju Kanhen, only with the most friendly smile, politely introduced himself to this rag. Then another tramp joined them, aggressively warning that he would break his legs if he did not disappear from their field of vision. And when Ju Kanhen doubted that it was in his power, he tried to hit his dirty hand. However, the hero deftly grabbed his leg with his foot, after which he jerked it strongly, thus painfully putting the man on the twine. He also calmly explained to this tramp that he himself was completely interested in either himself or his miserable junk. However, if he continues to run into him, he will receive his deserts again. The tramp became furious again, desperately trying to hit the hero at least with his hand. However, once again received a crushing blow with his foot straight into the head. After that, the man became much more flexible and began to apologize humiliatingly because he did not immediately understand how serious their enemy was. The hero drew attention to the tramp whom he met. Here he turned out to be the head of this miserable gang. He decided to find out when the last time they ate normally. However, he could not even remember when such a blessed event occurred. Therefore, Ju Kanhen generously invited them to earn extra money. He offered them a simple task, to collect gossip for him. The hero wanted them to inform him of any thefts, especially jewelry, alcohol, and peaches. He did not explain what was the connection between the theft of such different objects. However, the leader gratefully accepted the payment and promised to do everything possible. The hero promised generously to pay 50 coins for every useful news. It is unlikely that somewhere they will find a more easy way to earn decent money. The leader understood. Most likely, the hero wants him to share this information with poor from other areas. And he was absolutely right in his guesses. Having agreed on everything, the leader said that recently everyone has just been talking about a mysterious black killer who destroyed the whole Black Wing. These bandits so terrorized civilians that they were afraid of more than high-ranking officials, and someone managed to destroy them in one night. They did not know anything about this mysterious man, but everyone called him the greatest hero of this time. As a result, the hero was too tired of listening to these enthusiastic stories about himself. Therefore, he asked the next time to bring him better news. Then he calmly returned to his native tavern. He still could not believe that the former head of the demonic cult now became the righteous hero in this world, like a character of some sugary novel. However, unexpectedly to him, as out of nowhere, a young girl came up joyfully. She immediately warmly acquired the hero and decided to find out how he was working lately. As a result, due to the sudden arrival of Zhang, they hung a sign on the door, which closed early today. After which, everyone decided to find out from the girl why she returned ahead of time. They even thought that something serious happened in the martial arts hall. It turned out to be a vacation at the Academy of Martial Arts by reaching the end, and Zhang Doran finally returned home. Having barely crossed the threshold of the tavern, the girl immediately noticed incredible changes. The number of visitors increased significantly. Soren, with shining eyes and a joyful smile, hastened to explain to her younger sister that all this amazing success became possible thanks to their dear Ju Kanhena. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a small owl, who decided to recall an important fact. This year, Zhang Drani was 16 years old, while the main character is already 17. Logically reasoning, it was he who should be considered the eldest, but for some reason the fiery beauty stubbornly refused to recognize his authority. Such a remark of the younger brother instantly took off a quick-tempered girl. She exclaimed indignantly, wondering how much their youngest member of the family began to behave so boldly and brazenly. Anticipating the brewing family fight, the wise Ju Kanhen hastened to defuse the situation, gracefully putting a plate with a fragrant dish in front of an irritated beauty. Little Ritan immediately proudly explained that this is a special recipe created by their talented cook, which literally saved the tavern from ruin. With curiosity and light distrust of her eyes, Zhang Daran decided to try mysterious food. However, the first piece struck her to the core. The taste turned out to be incredibly more refined and amazing than she could imagine. With this magical dish, the family managed to clearly demonstrate the true reason for the phenomenal success of their establishment to the youngest daughter. Soon, the young man went for a walk with a frustrated younger brother, who bitterly complained about life and seemed to feel the real hatred of his older sister. The kid cried with resentment, telling how a cruel girl ate absolutely all the sweet Dunjo stared. And when he rightly noted that thieves should be punished, she ruthlessly awarded him with a painful blow to the head. Such egregious injustice outraged the young heart to the core. Ju Kanhen only laughed good-naturedly and jokingly invited his younger brother to complain to the gods himself at the disgrace that worked. While Redon gradually calmed down, a smart strategist reflected that the tavern was catastrophically lacking in the workers. He would have to make some of the household more actively engage in the labor process. That evening, the hero found Jandrana in the training of martial arts in the yard. He knew very well about her passionate desire to join the mysterious world of military skill. However, taking into account its explosive nature, the complete absence of natural talent and innate clumsiness, such dreams seem practically impracticable. Fortunately, the beauty at least had an amazing appearance, although this would hardly help her gain a foothold in the harsh world of battles. Considering that she was the second daughter in the family, it would be more logical to focus on the help of family business because even a small all has already made his 50 contribution. For this reason, an experienced mentor decided to seriously talk to an ambitious girl. He understood that to stop her unrealistic dreams in the bud would be the best solution for the good of the whole family. When the main character suggested that the beauty practice together, she only laughed contemptuously, pointing to his supposedly meager abilities of a simple tavern worker. However, the wise young man calmly explained that even ordinary workers should have sufficient physical strength to fulfill their duties. Zhang Doran condescendingly suggested that perhaps the hero wants to ask her to help in training. First of all, she critically appreciated his thin legs and generously offered to repeat a special exercise after her. According to her, such a stand was to help him quickly build up the necessary muscle mass. However, looking at the pose, the experienced master almost considered what was happening some kind of unsuccessful joke. It was struck by the fact that the Academy of Martial Arts is taught such useless and even harmful techniques. The girl was perplexed how a simple employee dares to criticize what he was never taught. But Ju Kanhen patiently and explained in detail the correct technique. The feet should be at an angle of 11 degrees. The step is to be width by the shoulder. The lower back remain perfectly straight, and the hands are located strictly horizontally. To the greatest surprise, Zhang Drani, in the fixed base stance, her knees stopped sick. It seemed incredibly strange, given that they were taught a completely different technique at the academy. The observant hero instantly understood. The girl definitely hurt the joints due to the improper setting of the body. Such a vicious technique represented a direct path to the destruction of the cartilage, and if it continues to engage in the guidance of a dubious instructor, he will do even more harm. The beauty with horror realized that all this time they were taught absolutely wrong. Then Ju Kanhen invited her to clearly demonstrate that his lower body was not at all as weak as she suggests. To do this, he decided to conduct a small test. Having drawn a clear circle on the ground, the opponents decided to arrange a duel for pushing. Zhang Doran selflessly warned that he who was the first to go beyond the boundaries of the circle will automatically lose. The hero agreed but wished to make a small bet on the fulfillment of desire. Such an idea seemed very doubtful to the girl, and when she saw the opponent's cunning gaze, she even suspected him of unseemly intentions regarding her body. This assumption sincerely offended the noble young man. Using the moment, Zhang Dran quickly attacked, announcing that she would win an unconditional victory in 3 rounds. However, when she tried to strike a direct blow, the clever enemy elegantly evaded the attack. After that, with amazing ease, he set her a bandwagon, a reception that he used more than once. As a result, the self-confident beauty Kubaram flew out of the drawn circle. The battered girl could not understand what kind of cunning the insidious rival used against her. Not wanting to give up, she convinced herself that she simply slipped unsuccessfully, and the experience of an employee of the tavern had absolutely nothing to do with it. However, in the second round, the result turned out to be exactly the same. She again fell into Kubaroma from the simplest footboard. In a similar way, they trained more than 3 rounds, while Zhang Doran did not collapse in exhaustion. She was perplexed who really was standing in front of her. It was definitely not the miserable and weak Ju Kanhen, whom she knew before. In addition, a person could not so radically change in just 6 months. A wise mentor understood that the time spent by a girl at the Academy of Martial Arts was wasted. After the completion of sparring, he reminded the beauty of the prisoner. The frightened Zhang Drani desperately tried to remind Ju Kanhen that they were still a family and should support each other. However, the ruthless winner still painfully clicked her on the forehead. Of course, the offended beauty tried to threaten the hero with revenge, promising him to kill after a bruise blossoms on her forehead. But the triumphant young man calmly retired, finally asking Zhang Drana to finally do a good business and honestly work out his food. In such an elegant way, he completely gained the trust and humility of their new employee. The next day, the humbled girl officially began labor duties in the tavern, eagerly helping her older sister. Seeing such changes, Soren was sincerely surprised and even suspected that the younger sister had again done some troubles. However, Zhang Doran confidently explained that she had long left the habit of creating troubles, and now helps exclusively with good intentions. She asked her older sister not to spoil her mood with unreasonable suspicions. The little one was only good-naturedly chuckled, realizing that the distrust of the family was deservedly deserved, before Zhang Doran did not really differ in exemplary behavior. Immediately after these words, he received several sensitive blows on the head from an indignant girl. Noticing the beginning brawl, Ju Kanhen immediately approached the baby and promised that he and Un would do everything possible to teach a young worker the right handle of clients. The hero began to patiently instruct Zhang Drana in the intricacies of service. She had to imagine that he was all a regular visitor and demonstrate an exemplary greeting. Of course, a similar situation was incredibly awkward. At first, the embarrassed girl even tried to behave excessively friendly, but then sharply changed tactics and simply tried to drive the client away. Zhang Doran herself was shocked by the fact that she had just said. Zhu Kanhen and all simply could not understand how such rudeness could be considered a greeting. But training should have continued. When a real visitor entered the tavern, the girl came up to accept his order. Watching how an inexperienced waitress communicates with clients, Zhu Kanhen internally indignant, believing that she was specifically trying to angry them and drive them away. Even the patient all tried to reassure the older brother so that he would not resort to physical influence. Nevertheless, despite her disgusting appeal, the girl by some miracle managed to accept the order. It was obvious that the work was given to her incredibly difficult, so the mocking hero only shook his head, noting her complete unsuitability for such activities. This remark hurt a proud beauty, and she returned to the performance of duties with double zeal. However, when the Soren got acquainted with the adopted order, It turned out that such a dish in their menu simply does not exist. The client ordered hongso tofu, a rather rare food. Zhu Kanhen shook his head indignantly, wondering how the girl could accept such an order. But since the dish was not particularly difficult, he decided to cook it. After that, the mentor reminded Sarani that he had previously taught her to determine the type of dish by name. The embarrassed girl completely forgot about this important lesson and began to think feverishly. Soon she realized that, judging by the name, this is a recipe in which all the ingredients were stewed in aromatic broth with a variety of seasonings. In principle, its understanding turned out to be absolutely correct. However, the matter was not only this. It was extremely important to carefully monitor the consistency of the sauce and take it away from the fire in time at the time of thicken. After such detailed explanations, the rasted Soren could not resist and gently stroked the hero on the head. As expected from a real teacher, he knew literally everything about culinary art. Soon, the finished fragrant dish was served by Zhangdrani to take him the patiently waiting for the guest. However, the attentive hero noticed that the girl looks extremely uncertain and clamped. Therefore, even began to worry, no matter how she stumbled, and did not arrange another disaster. Unfortunately, his fears turned out to be quite justified. The clumsy beauty really stumbled on an absolutely even place. Fortunately, thanks to his internal energy, the hero managed to run up to her with lightning speed, at the same time grabbing both the girl and the precious portion of food. After making sure that Zhang Doran did not receive serious injuries, a good mentor comforted her, recalling that all people make mistakes and there was nothing terrible or shameful in this. However, the proud beauty only insulted the assumption that she would worry about such trifles. After that, the offended girl went to serve the next client, and the wise mentor understood that she needed to thoroughly get used to work before the grandiose Festival of Lanterns. By that time, the whole world of martial arts Zhangs will be focused in their region. Among the new guests was the same man whom the hero least wanted to see in his institution. It was with Moonhook, accompanied by an impressive retinue. The luxurious robes of the deputy head of Chunpundan immediately caught my eye. Although he agreed with the young master that the institution did not make much impression, among the true gourmets of the tavern acquired a decent reputation. However, this in no way could shake the arrogance of the young aristocrat. Then the senior student of Guangxulman, accompanying him, diplomatically invited the master to go inside. Since they arrived here, it means that one of the acquaintances would not recommend a really bad place. As a result, a curious young man decided to take a chance and try the local cuisine. When the venerable company entered the tavern, the senior student noticed with sympathy that his beautiful bride did not come with Moonhook. However, the insightful young man understood. Sometimes it was necessary to spend time separately in order not to get used to each other and keep the intrigue in relations. At this very moment, the deputy head quickly burst into the tavern and loudly warned that an important guest granted them, so it should be temporarily suspended by serving the rest of the visitors. Such a requirement clearly angered the hard-working Zhangdrana. She could not just drive out customers who had not yet completed their meal. However, the dining man, as if understanding the seriousness of the situation, decided to retire. Then the cheeky senior student immediately paid close attention to the young waitress and impudently asked her age. Zhang Randi clearly did not like a similar tactless and inappropriate question. However, the deputy persistently advised her to immediately answer the question of a respected master. When the embarrassed girl admitted that she was 16 years old, a lustful man stared at her interestedly. It was the age of the freshest, not yet ripened fruits, and the natural audacity of the young beauty only added a piquant charm to her. As soon as the hostess of the institution saw these high-ranking people, she was immediately confused and literally lost her speech. The hero was beside himself, watching how these insolents openly boast of their status and belonging to noble families. At this critical moment, a shameless senior student called Zhangdrana a wild cat and gallantly invited her to join their company behind a glass of wine. When a proud girl resolutely abandoned a dubious sentence, an angry villain threw a heavy cup right in her direction. A ceramic shell painfully crashed into the unfortunate shoulder, leaving a bleeding wound. With Moonhook, he only smiled predatorily what was happening. Although daring women were of certain interest, the process of their submission was much more exciting entertainment. Poor Zhang Doran from unbearable pain barely restrained tears. Fortunately, at this critical second, her older sister hurried to her. And ahead, the angry Zhu Kanhen resolutely performed, raising an ill-fated cup from the floor. It seemed extremely strange to the experienced hero that the dishes fell exactly where one of their workers had just stood. Naively assuming that the gentleman simply did not like the new waitress, the young man tried to resolve the conflict peacefully. With Moonhook calmly admitted that these people have completely absent manners, and education leaves much to be desired, just like a wretched tavern itself. The noble hero restrained his might so that right now he would not smear the insolent physiognomy on the wall. Instead, he politely but firmly asked the uninvited guest to leave the institution. Obviously, from such a daring sentence, the whole retinue was literally stunned by indignation. The deputy immediately rudely grabbed a daring guy by the clothes, not understanding how some commoner dares to behave in this way with representatives of the nobility. But the wise hero calmly reminded the aggressor that it was they who behave in a prickly, the first to attack the defenseless girl. It would be much better if the noble gentleman simply left without unnecessary noise. To the greatest surprise of those present, with Moonhook suddenly apologized and agreed to leave, asking to pay fair compensation to the victims. Such a pronounced nobility obviously led Ju Kanhen out of himself. However, at this intense moment, the insidious senior student threw a silver ingot to the hero's feet. Then he approached with lightning speed, trying to grab the proud young man by the clothes. But not having time to take a step, the insolent suddenly froze in place, as if petrified. Exactly in the same pose in which stood, a discouraged warrior collapsed to his knees. Approaching the defeated enemy, the unflappable hero calmly explained that in battle, not the gross power of internal energy is important, but its subtle setting and frequency. That is how you can surpass the enemy of the same level of skill. After that, the formidable master advised the defeated warrior to moderate his animal's appetites. Otherwise, he can die here and now so imperceptibly that even the ghosts will not notice this. Frightened guests hastily retired. Several calm days have passed before the time has come to decorate the tavern for the upcoming holiday. The hero with sincere joy helped the mistress of the establishment to hang bright flashlights with images of cute monkeys. Soran admitted that she personally liked the dogs more, but she perfectly understood that it was monkeys that would be charming in nightlight. The whole family impatiently expected the grandiose Festival of Lanterns. Such a spectacular event happens only once a year. Enterprising Ju Kanhen planned to maximize their sales, so everyone agreed to work with double zeal. Soon, even new residents of the city learned about the institution, who decided to order the most popular local dishes. To their sincere surprise, Sorana said that the dark meal on the table is called chagjanmyeon, and the reddish, champon. Both of these exquisite dishes were radically different from everything that the guests tried earlier. In addition, champon had unique features. Selected seafood was added to it, which was a characteristic feature of the region to Jiangsu, and his piquant sharpness only played into the hands of sophisticated gourmets. Then a smart hero approached the intrigued clients and explained that an attractive 10% discount on accommodation is provided for the guests of their establishment. He perfectly understood. In any case, these people need to stop somewhere and rent a number at night. As a result, in such an elegant way, they managed to get 2 more customers for their hotel. Zhang Dren was struck by the fact that Ju Kanhen managed to book as much as 5 numbers today. He impressed the real genius of commerce. The modest hero only asked the admired girl to stop carrying such nonsense, and instead to go to treat her wound. He also handed her a special healing ointment so that the damage to heal as quickly as possible. The surprised beauty calmly thanked the caring mentor. However, this was so unusual for her character that the puzzled guy thought, perhaps after hitting the head, she began serious problems with reason. But when Zhang Doran demonstrated her true quick-tempered temper, the hero calmed down and invited her to rest while he was led away for a short time on business. Little Radona noticed how the older brother was leaving somewhere, because of which he did not have time to ask the question that had worried him. Soren did not know what exactly the baby wanted, so she told that today she was going to give everyone a little money in gratitude for the excellent work. Reaching to her wallet, the girl did not notice how the younger brother saw her crippled corns on his arms tested. Having barely restrained the approaches to the tears, he cordially thanked his sister for constant care, but he resolutely refused money and hastened to leave. By evening, the hero reached the place of meeting with his poor informants. 3 people came to him, therefore they had 4 fresh news. The leader was the first to speak with a message that a scroll called Hyonok Sansang was stolen in the Chkanson Hall. This information was not interested in the hero. Then a young guy took the word. He heard that several bottles had disappeared from the wine shop of Skull, including 30-year-old Danyan Bongwanhu. But the mentor missed this news by his ears. Then the last man came up with a story about the theft of a grain of underwear. However, such a trifle was not at all related to what was interested in the penetrating hero. The disappointed young man explained that the information received was extremely weak and useless, so he paid each informant only half of the promised amount. He noticed how a man who reported his underwear looked depressed, but asked not to lose heart, but instead to work much more diligent. Leaving and betrayed the money earned, a caring mentor asked people to buy something tasty for today's modest earnings for his families. Returning home, the hero walked the streets illuminated by festive lanterns. Then he wandered around the dark alleys, thinking that the bloody storm for possessing secret combat manuscripts was about to break out. However, suddenly approaching the tavern, he saw a younger brother, patiently expecting his return. As it turned out, the shy baby again did not dare to ask his sister money to buy a book. Last month, he had already received a considerable amount, so he was ashamed to ask again. Today he wanted to help with business, but seeing his sister's crippled hands, he realized how insignificant his help was compared to her selfless labor. Then a caring older brother took the baby by the hand and led him. The surprised boy asked why they did not return to the tavern. Wise Ju Kanhen patiently explained that children must have a full-fledged childhood, and adults themselves decide what they can afford. Therefore, he asked Uni not to take over the overwhelming responsibility, and just say if he really needed something. Meanwhile, the events moved to an elegant arbor, where the beautiful Mistress E, in the company of Galant Noi with Moon Huck, was located. They slowly enjoyed fragrant tea, which specially for them recently collected loyal servants. Thanks to special freshness, the drink had a truly divine aroma. With Moonhook, he only smiled courteously, because in the company of such a charming lady, any tea seems delightful. In fact, the drink was a little bitter, but there was no point in mentioning it. This would not have changed anything. In the end, they were both just pawns in the games of their powerful families. At that moment, the senior student approached the young man and nodded significantly with Moonhuck. Both men realized that their romantic pastime was finished on this. The satellites calmly retired about their business, and the lonely E, Bang, only sighed heavily, realizing that she had encountered the mysterious male secrets again. In the tavern at about the same time, the whole family finally received a well-deserved respite after a busy day. Even the habitable to heavy work Jang Drani had no strength left. The older sister sincerely thanked the younger brother for his invaluable help. When she gently stroked him on the back, a moved boy thought that the girl had such warm and affectionate touches, as if she were his own mother. Realizing what stupidity he had just thought, embarrassed, as if suddenly woke up from dreams. Zhang Dran, of course, laughed good-naturedly at her younger brother, who missed the late mother so much. However, according to the sad look of the baby, she realized that he was really deeply upset by what had happened. At this touching moment, a caring hero with a plate of fragrant dumplings approached the tired family, having sincerely thanking everyone for the excellent work. The wise mentor also warned that a new employee would join them tomorrow, so they should try thoroughly in order to adequately accept him. This employee was their kind-hearted neighbor who selflessly looked after a sick mother. Ju Kanhen planned to put him in the kitchen, where special attention was required for details. The older sister laughed good-naturedly, realizing that from tomorrow the main cook would be incredibly busy coordinating the expanded team. While the whole family slowly enjoyed dinner, they vividly discussed rumors that have recently rushed throughout the city. It turned out that all the conversations concerned the mysterious ghost thief. The worried Zhang Dran explained that in recent days absolutely all customers only talk about him. An experienced hero immediately realized that recently this mysterious character has gained incredible fame. He was so skillful and talented that he had never even managed to notice during impudent thefts. An impressive beauty with admiration remembered that, according to rumors, this elusive thief stole an unsurpassed sword. The possession of such weapons gave a chance to become a great master of martial arts. However, Ju Kanhen, with a wise smile, recommended a dreamy girl to do real things and stop dreaming about unattainable things. As soon as the short break ended, a stream of hungry customers poured again into the tavern. Zhang Doran held on with all her might, trying to prove himself as an experienced waitress. At the same time, Ju Kanhen skillfully conjured in the kitchen with pots and pans. Thus, everything gradually went on its establishment. Late in the evening, completely squeezed like a lemon, Zhang Doran went to the cook to transfer the order for another 5 plates of a fragrant champagne. Fortunately, these were the last visitors today. For this reason, an inspired hero with double enthusiasm took up the preparation of his company dish. Despite the fact that he was completely focused on cooking, the attentive master nevertheless glanced at Zhang Drana, and with relief noticed that her hand, apparently, had already completely healed. Simultaneously with work, he listened to the conversation of a couple of friends, who enthusiastically discussed how the ghostly thief allegedly also stole the divine technique of a jade source. There were stubborn rumors that after this daring crime he disappeared in the city of Tanshan, where all the masters of martial arts are now flowing to catch him. Seeing such an interested expression on the face of Ju Kanhen, the observation beauty came closer. She suggested that perhaps he knew what the legendary divine technique of a jade source is. In fact, the wise hero was glad that the conversation came about this, although he did not show. For this reason, immediately after the end of the working day, he hastened to go to the night market. First of all, an experienced strategist went through the departments of clothing and weapons, looking at a high-quality blade. After that, he went to the bookseller, and he asked for some difficult Taoist scroll, difficult for understanding. The venerable seller gave him the rare copy, Fundamentals of the Orthodox Taoist Canon, a book with 5 stars of complexity. However, Ju Kanhen asked a very strange request. It was necessary to replace a new cover with the old and rubbed. A few days later, all the preparations were completely completed, and the decisive hero went to the secret training. To begin with, he took off the heavy waiting agents, whom he could figure out later. Then I decided to experience the possibilities of my trained body. After several days of walking with an additional weight, his body immediately began to be felt incredibly light and mobile. Then he headed for a secret cache where special clothes were stored. Finally putting on a dark robe, the hero completely transformed. He was ready to start fulfilling his daring plan. The master rapidly began to move, recalling that the Chatli Sheen technique represented a perfect way to move over long distances. Especially considering the fact that he recently absorbed the magic root, his speed increased many times. However, he still did not reach the phenomenal level that he owned in a past life. But despite this restriction, the brave traveler continued his way. Soon he first stopped to look at the city of Tanshan. A prudent hero perfectly understood that he was in anticipation of an exciting meeting with the legendary ghost thief. Soon it has already settled on a tall tree branch to relax a bit. An experienced warrior felt surprisingly calmly. A peaceful silence reigned around. However, near his resting place, he heard the sounds of a fierce skirmish between two groups of fighters. This made him understand that it was time to go on the road and proceed to active actions. Soon, holding on a safe distance, the supervisory master followed a group of arrived martial arts soldiers. Many clearly annoyed such a tedious task. They did not see anything special in the art of Ochon, but that was their mission, and they could do nothing about it. Suddenly, the fighters felt powerful gusts of wind, not even suggesting that something large flew by. In fact, this clever hero changed his shelter and thus became convinced that the Humajamhan technique was really the best way of secretive movement. Looking intently at one of the warriors with a completely closed mask, the vengeful master promised himself that as soon as he received what he wanted, he would definitely teach this insolent. In addition, it was this person who turned out to be the only one who noticed that something more was hiding behind the gust of wind. However, in this critical second, the cunning hero took out from under his shirt the very shaped book that he acquired in advance. All the soldiers immediately rushed to her, convinced that this is the very art of Ochon, behind which they came here. They did not notice that while eagerly fought for a fake bait, the true goal had already unhinderedly entered the mysterious cave. However, barely going inside, a cautious traveler heard a strange rustling sound. He quickly realized that some mystical spirit lives here. Fortunately, the prudent hero took with him sweets specifically in such a case. After all, unlike other treasure hunters, he had a conscience. Therefore, he politely offered an invisible to the inhabitant to taste treats. Then the little spirit began to carefully show up. It turned out to be exactly the creature that people from Murim so sought. The tiny creature resembled a charming monkey. Having tried the human treat, it no longer looked so frightened and wary. This monkey was a divine being, which, it seemed, could not communicate with people in the usual way. However, the patient hero still tried to explain to the baby that a whole crowd of hunters was heading here. He also made it clear that all these people came precisely in order to catch him. Obviously, this news greatly frightened the defenseless baby. Then the kind-hearted savior calmly explained that he, unlike the others, came with a completely different purpose: to save him. At first, a cautious monkey reacted to the hero with a certain suspicion. However, for some incomprehensible reason, she still decided to trust him. Then a smart creation began to draw a beard and a mustache on her body, depicting its former owner. In such a touching way, she tried to tell a person her sad story. From this naive representation, a smart hero suggested that the owner once left this divine spirit in a cave. It was obvious that the baby was sad and desperately wanted to return to his dear mentor. Listening to this heartbreaking story, Zhu Kanhen recalled that in his last existence, there was a man named Bichonshin. He was so bold and dexterous that he could freely jump over the walls of the Shaolin Monastery. Although that person did not possess outstanding natural talent, but as they say, under the sign of the tiger, weaklings are not born. After more than 10 years of persistent training, he earned an honorary reputation. And it was precisely this creature that the hero now observed that legendary master raised his own hands. Now, an experienced warrior tried to explain to the sad spirit that his longing and uncertainty would not lead to anything good. He suggested getting out of a dangerous place to later find the old owner. It seems that the smart baby understood him. Therefore, Zhu Kanhen offered the baby to hide on his shoulder. Immediately after that, the clever monkey climbed the hero with a few graceful jumps right on the shoulder. The wise savior understood that they need to make other people not manage to find a divine being. Therefore, the baby obediently hid under a wide hat, hiding from other people's curious eyes. When they finally left the cave, they saw that the soldiers still fought fiercely for the fake book they had thrown. It was quite predictable, as soon as someone took possession of the treasure, as he immediately became a target for everyone else. The competition here reigned truly frantic. They urgently needed to leave this dangerous place. But before leaving, the vengeful hero focused his piercing look on a warrior with a closed mask. Before the final departure, he wanted to have fun with this arrogant fighter. When the angry master quickly flew into the enemy, he, to surprise, managed to feel an approaching attack. The unflappable hero calmly explained that he had unresolved accounts for this person. At first, the puzzled fighter did not understand anything, and found the words of the attacker with complete nonsense. However, seeing the true face of the hero, he immediately prudently fell silent. At this tense moment, the dangerous enemy invited the stranger to calmly proceed after him if he was not afraid of the consequences. Soon they retired near the picturesque small waterfall. Then a cautious warrior finally became convinced that Ju Kanhen is by no means a simple pawn in a big game. However, for the insightful hero, this seemed obvious, given that this guy should perfectly remember their previous meeting. Having removed the camouflage mask, the enemy opened the face of that very senior student. He honestly admitted that he wanted to visit them in the tavern, because he could not stop thinking about that beautiful girl. Of course, Ju Kanhen was struck by such a primitive provocation. However, he still came here in order to properly fight. Therefore, without waiting for further conversations, he strongly attacked a self-confident guy. He only grinned predatorily, believing that Ju Kanhen came across his cunning trick. In addition, he sincerely admired the skill of owning a sword. The guy showed an amazing speed and determination. However, it still seemed to an experienced warrior that all enemy tricks were completely straightforward. Therefore, having completed an acrobatic jump, he tried to put Ju Kanhen on the shoulder blades with his bare hands. It seems that it was such a frankly impudent attack by our hero all this time expected. For this reason, he instantly pressed several key acupuncture points of the enemy, because of which the body of that was literally sighed from paralysis. While the immobilized enemy shouted and indignant, the triumphant master only cunningly watched his helpless state. However, in some incredible way, the stubborn guy managed to break the imposed spell and again rush into the attack on the unperturbed hero. However, even in such conditions, a clever master easily escaped the enemy's violent blows. It would seem that with his sword, he did not cause any serious harm to the enemy. But this impression was deceived. When Ju Kanhen retreated a few steps, scarlet blood began to pour abundantly from the body of a defeated opponent. The ruthless warrior was about to finally deal with the villain and avenge the humiliation of the innocent Zhang Drani. However, the desperate enemy plaintively asked him to stop. A similar impudent habit of enemies to beg the mercy at the last moment could not but get the righteous hero. At this critical moment, the dying senior student promised that he would give the invincible warrior divine art in exchange for life. However, the wise hero calmly explained that the desired scroll was already lost. He himself threw the false book to those Blavans outside, after which the ruthless master once and for all figured out the existence of such a miserable and vile person. He sincerely hoped that when this villain was reborn in the next life, he would live modestly and would not dare to touch his family. Otherwise, he will have to die again and again until he assimilates the lesson. After the end of the bloody reprisal, when they remained in complete solitude, the little spirit finally could openly show himself. The unflappable hero calmly explained to his new companion that he had already finally figured out that disgusting lousy. However, unexpectedly, a tiny monkey excitedly indicated somewhere into the distance, towards the gorge near the waterfall. Of course, Ju Kanhen became incredibly interesting why the baby directs him there. Having decided to trust the wisdom of the divine creation, he followed him. In such an amazing way, the hero managed to find an amazing place to relax in a huge hidden cave. Without the help of such a magic conductor, he would never have guessed that such a cozy shelter was hiding in these rocks. However, despite the fact that the tired traveler only created, the restless monkey was already trying to raise it. Grabbing the hero by the hand, she persistently led him somewhere to the dark depth of the mysterious grotto. When they went deep into the inner chambers of the cave, the amazed master saw dazzling golden light. He emanated from an impressive pile of sparkling jewelry, which a devoted baby carefully hid all this time in this secret place. As it turned out, the faithful spirit collected all this wealth specifically for his adored master. The naive creature thought that if he accumulates enough treasures, then his beloved mentor would certainly take him back and forgive him for some offenses. Then the compassionate hero understood. Sooner or later he will have to break the heart of this unfortunate baby with bitter truth. He tried to inform the trusting spirit as delicately and softer as much as possible that his dear owner has long been dead. The caring savior also made it clear to the shocked creation that this terrible news reports not out of anger or hatred. He went to this solely in order to save the baby from danger. Clutching trembling crumbs to his chest, the sympathetic warrior asked him not to cry. At first it seemed that the courageous baby could cope with his destructive emotions. However, after a moment he simply slammed loudly with tiny paws and then trembled with all the body and burst out bitterly. Seeing such inconsolable despair, the generous hero could not remain an indifferent observer. He immediately held out his strong hands to the suffering creature and firmly pressed the little one to him, giving him the opportunity to cry all the pain and gradually calm down. Later, the sympathetic mentor explained in detail to the orphan spirit how his beloved owner died, based on his own painful memories. He honestly admitted that he was unlikely to be able to take revenge on the death of the mentor of the baby, but solemnly promised to take care of his remains. The wise defender asked the orphaned monkey to stay next to him so that he could provide her with reliable protection in this dangerous world. However, the The sensitive baby seemed to doubt that the new patron of the power would have enough strength for such responsibility. Then a confident warrior with an encouraging smile recalled that recently he had saved him from faithful death. But it seems even this irrefutable fact could not console the grief of the crumbs killed. The sad spirit only silently pointed to an impressive bunch of gold, which he so carefully collected. The understanding hero sincerely promised to use these jewelry with maximum wisdom and benefit. He also carefully asked the knowledgeable monkey if she had an idea of the whereabouts of the legendary divine art. However, at this crucial moment, the exhausted guy felt a sudden breakdown and asked the patient baby to wait a bit. He urgently needed to plunge into deep meditation, since in the process of developing dangerous demonic technology, destructive side effects inevitably occur. That is why it was vital for him by the divine art of Okona to suppress dark forces. Somewhere at the same time, the family in the native tavern dully troublesome, cleaning everything after numerous visitors. At that moment, the absent Jikanhen with a mysterious small bag behind his shoulders finally returned. Obviously, all the households immediately surrounded him with a dense ring, passionately wanting to understand where he disappeared, what happened during his absence, and what he brought with him interesting. As it turned out, the prudent hero took with him exquisite goodies for the whole beloved family. In such a tricky way, he skillfully bribed curious relatives and deftly got rid of annoying questions. It seems that the insightful Soran realized that the mysterious brother was still thoroughly hiding something in his bosom. And at this intriguing moment, a small monkey unexpectedly showed itself to the whole family. Many were sincerely surprised by such a surprise, and the younger brother literally shone with delight. After all, he had never seen such a charming creature before. The friendly monkey first gracefully jumped onto the shoulder of the good Sorani. Of course, an intrigued girl became incredibly interesting where this lovely baby came from. The resourceful hero quickly lied that he simply picked up a hungry animal on the street. When he bought food in the market, the poor thing got behind him. From this touching story, the sentimental beauty saddened. She suggested that the unfortunate creature was lost and lagged behind her relatives. It looked really very lonely and abandoned. Then the sympathetic girl hugged the fluffy baby tightly. A grateful spirit warmly answered her sincere arms. The last Soren solemnly promised the baby that they would surely take care of him until he finds his mother. From that moment on, she asked a little guest not to worry about anything and feel at home. Soon, when the whole family was comfortable at the common table, Ju Kanhen was told in detail about what was happening in the tavern during his mysterious absence. An experienced hero expected to hear about some serious problems, but the impressive Zhang Daren only complained that he was literally gathered from Mount Tanshan Mountains of Tenjasius. According to her, from such an incredible number of people, the mountain itself could fall. In addition, the inquisitive beauty was terribly interested in who fought there, and she was sure that the most famous martial arts masters probably participated. However, Ju Kanhen only mysteriously smiled at what was happening. He knew very well that in a past life it was with Moon Gyuke that he got heavenly martial art and even took a divine spirit with him. Now the vengeful hero understood with satisfaction that this time he seriously spoiled the impudent life, slipping a fake book. He would be incredibly curious to look at the face of a smug young aristocrat at the moment when he will understand the scale of vile substitution. He calmly explained to the curious Zhang Drani that all these bloody wars for martial arts are absolutely not interested in him. To the logical question of what can be excited in general, the wise young man answered simply and honestly, only the prosperity of the tavern and the well-being of family affairs. Soon, the restless Zhang Doran asked how long she had to work as a simple waitress. The cunning Juj Kanhen evasively did not specify specific deadlines. However, the guy generously explained that she could leave the institution as soon as she manages to overcome him in an honest duel. The girl could always try to challenge him again and then return to the free life of the warrior. But instead of decisive actions, a prudent beauty, perfectly understanding the inevitability of the next crushing defeat, prudently retired. Then a caring mentor went to the kitchen, where he discovered the Soran, which seems to have completely tamed the charming monkey. It was obvious that a single baby needed constant attention, so he was relentlessly followed a kind girl everywhere. However, the insightful hero noticed that the fluffy guest was hindering the hostess a little during work, so he affectionately called him to him. After which he patiently explained that they are preparing food for numerous guests in the kitchen, and there is no place for animals who can dive and pollute the products. A smart monkey only looked at him in surprise and tried to pull her wool. She clearly demonstrated that her luxurious fur coat does not fall out at all. Perhaps the whole thing was that it was a spiritual animal with special properties. Even the practical Soren did not mind leaving a cutie in the kitchen. After all, the baby looked so unhappy and lost. However, before finally agreeing, the responsible hero insisted that he would properly eat a new tenant. Only in this way he can calmly be in the kitchen as much as he wants. Such a proposal clearly frightened the timid baby. But there was no point in resisting. Very soon he was already thoroughly washed and comfortably wrapped in a soft towel. The caring Soren sat with him in her arms, warming with her warmth and joyfully telling that things were finally improved in their tavern. What was happening seemed to her some beautiful dream. The practical hero became interested in how much money remains as a net profit, after deducting the cost of ingredients and remuneration of all employees. However, the scattered girl could not recall the exact amount, so Ju Kanhen offered to personally look at the financial reports. As soon as an attentive analyst studied the calculation book, his suspicions were confirmed. He sincerely thanked the diligent sister for keeping such clear and detailed notes. However, he urgently needed to leave for a while on business to the kitchen. The understanding Soren has long been accustomed not to ask his brother unnecessary questions about his mysterious subscription. Therefore, she simply cordially wished him good luck in the upcoming affairs. The entrepreneurial hero, meanwhile, went to explore the kitchen reserves, carefully studying a variety of ingredients. The observation Sarana quietly peered after him. She immediately realized, a talented guy is going to create some new culinary miracle. In fact, this idea arose thanks to Jang Drani, which this time turned out to be surprisingly useful. The recently exhausted girl complained that she had unbearably hurt her hands when she had to spread several heavy portions of spicy champagne at the same time. She was indignant at why customers constantly order such heavy dishes exclusively. Therefore, the inventive Ju Kanhen decided to come up with something fundamentally new. This food was supposed to weigh much less than 3 or 4 portions of champagne, but at the same time cost more and bring more profits. Having cut selected meat with thin slices, a talented cook began to grind fresh vegetables and immediately fry them in aromatic oil in a hot pan. Finally, after some time, the appetizing basis for his revolutionary dish was ready. Now he could only skillfully connect the remaining ingredients to create an exquisite sauce. Soon the brilliant cook has prepared a literally perfect fried pork. He also explained in detail the intrigued Sarani that this delicious dish is best consumed, neatly swinging delicate pieces in a specially cooked piquant sauce. The uncertain girl carefully took a small piece of fragrant meat and delicately dipped it into the sauce. At the same time, the experimenter Ju Kanhen, for clarity, literally completely drowned his portion in the prepared seasoning. After the admiring Soren tried this gastronomic miracle, she almost fainted from an amazing taste. The admiring beauty was ready to melt from bliss. This culinary creation turned out to be so beautiful. The satisfied hero was happy that he managed to achieve the desired result. Initially, he was sincerely surprised that so many modern ingredients are grown in the world of martial arts. Even ordinary carrots got here through Central Asia just about 100 years ago. In the future, the ambitious Ju Kanhen planned to decorate even more and expand their flourishing tavern. He dreamed of installing a convenient order board / open the delivery service and add a few more popular dishes to the menu. This would bring them one more important step to the cherished dream of creating the best institution in the district. However, at that moment, having disturbed their peaceful work, the alarmed Zhang Doran rushed rapidly. She excitedly reported that something strange was happening to the monkey. The frightened Ju Kanhen immediately broke off and hastened to deal with her. When they arrived at the scene, it turned out that the playful monkey thoroughly got drunk alcohol. The concerned Zhang Dran was seriously worried that poor creation could die from poisoning. In fact, the experienced Ju Kanhen was not particularly worried. After all, this divine creature was widely known for his addiction to strong drinks. However, the baby really went over. It was so hard from him with alcohol that just breathed breathing. In addition, the prankster managed to drink Princess Yuan's precious wine. This drink was considered elite among experts, and its presence was extremely important for the reputation of any self-respecting tavern. Not only that the drunkard devastated their valuable reserves, but he was also smeared in mud, although most recently he was carefully bathed. However, the suddenly attentive hero noticed something truly amazing. Mysterious symbols appeared on the paws of the spirit, resembling the legendary martial art of Okon. The observant Zhang Daran noticed how, staring at Ju Kanhen, looking at the groaning monkey. When she asked the reason for such attention, the resourceful guy quickly justified himself, explaining that she simply checks how dirty her paws became. At that moment, alarmed Sarana came running, but a caring hero immediately reassured her, assuring her that everything was in perfect order with a fluffy pet. After all the experiences, he carefully carried the stupefied spirit to his room and put to sleep on a soft bed. Then he once again carefully studied his tiny hands. What he saw meant rumors that came to him in a past life turned out to be absolute truth. So, the monkey really knows where to look for the secret whereabouts of the divine jade source of martial arts. In addition, the legendary night ghost was truly impressive with his incredible skill. He managed to make the sacred inscription manifested only at the moment when the spirit was thoroughly drunk. After this opening, the hero began to delve into his clothes, looking for a special tablet that he found in the midst of piles of treasures in the cave. She exuded a very specific and mysterious aroma. Having decided not to postpone, the wise warrior immediately accepted the magical potion. Obviously, immediately after that, he plunged into deep meditation in order to fully absorb the energy received. When spiritual practice ended, the hero came to his senses. The master, with some awkwardness, realized that he seemed to concentrate in himself all the internal energy over the past 30 years. This was another significant reason for him to really seriously begin to study martial arts. However, unexpectedly, while he was meditating, his energy changed the color from purple to emerald green. Perhaps this was a sign that he finally got rid of the destructive side effects of demonic breathing. The next morning, when meditation completely came to an end, an updated hero felt truly excellent. Looking around, he was relieved by the fact that in this new life, he was no longer a formidable leader of demons. There was no need for him to release dark demonic energy while he lived peacefully in a family hotel. Now he was just an ordinary guy named Ju Kanen. At the end of the hard day, the exhausted Zhang Doran once again literally spread on the table. After all, today it was incredibly exhausted. Visitors have an endless number of times ordered a popular sweet and sour sauce, and it barely kept on her feet. The caring Ju Kanhen prepared a hearty dinner for all households, asking to eat well and prepare for the evening work shift. Hungry to the half-fainting of Zhang Doran greedily attacked fragrant treats. However, to general amazement, an unreasonable girl flooded her portion of pork to absolutely all sweet and sour sauce. She did not understand at all what was the problem, while the younger brother was in a state of shock. Even the patient Soren was perplexed why the beauty just drowned all the meat in the seasoning, although she just wanted the sauce to be well absorbed. As a result, a real culinary dispute ensued between this hot trinity. The older sister and younger brother vied out to explain that she was catastrophically overwhelmed. It was quite enough just to neatly dwell pieces of pork into the sauce. Wise Ju Kanhen prudently did not interfere in a family discussion. Each person decides whether to pour his whole dish with a sauce or delicately dagger food separately. This eternal dispute has been for many years, but he understood. Next time it is worth preparing something simpler so that such incidents do not happen. After that, an attentive mentor turned to the new employee, asking him not to pay attention to a noisy dispute and simply calmly enjoy dinner. After all, if a shy guy continues to behave so awkwardly, the gluttonous trinity will eat absolutely everything before him. At that moment, at dinner, a curious younger brother asked where their fluffy pet is now. An experienced hero tried to explain as gently as possible that at the moment the monkey suffers from a cruel hangover. Obviously, after such a revelation, an extremely awkward pause hung in the tavern. Soon, preparing for a tense evening, Ju Kanhen, along with the soil, was thoroughly stuck in the kitchen, diligently preparing various blanks for the upcoming influx of hungry customers. However, suddenly alarmed, Zhang Doran asked them to urgently approach. The matter turned out to be extremely important. After that, an excited girl led an amazed older sister into the street. When they left the building, they saw a truly incredible picture. Many people, and all of them purposefully went towards their modest tavern. The shocked Soren barely restrained tears from this exciting sight. She immediately hugged the hero tightly, thanks to whom she was able to achieve such a fantastic level of success. Even usually restrained Zhang Dran nearly burst into tears. Because since the same grandfather first opened this hotel, they were lucky enough to see something similar. Practical Ju Kanhen simply offered to return to the establishment as a rasted girl. It was impossible to force patient guests to wait for service. Everyone unanimously decided to work with maximum zeal in order to justify the trust of visitors. From this fateful moment, even picky Zhang Doran has transformed. Ju Kanhen was sincerely surprised by such changes. After all, it used to seem to him that the capricious beauty would constantly complain about the fatigue and hardships of work. But it seems, the prospect of good earnings was for all-powerful motivation. However, unexpectedly, before plunging into work, an attentive hero looked out of the window. It did not seem to him. There he really saw a familiar, elegant figure. It was none other than the beautiful lady Abang. Soon the company of 5 sophisticated beauties settled at the table. They came up to serve their polite Zhang Dran. She gallantly asked the exquisite guests that they would like to taste in their modest institution. One of the young ladies kindly decided to make an order for the entire company. Their choice made up 3 bowls of fragrant jjajangmyeon, 2 soups of kimchi, and a portion of the famous sweet and sour sauce. It was a rather impressive order, but patient ladies were ready to wait for high-quality cooking. After placing the order, a sociable girl told the thoughtful E. Bacon that the last time she visited this place, the food was truly beautiful. Therefore, she decided to treat all the friends. In addition, since a sophisticated lady liked dishes with noodles, she will probably remain satisfied. However, the mysterious beauty until the last was silent, as if immersed in her thoughts. When the waiters brought the order and put plates in front of her, she looked at unfamiliar dishes with some distrust. The persistent friend convinced that it was really delicious dishes, and it was worth trying them before drawing hasty conclusions. However, a noble girl could not begin food with a bedspread on her face. Therefore, the caring blue-haired lady helped her to carefully remove the thin veil. Finally, having tasted the exotic food, the amazed Lady E, I realized that she was very mistaken in her prejudices. These foods really had a completely mysterious and unique taste that she had never tried before. In addition, some dishes turned out to be quite sharp, which made the pampered beauty slightly blush. But despite all this piquant severity, they remained incredibly tasty and appetizing. An attentive friend also invited her to try a branded fried pork with a sweet and sour sauce. First of all, a cautious girl decided to bring a piece to her lips and sniff delicately. To her great surprise, fried pork had no unpleasant smell. In addition, the enveloping taste of sweets was simply wonderful. This gastronomic revelation surpassed absolutely everything that she had ever eaten in her life. Therefore, a sincerely amazed lady could say with complete confidence that the food was really delightful and divine. The rest of the beauties understood. Even if the demanding Lady Ebang was satisfied, then the kitchen here is really at the highest level. Therefore, everyone immediately began with appetite to their exquisite meal. Soon there was practically nothing left at the table. Lady E Kun, who was originally a common food with such distrust, almost began to lick the plate from an amazing and unforgettable taste. Suddenly, when a helpful waitress passed by, an intrigued girl called her. She became incredibly interested in which region such a culinary school came from, and who was the author of this magic sauce. However, Zhang Doran calmly explained that it was the author's cuisine of their talented Zhu Kanhen. Such a revelation led a noble lady into some stupor. Then the proud waitress said in more detail that Zhu Kanhen works as the main cook in their tavern. It was he who came up with chijijenmen and kimchi soup and many other branded dishes. Obviously, all those present immediately imagined an exclusively talented master of cooking with experience at least 50 years behind them. Many already mentally wanted to lure him into their homes as a personal chef. However, suddenly all sophisticated beauties were alarmed, hearing loud and angry voices outside. It was the hero himself, who fiercely cursed with someone right at the entrance to the tavern. The angry master warned arrogant visitors that their institution did not serve rude and boor. After these people dared to speak so unceremoniously, they should immediately get out of the time. Obviously, all violators were furious with such impudence, thinking how to put this upstart in place. And the adamant Zhu Kanhen, barely restraining righteous rage, ordered them to leave while they still had a physical opportunity to move on their own. All those present literally stunned from what they heard. After all, it really sounded extremely menacing and ominous. However, the arrogant gentleman of the guards immediately arrogantly ordered his subordinates to get rid of this impudent moron who dared to block their way. Of course, experienced guards tried to delicately convey to their master that contacting this person is not the most wise idea. But the decisive Zhu Kanhen already grabbed their arrogant gentleman with an iron grip. He instantly realized that this type would not calm down, so he decided to take a walk with him and conduct an educational conversation. Soon, in the distant part of the courtyard, the heartbreaking moans and prayers for mercy were already heard. After that, the unperturbed Zhu Kanhen, as if nothing had happened, returned to patiently awaiting customers, politely apologizing for the fact that he had to go briefly for the peaceful resolution of the conflict with a difficult visitor. However, the curious Zhang Doran was in the desire to find out what really was happening there. At this very moment, an elegant Lady E, who suddenly stopped, staring at the face of a mysterious hero, came out of the institution. A sophisticated beauty could not believe that their brilliant cook really turned out to be so young and incredibly attractive to a man. Passing by, she whispered barely audibly that she really liked him. However, due to the fact that the attentive Zhang Doran did not hear the quiet words of the aristocrat, she mistakenly suggested that the lady admired the dishes that she liked. The entrepreneurial hero was about to return to the kitchen to continue his important work, when the same Mr. Torgovet suddenly came to them. He was in complete bewilderment, and passionately wanted to find out why every day more and more people flowed into this seedy tavern. Zhang Dran immediately courteously greeted a familiar visitor. She laughed maliciously, noting that the uncle managed to grow an even more impressive abdomen. The observant hero only grinned, realizing that these two are ideal for each other in terms of mutual hostility. However, suddenly a persistent merchant expressed a desire to meet with the mistress of the tavern, who was just engaged in culinary experiments in the kitchen. After that, he, along with Zhang Drana, proceeded to Sorani. In fact, the insightful Zhu Kanhen understood that in this new life, events for some reason developed much faster than he originally planned. As soon as a suspicious man approached the kitchen, a peacefully sleeping monkey immediately woke up abruptly. She screeched loudly, defiantly clamping the nose with tiny legs from the disgusting smell of this unpleasant master. Obviously, an intrigued merchant became incredibly interesting what lives here for an outlandish small creature. The patient Sarana calmly explained that this unfortunate baby lost his mother, so they generously decided to take care of him. The cynical merchant simply could not believe that they were sheltered by an ordinary street monkey only because she looks cute and touching. Similar dismissive comments clearly made a sensitive baby. The defender Soaran calmly explained that this well-mannered baby sits calmly in the kitchen and obeyed all the instructions perfectly, so she does not bother anyone. However, it was obvious that the skeptical merchant considers such explanations no more than naive nonsense. Then the cunning Zhu Kanhen offered a smart baby to clearly demonstrate how obedient and disciplined. According to the secret sign, the mischievous monkey deftly climbed the merchant on the head. Then she playfully grabbed several beams of his hair and began to pull them delicately. After the completion of this performance, a smart baby pretended to be terribly embarrassed by his inappropriate behavior. The indignant old man categorically demanded that Soren immediately remove this wild animal from the kitchen, because he can turn everything upside down here. However, the diplomatic hero calmly explained that since the monkey is still very small, she knows only the simplest teams and never defies with strangers. But still, in order to no longer annoy the already furious old man, a caring mentor sent a playful baby to have fun in the garden. At that moment, finally recovering after an unexpected performance, the excited fabric merchant suggested that Sarani talk to face with serious affairs. However, at this crucial moment, a hardworking girl received a new order for 2 bowls of black bean soup, one with a sweet sauce, the second with sour. The responsible mistress immediately set about completing the order. Just a minute later, another order was received for an additional portion of the same soup with black beans. The practical hero politely explained to the impatient merchant that they are now extremely busy serving customers and recommended to approach later when the influx of visitors was falling. However, the stubborn old man persistently claimed that the conversation is extremely important and everything needs to be discussed immediately without delay. As a result, Ju Kanhina had no choice but to force an annoying old man to patiently expect aside. As a result, on this day, the tavern closed much earlier than usual due to the fact that all the products ended. Demand surpassed the most daring expectations. Finally, having freed herself from working worries, the tired Soren went up to talk with the patiently awaiting master. Along the way, she sincerely apologized for making him wait so long because of an incredibly stressful working day. Of course, a hypocritical man pretended to be sincerely glad of the prosperity of their family business. However, the insightful Ju Kanhen knew perfectly well. Most of all, the merchants secretly hoped that the tavern would go bankrupt due to the inability to pay debts. At this critical moment, meaningfully pointing to Ju Kanhen, a prudent man recalled that he would like to discuss delicate issues with a newly without outside witnesses. However, a decisive girl confidently stated that she would not drive her brother. If we are talking about her business, then Ju Kanhen, like no one else, has every right to listen to everything that this person is going to say. Of course, an experienced businessman tried to somehow object and argue, but the stubborn beauty reminded that Ju Kanhen is her younger brother and a reliable support. Then the old man, who could not restrain himself, decided to express what had long been in his heart. He tactlessly reminded the girl that she simply picked up this tramp on the street, so he could not be considered her real younger brother. In addition, the merchant sincerely believes that Ju Kanhen cannot be trusted. Perhaps this sounded too rudely and straightforwardly, but he did not come here at all to quarrel. His goal is to tell about a brilliant opportunity. Since their affairs went uphill, now there has come an extremely profitable moment to sell a prosperous institution. However, a firm girl categorically recalled that she would never sell him her family institution. Of course, the surprised old man did not expect that she had not changed her stubborn decision since then. He persistently recalled that the whole family could have enough money for a comfortable life. After all, the head of the trading guild is ready to give a personal guarantee of such well-being. In addition, the cunning merchant tried to scare the naive girl, reminding her of difficult times when they were starving and frozen. But the confident Ju Kanhen with complete conviction said that such suffering would never be repeated again. However, the hero's arrogant words only angered the old man even more. He indignantly exclaimed that this upstart imagined himself to be the same and constantly impudently interfering in other people's conversations. But the wise Ju Kanhin Kloskrovo recalled, although the merchant has extensive knowledge in different areas, he does not understand the intricacies of preparing broths at all. After all, it was this man who insidiously wanted the recipe for black beans to suffer a complete fiasco. In addition, if the old man so passionately wants to acquire their institution, he had to turn directly to Mr. Chonin so that he personally appeared for negotiations. The grateful Soren looked at the hero who stood up for her so decisively. The wise mentor considered this unpleasant conversation completely finished. After all, they had many more urgent things. After that, the married couple, completely ignoring the presence of an annoying guest, began to fit in the kitchen. At this moment, unable to withstand such neglect, the angry man rose sharply and imperiously ordered Sarani to never turn to him for help when she recognized the bitter truth. After all, with her behavior, she clearly showed that she absolutely does not give a damn about his wise advice. Obviously, the naive girl did not understand what kind of threat this insidious person poses in herself. This is probably why he was only a third-rate villain in a big game. An experienced hero also explained to the puzzled Sarani that the old man had in mind. Soon the girl would bitterly regret her reckless decision. She sincerely wondered why this person constantly behaved so hostilely. Previously, the gullible beauty thought that he was not indifferent to the fate of their family, but now she was not at all sure. The insightful hero understood that they could no longer allow this vile man to come and leave when he pleases. His good sister had too gullible and soft heart, but it was time for him to get hardened. This was made possible thanks to the dizzying success of their taverns. Therefore, at this fateful moment, a caring brother asked his sister not to worry about anything and just continue to do what he loves in the institution. He, in turn, solemnly promised to take care of all other problems. The wise mentor vividly remembered how in a past life it was the girl who asked him not to worry about anything and promised to settle everything on her own. Now they have completely changed roles. The lastable Soran gently stroked his head, wondering when Ju Kanhen managed to grow up so much to say such serious things. Looking now at the expensive girl, the hero barely restrained the approaches of tears. Indeed, in the past incarnation, it was she who was his reliable refuge and support. However, now it has grown enough and got stronger so as not to hide in its protective shadow. For this reason, the brave young man was absolutely sure. In this life he would definitely be able to protect her. After all, it was exactly what he passionately wanted since he miraculously returned to the past. The next day, as usual, all households were busily prepared to fulfill their work duties. At this very second, the diligent Zhang Daren brought the hero their first morning order. However, he seemed extremely strange and unusual to her. Smirting, Ju Kanhen immediately understood. Most likely, it was a special order from the exquisite Lady Evian. He asked the waitress not to worry about the trifles and just prepare what the demanding client would order. Zhang Doran was clearly surprised by the fact that the cook somehow knows how to cook such an exotic dish. In addition, recently he has been behaving quite mysteriously. However, the talented cook took only a few dozen minutes of magical manipulations in the kitchen, and soon a fragrant shrimp dish in a golden panning was ready. He handed over the exquisite creation with a helpful waitress for serving. At that moment, the younger brother finally returned from the morning walk. He also joyfully greeted a little black monkey, which playfully ran out of the kitchen towards a friend. The cheerful monkey obviously wanted to play and frolic, but the understanding one realized that numerous clients would soon come to her sister, and he should help with service. However, at that moment, an experienced hero felt some sinister and anxious energy behind himself. Turning around, he saw that they were granted by the official representative of the Sanhee Trading Guild. This definitely did not promise anything good. When suspicious visitors headed to the kitchen, the vigilant Ju Kanhen resolutely stopped them, politely explaining that outsiders are strictly forbidden to enter the work premises of the institution. However, the insidious man solemnly demonstrated the official debt receipt, cynically explaining the shocked family that soon they will no longer be considered extraneous people for the trading guild. The poor Soren almost lost her feelings when she saw this ominous document. The self-propelled representative of the guild thought condescendingly that these commoners simply did not know how to read competent papers. But as it turned out, the matter was completely different. The shocked girl simply could not believe that her late father once had money from such a powerful organization. According to the document, he borrowed 20 silver coins, and with the accumulated interest, the amount increased to frightening 132 silver ones. However, the insightful Ju Kanhen saw perfectly that this document is an arrogant fake. Of course, the puzzled man could not understand in any way on the basis of which some boy dared to do such serious accusations. But the experienced hero possessed valuable knowledge. The Sanj Trading Guild was the largest of the 10 influential trading organizations of the Nanjin. The head of this empire had 3 children, but the second of them had already left this world. The eldest son came from the concubine, and the youngest was a legal daughter who weaved intrigues against her half-brother. Therefore, the senior heir desperately tried to win the location of the harsh father, while the insidious girl acted completely different methods. The wise observer immediately realized that the person who forged this debt receipt definitely acted at the direct instructions of the cunning beauty. The stunned Soran still could not believe that his father occupied such a huge amount. In addition, he simply had no good reason to take such a big debt. While the angry representative of the guild was loudly indignant, the hero was amazed at the arrogance of one of the heirs. Even before his miraculous return to the past, such fake debt receipts already existed. He remembered very well how shameless this woman was in a previous life. He had to endure her intrigues for a long time. The unsuspecting Zhang Dran entered the kitchen with clean plates. She froze in surprise in place, not realizing what kind of suspicious people are here and what was happening at all. However, when the strangers looked at her unkindly, the poor girl literally squeezed the whole body with fear. Instinct suggested that these people clearly came with extremely unkind intentions. Therefore, the brave beauty warned that she was trained in martial arts and could stand up for herself. However, at this tense moment, she was also demonstrated by an ominous debt receipt. The unceremonious man arrogantly warned that he was not obliged to explain all the subtleties at all. But if by the end of the month the family would not pay the debt, they will have very serious troubles. After this threatening statement, the entire delegation of the trading guild defiantly deleted. Only when the dangerous visitors finally left did the smart brother recall an important detail. According to Sarani herself, their late father did not know how to write at all. Then a logical question remains. Who wrote his name and put a signature on the document? A smart boy even suggested that this could be part of some large-scale conspiracy against their family. A caring hero asked the excited baby not to worry about these troubles, and it is better to go play with their fluffy monkey. In return, he promised the boy to cook something especially tasty when he would return from a walk. When the children finally left, the bewildered Sarana honestly admitted that she absolutely did not understand why someone needed to create even a fake debt receipt against their modest family. The wise Jukanhen asked not to worry about trifles, because he would talk with the right officials just in case, and figure it out in the situation. After these soothing words, the girl really relaxed a little and exhaled with relief. An experienced strategist soon went to his reliable gang of street informants. This time he had a special task regarding the spread of certain rumors around the city. Like the last time, it was necessary to collect all the poor from different areas. A generous employer was ready to give them a solid advance, and they had to work hard for the sake of a common cause. After that, a prudent mentor told in detail what exactly needs to be done. Firstly, to spread strictly defined rumors among people during mass events in crowded places. Secondly, do not work in the same area more than 3 times a day. Thirdly, to fulfill this mission for exactly 3 days. These 3 conditions were extremely simple and understandable. And if rumors reach the hero through third parties, then he will generously pay the performers an additional bonus. Thanking for such a profitable opportunity, the leader of the poor immediately bowed respectfully to the benefactor. After that, saying goodbye, he quickly ran away to immediately proceed with the execution of the responsible task. The wise hero calmly enjoyed the night silence, recalling the ancient proverb, "A warning wind always blows before the storm." He perfectly understood. If it is impossible to refute the message itself, you need to attack the one who delivers it. After all, it was not by chance that he spared the life of a fabric merchant. Everything was calculated so that the old man in his own skin feels the real power of the wind of changes, which was carried through the entire Sanji trading guild. However, when the hero returned home in the morning, he saw his sobbing older sister. She was clearly in complete confusion and did not know what to do. They had absolutely all the products ended with absolutely. The experienced strategist seemed extremely suspicious that immediately after the visit of that man with the gore of the beard, the suppliers suddenly stopped delivering goods to their flourishing tavern. At this moment, tired of constant tears, the desperate Sarana began to move on to the stage of anger. It was a classic 5th stage of accepting grief. Denial was gradually replaced by rage. Next, the trading stage with fate was supposed to come. The girl was even going to go to the Buddha temple to make a generous offering and pray for salvation. However, soon common sense told her that only prayers would not save their business. However, the wise hero had a couple of practical options for correcting a critical situation. He decided to tell them in detail the exhausted sister, and she carefully listened to every word. The first option was to use products and temporarily close the institution for an indefinite period. There was also a second option, to serve significantly reduced portions, a little for lunch and even less for dinner. However, the practical Soren understood that even in this case, perishable products could soon deteriorate. Indeed, seafood and meat do not differ in a long shelf life. Therefore, first of all, it was necessary to sell a sharp soup with noodles and a popular sour sauce. He could cook soup of black beans even without meat, and the taste will practically not change if you use pork fat instead of butter. Obviously, the admiring Soren was once again convinced how incredibly resourceful her younger brother was. As a result, having dried tears, she resolutely began to fulfill this saving plan. So, due to artificially created problems with deliveries, they were forced to temporarily change the operating mode and reduce the size of portions per person. However, the reduction of the submitted dishes has made a striking psychological effect. They really had extremely delicious food. So many people were lined up in long lines, fearing that they would not have time to try scarce delicacies. But suddenly in the tavern, 2 suspicious men raised a loud scandal. When the cook himself came out to them, the insolents said that they had discovered a vile fly at their place. Soon, these provocateurs were already beaten in the courtyard of the establishment. The hero remembered very well that they were sent by the insidious trading guild. He promised that they would grieve bitterly if they dared to come here again. When the angry master was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice and approaching cautious steps. It turned out to be one of his faithful informants. As the master asked, the devoted poor man successfully spread compromising rumors about the trading guild. A real commotion and popular indignation rose all over the city. A contented hero thanked the executive assistant for excellent work. However, he asked the guy to temporarily lie down to the bottom and not show up to his eyes. Otherwise, people from Sanche could get to him. The faithful servant only bowed respectfully, promising to obey the master, after which he carefully left. The wise strategist understood. Now that the first goal was achieved, you can safely start the next stage of a complex plan. For this reason, he resolutely headed for the enemy's lair, the Sanhe Trading Guild itself. On the way, he carefully watched which people walk in this prestigious area. They were really real wealth and aristocrats of Nanjing. When the hero went to the impressive gate of the mansion, he was roughly stopped, and the arrogant guard reported him. However, the resourceful guy calmly explained that he wants to meet with a young master in an extremely important matter. Obviously, the arrogant guard recalled that their respected gentleman is not some kind of courtyard dog there, so that it could easily and simply meet any rogue. However, such impudence so fired the hero from himself that he could barely restrain the righteous anger. Therefore, he warned with a threatening tone, "If they want to taste memorial food next year, it is better to immediately inform your master that the only person who could save him came." Frightened by such an ominous gaze and demonic presence, the cowardly guard still surrendered and hastened to ask for permission from the hosts. Waiting for an answer, the hero thoughtfully looked around the luxurious courtyard, vividly recalling what was happening here in a past life. Then his poor sister Sarana was humiliatingly inclined in this place. She did not utter a single tears, because she was in the face of the death of the younger brother and sister. Soon, a helpful maid came out for Ju Kanhenom, who took him to the exquisite reception room. Entering the luxurious chambers, he finally met with that young master face to face. Obviously, a well-mannered aristocrat wanted an unfamiliar visitor to introduce himself at first and explain the purpose of the visit. However, the daring hero only called himself a person who can save your life, which clearly puzzled the noble young man. An experienced hero expected a similar reaction from the Ingouni. He knew how to read people and intentionally spoke defiantly, rudely to test the character of the interlocutor. The attitude of the young man has not changed, and the wise observer already understood his true intentions. At this moment, the insightful young gentleman suggested that Ju Kanhen may be disturbed by recent rumors that defeat the reputation of their family business. However, the guy assured him that these rumors are 100% untrue, only slanderous fabrications. But the mysterious visitor, with a mysterious smile, explained that it was he who personally dismissed all these compromising rumors around the city. After that, a fearless strategist proposed a stunned young master to conclude a mutually beneficial deal. He generously offered a young man own life. After all, the wise defendant knew for sure that very soon the naive guy should die. There are already stubborn rumors in the city that the trading guild earns money with extremely dirty and illegal methods. Of course, the young man himself has nothing to do with it, but his suspicious father does not know about it. That is why a strict parent probably continues to arrange exhausting interrogations to his son. In addition, the general hero perfectly understands. The insidious younger sister gradually conquers more and more father's trust. She was a legitimate child and also had remarkable abilities for intrigues. Obviously, it was completely unknown to be surprised by the young master, how this strange person knew such intimate details of their family relations. However, it was not necessary for him to understand this. Much more important is the fact that a cunning girl definitely intends to physically eliminate her half-brother. Of course, a reasonable young man needed convincing evidence in order to believe such serious accusations. But the mysterious hero did not have concrete evidence, and there was no reason to play in evidence with the young master. After all, the fate of the trading guild did not bother him at all. However, when logical arguments could not convince the stubborn guy, the decisive hero decided to demonstrate something completely different. In an instant around his figure, a dark demonic aura began to dance ominously. She turned out to be so overwhelming and frightening that the young aristocrat could barely breathe a breath of the suffocating presence of absolute evil. All this time, in such an impressive way, the powerful Ju Kanhen clearly proved, possessing such a monstrous force, he has no desire to play tiring verbal games. After the demonstration of his true power, he again calmly repeated the prophecy. The insidious sister of the young man will certainly turn the city rumors in his favor, and he will not be able to protect himself from accusations. Of course, the noble guy was ready to continue the struggle to the end. After his brave words, painful memories surpassed the wise Ju Kanhen. In a past life, it was here that he was seized, brutally humiliated, and forced to kneel before everyone. Then he did not understand why his sister had acted with him so heartily. After all, they were considered one family. However, it seems that this circumstance did not bother her at all. Therefore, in the end, the ruthless beauty ordered her faithful warriors with a shame to drive the older brother out of the house. As a result, The vengeful Ju Kanhan decided to tell the naive guy in detail about what awaits him, based on the tragic events of the past embodiment. In the expression on the young man's face, it was obvious that such predictions seemed to him complete nonsense. However, these revelations helped him understand why the actions of the sister have recently been so suspicious and strange. He agreed to help this mysterious hero, but he wanted to know exactly what was required of him. To begin with, the all-knowing Ju Kanhena needed to find out absolutely everything about the insidious sister of the young master. This desire was associated with his deep personal hostility to this woman. Now he needed a fake debt receipt with the seal of the mountain house of the Cannon district. He promised to reveal the remaining details of the cunning plan later. Such understatement clearly did not satisfy the cautious young master. He recalled that true merchants never conclude transactions blindly, regardless of the nobility of the origin of the partner. However, the insightful Ju Kanhen coldly recalled, if the young man was a real merchant, he would not initially fall into such a distressed situation. In principle, this iron argument managed to convince the doubting young man. Then the informed hero decided to discover another terrible secret about the spies, which the insidious younger sister introduced into the immediate environment of her brother. He perfectly saw that they were carefully watching them right now, so he carefully called them the names with a barely audible whisper. Obviously, the shocked senior heir simply could not believe that his closest assistants and trustees betrayed his interests. The merciless Ju Kanhen hastily ordered him to immediately abduct all these traitors and achieve their complete recognition by any means. And also be sure to inform the hero if a dangerous girl takes any suspicious actions. Everything that the young gentleman desperately hoped after the fulfillment of all these risky assignments is an opportunity to survive in an impending storm, and the wise savior solemnly promised him precisely survival. In fact, no one initially planned to kill this guy, but to fulfill the plan, such a deception was needed. Soon, pleased with the results of negotiations, the hero returned to the territory of his native tavern. There he noticed Jangdrana, who was engaged in a zealously training, who was engaged with a playful monkey. However, the sounds made by a frolic beast clearly prevented the girl from focusing on exercises. In addition, she did not want to look after a restless baby. However, at this good moment, the hero himself finally returned. Ju Kanhen immediately felt a familiar smell. The monkey again thoroughly drank. It was torn from it with strong alcohol per kilometer. When asked about the reasons for his prolonged absence, he briefly explained that he was going out to take a walk on business. A curious hero asked what problems arose between her and the baby, because of which they allegedly quarreled. The smart girl immediately understood, the hero believes. It was somehow offended by the defenseless baby. Offended by such suspicions, the beauty defiantly moved away from everyone. After that, she took the correct combat rack, which the mentor had previously shown her, and completely focused on the control of muscle tension. Ju Kanhen was silent for some time because he could not believe that the girl really so passionately wants to become a master of martial arts. He became interested in what exactly she plans to do when he still achieves her ambitious goal. However, it turned out that she never claimed the desire to become a great warrior. She had a completely different reason to thoroughly train her body. The surprised hero believed that this was somehow connected with her admiration for the mysterious world of martial arts. He did not know that the stubborn beauty had much more practical and mundane motivation. For some reason, her sincere words deeply hooked a wise mentor. Therefore, he decided to impressively demonstrate her true skill. An experienced fighter performed a powerful kick high in the sky, from which a crushing explosive wave was formed. The shocked monkey literally could not believe that her new owner possessed such a monstrous power, and enthusiastically cried with tiny legs. The patient mentor explained to the fighting student that she catastrophically lacked accuracy in all her attacks, so the movements have no destructive power. The insightful Zhang Din instantly realized. The hero frankly deceived everyone when he said that he was just going to walk. Surely at this time someone secretly taught him the wisdom of martial arts. However, honest Ju Kanhen never claimed that he has some kind of teacher or mentor. He asked a curious girl instead of endless questions to focus on studying the basic foundations. Then he will be able to objectively check her real successes in training. At this crucial moment, the hero received a secret sheet with a detailed report from the senior gentleman of the trading guild, who amazingly quickly coped with all the assigned tasks. When the wise strategist entered the house, he saw a fabric merchant who had already heard fresh news that the powerful trading guild presented some complaints of poor Sarani. Of course, the informed old man knew all the details of the situation and simply could not believe that someone dared to occupy such a huge amount of money. When the patience of the good Sorans finally burst and she began to be indignant angrily, the caring hero softly asked his sister to leave in her room. This proposal has infuriated the eavesdropping merchant. However, the prudent girl nevertheless decided to go away and not to spend precious nerves on useless bickering. Having left alone with the hero, the vile man only mocked maliciously, recalling that the girl's late father was madly fond of gambling and lowered all family savings on them. Therefore, it is not at all surprising that now he owes such an astronomical sum of an influential trading guild. However, barely the scoundrel managed to finish this vile lie, he received a sonorous slap in the face directly according to the impudent physiognomy. The righteous hero literally experienced a burning hatred of this fallen man and imperiously ordered him to shut up immediately. Obviously, the offended merchant was shocked that some kind of mongrel dares to raise a hand on a respected person. He considered that this insignificance finally decided to show his true boorish nature. However, at that moment, the arrogant old man received another painful blow. As a result, the man who lost his balance heavily fell on his firm ground, completely not understanding what this madman was doing at all. The enraged hero for persuasiveness also added several sensitive kicks to him. After that, defiantly came a heavy boot on the face of a defeated enemy. He decided to find out if the merchant understands what exactly now he receives a well-deserved retribution. The old man, frightened to half-target, has already become plaintively begging Ju Kanhen to retreat and spare him. However, such cowardly prayers only angered a merciless avenger even more. After that, he doused his lifting man with icy water for sobering, so that he cooled a little and came to his senses. Only then did the enlightened merchant finally realize the terrible truth. Ju Kanhen knows absolutely everything about his secret divisions. However, it was not so difficult to guess that the sales merchant turned into a humble dog, the youngest mistress of the trading guild, in order to at least somehow pay debts for his mountain house. Of course, the mocking Ju Kanhena became curious. What is it, at such an venerable age, to become a faithful dog of the young mistress? Perhaps the old man even learned to bark devoutly when the hostess graciously throws him handouts. However, a humiliated man was justified by the fact that he just wanted to survive in this cruel world. If he did not agree to such humiliation, he would be sent to rot on the convicts. But this explanation became even more enraged by the righteous hero. After all, it turned out that the vile man calmly killed the people who trusted him just to save his own worthless skin. As a result, from primitive fear, the unfortunate traitor could not withstand psychological pressure and even wet it. Having fallen on trembling knees, he desperately begged the hero to take pity on him. The old man swore that he would regret his vile actions for the rest of his life. The vengeful hero was struck by the fact that after all the deed, this bastard was still desperately clinging to life. Therefore, he awarded him another contemptuous slap in the face. After all, such people until their death never recognize their mistakes. A merciless warrior calmed down only when the merchant completely stopped moving, spreading on the floor unconscious. Somewhere at the same time, the same representative of the guild who came to the tavern with threats was already captured with all his assistants. Tied hand and foot, he was still trying to threaten his kidnapper, warning that he was not even aware of who the captured people work for, and he would pay for this. However, the unflappable young aristocrat calmly explained to the prisoners that they have many important issues for discussion. He knew very well that his treacherous younger sister irregularly pays his mercenaries the place salary. Therefore, the generous young man compensated all the detained interest and showed the prisoners a weighty bag in which all the accumulated money was stored. He suggested using these funds to go on a long journey with their families. He was especially sorry for the smart child of one of the bandits. He will be a real tragedy if an innocent baby suffers because of the sins of the parent. These sincere words deeply touched the fierce old man. After all, that ruthless woman never treated him either to him or his family. For her, he was nothing more than a soulless tool for dirty work. However, the former mercenary did not understand why the young master generally intervenes in these matters. After all, he remained faithful to his own sister. In fact, a noble man simply perfectly understood that this young man could only pretend to be so kind and generous. At this dramatic moment, a sincere young man calmly knelt before the captives. He explained that his younger sister would soon face very serious problems. He has already collected irrefutable evidence of her illegal actions during the management of the guild family affairs. Now this is only a matter of time when their strict father learns the whole truth about the fraud of his daughter. In the meantime, he would somehow like to save the people who correctly served her, even if they formerly belonged to another camp. The wise young man has always seen potential in these people, and will be real pity if such valuable personnel die in vain. He sincerely hoped that these people would understand the honesty of his intentions and listen to the counsel. The shocked man finally realized that this guy really does not treat him like a dumb cattle. He even wanted to take an oath of allegiance to the new patron. Therefore, having knelt down, the former mercenary promised that from now on it would faithfully serve the generous young master. He asked to use it as a submissive servant for any purpose. The delighted aristocrat was sincerely glad to such a development of events. After all, he himself had been looking forward to the opportunity to work with such experienced and reliable people. The wise hero at that time was calmly at home, leisurely cleaning in a cozy tavern and sweeping the floors. At this joyful moment, Soren shining with the happiness appeared with amazing news. Suppliers of products decided to resume cooperation with their institution. In addition, the influential trading guild officially admitted that the misunderstanding that had happened was an annoying mistake, and solemnly seized a fake debt receipt. In addition, even an annoying fabrics merchant has recently been visible anywhere, as if dissolved in the air. The wise hero sincerely believed that now their family affairs would prosper every day more and more. The good-hearted Sorani really wanted to share his optimism and believe in a bright future. At the same time, the prudent young gentleman carefully studied all the secret documents, carefully prepared by the penetrating hero. These materials literally plunged him into a sacred thrill. The guy had an incredible gift to collect and systematize disparate information, phenomenal analytical abilities and sharp observation, and the most valuable thing is endless patience in achieving the goals. An impressed young aristocrat firmly decided to maintain close relations with this amazing person, because he could become the greatest opportunity and an invaluable ally in future achievements. Soon a new faithful assistant with important information came to him. The insightful guy had long suspected that his younger sister would probably drown grief in wine, after a strict father arranged a severe rebuke for a disastrous affairs. A cautious gentleman asked for a reliable person not to lower the vigorous eyes from her, to find out what she was doing and be sure to report on all suspicious actions to the wise Ju Kanhen. Meanwhile, next to the arrogant mistress of the trading guild was her devoted assistant. The executive servant suggested dealing with the beggar's trader right now, without putting off revenge on a long box. However, the arrogant beauty did not bother this proposal. If she lifts an excessive noise due to the fact that some courtyard dog escaped from the owners, she will only put herself up to the general laughed. In addition, the prudent intriguer knew perfectly well she still had many brilliant opportunities for revenge. An influential grandfather with mother will definitely provide her with comprehensive support in this matter. However, an uninvited guest was materialized in front of her. The daring hero only scornfully grinned the arrogance of the self-confident mistress. She did not understand who faces her royal person to allow herself such an arrogant tone. Immediately, one of her bodyguards, Gromel, who could not understand, was furiously on an uninvited visitor. How some commoner dares so impudently to the noble young lady? The unflappable hero considered this nearby guy a real brainless idiot if he repeats the same stupid questions like a hackneyed plate for the second time. An angry guard decided that Ju Kanhen is just a violent, crazy one. Therefore, he turned to his mistress with the question, what should they do with this inadequate type? However, the capricious girl only got angry even more, wondering why she was so catastrophically unlucky today. She was sincerely surprised at how such a deflation of society leaked into their noble chambers. But still, curiosity prevailed, and she decided to listen to the impudent guy in order to find out what he needed from her at all. However, the serene guest calmly explained that he had come here for the only purpose: to kill her. The shocked mistress only laughed hysterically, not believing her own ears. Is this psychopath really dared to pronounce such wildness? But her mighty uncle was very angry, swearing immediately to deal with this impudent unreason. Then he menacingly ordered his faithful assistants to instantly grab and drag the impudent Ju Kanhen to his feet. However, the prudent niece asked not to kill the invader yet. For starters, it was vital for them to find out why he came here at all and who sent him. As a result, the first of the attackers attacked the fearless hero, whom he crushed with amazing ease, without even a glance with his eyes, with one careless blow of his hand. After that, the unfortunate thug quickly fell on the firm ground, rolled up the stairs. From the demonstration of such a monstrous power, both the arrogant mistress and her formidable uncle literally caught his breath for a long moment. Then an experienced warrior realized that it was not worth counting on such miserable assistance, and resolutely armed himself with a sharp sword. But despite this reasonable decision, he still stubbornly continued to insist that the rest of his subordinates help him to grab a dangerous enemy. As a result, the whole trinity of selected fighters with lightning speed attacked the calm hero from top to bottom. The rest of the guards blocked him all possible ways to retreat. And at this fatal second, when the warring forces collided, there was a deafening explosion, which shook the whole stairs. The elusive hero instantly moved in space, and his mystical aura was shimmered with either pale pledged, then emerald green shades, while he methodically straightened with opponents. The frightened mistress began to survive nervously, completely not understanding what was happening around her. Even her powerful uncle became mortally interesting. Who is this mysterious guy really? The affected warrior ordered the stranger to immediately get out aside. Then he generously closed his eyes to his daring crime. However, he barely managed to finish these words. His widening eyes noticed something truly terrifying. The formidable hero was already literally one step away from him, at the distance of an outstretched arm. Therefore, a shocked man instantly caught his breath, because he could not understand in no way, since when such phenomenal masters of deadly martial arts began to be found in these peaceful places. The arrogant mistress was clearly angry at the uncle's cowardly decision, because she did not give him the right to generously forgive this impudent invader. However, the serene invader only grinned contemptuously, explaining that he doesn't care whether they were going to spare him or will still decide to deal with him. Getting angry with such infinite impudence, the proud uncle violently attacked a daring guy with his formidable weapons at the ready. Obviously, the skillful hero made only one light, like a weightless step, gracefully evading all deadly blows in a row. Then he brought down a whole series of crushing blows with his bare hands on his opponent. As a result, the defeated warrior fell heavily to the ground at the foot of the wall, and the triumphant Ju Kanhen was left alone with the lady trembling with horror. The frightened beauty shook finely with her whole body, thinking feverishly, who could send this ruthless killer to her? Perhaps it was her insidious older brother, or maybe the influential Yang family, or even the powerful guild of Mujin. The insightful hero was even slightly surprised by the fact that the arrogant girl is well aware she has a whole army of mortal enemies, and yet he honestly said that he came from a modest family tavern. This revelation caused the self-confident mistress a slight contemptuous laugh. However, the desperate beauty immediately decided to bribe a formidable hero, promising to give him absolutely everything necessary for a luxurious and comfortable life. And of course, the wise hero could not but disappoint at the regrettable circumstance that this miserable girl is still amusing herself with completely unreal illusions. He coldly recalled that she had absolutely nothing valuable left, because her entrepreneurial brother all this time did not sit back. And of course, a desperate intrigue was very difficult to believe in such a bitter truth. It was much easier to convince yourself that all this is a continuous lie and slander. And the merciless Ju Kanhen was completely swanding, she believes, or categorically not. He was already deadly tired of looking at her hypocritical physiognomy, so he wanted to finish this unpleasant business as quickly as possible. After all, it was this vile girl who dared to encroach on what was dear and sacred to him, what she had no right to even touch. However, in desperation, the young woman piercingly, promising by any means to get money from the rich family of her mother. She even vowed to completely restore the old tavern of the hero in its original form, if he generously leaves her alive. At the same time, the distraught beauty frantically looked around the high balcony, but there was now resolutely nowhere to run away. To jump with such a dizzying height would be pure madness and faithful death. However, suddenly an unfamiliar man appeared on the stage, who self-confidently warned the formidable hero that such a confrontation would end for him far from the best way. With a mocking smile, he generously suggested that the stranger prudently retreat, while he was not too late for everyone. However, the enraged hero only incinerated him with a furious look, menacingly warning that an annoying man did not interfere in their personal conversation if he does not want to die prematurely. However, a self-confident stranger only contemptuously laughed at this miserable threat. He solemnly introduced himself as Yanchu Huangan, a noble warrior who never puts up with egregious injustice. Obviously, the frightened mistress immediately hysterically warned this heroic savior that the guy in front of him was a real violent psychopath and a bloodthirsty killer. However, the noble knight only smiled calmly, explaining the sublime truth to the young lady. Genuine justice cannot be suppressed by any forces. How can you defeat the very embodiment of good? However, the formidable hero instantly moved to this self-confident shade, grabbing his hands by an iron grip and imperiously ordering to shut up immediately. After that, the ruthless master picked up the enemy and circled him in the air like a powerful tornado, only sarcastically mocking his pathos speeches of justice. He coldly recalled that only those who have true power to protect them have the right to talk about such exalted things. Then it remained only to finally finish off this chatty man once and for all. Therefore, a ruthless hero directed his last crushing blow straight into the face of an arrogant enemy. Literally, after a couple of seconds, the fair warrior finally lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. And the triumphant hero, standing over the defeated body, only instructively explained that before recklessly breaking forward, first it was sober to evaluate the real abilities of his enemy. Seeing such a stunning and unconditional victory of the formidable hero, the shocked mistress simply was speechless and fell powerlessly on trembling knees. After which she, piercing that she had never done anything terrible to earn a painful death, and those unfortunate fools that he had just killed in cold blood only did everything possible in order to honestly earn food for his families. In addition, the desperate beauty believed that there is not a single person without sin and vice in the world. Ju Kanhen was also probably not so clean and sinless as trying to appear. However, the unflappable hero only picked up the blade that was lying on the ground and threw it with such monstrous force that the weapon quickly flew right in the direction of his trembling opponent. As a result, the sharp blade instantly cut the girl's tender neck, and her life was tragically broken. After that, the ruthless avenger coldly explained that, unlike it, he never deceives gullible people and was not such a miserable outfit. After the completion of all these bloody affairs, the hero, as if nothing had happened, went back to the territory of his native tavern. However, to his greatest shock, he suddenly met his younger brother. The frightened boy, literally numb, seeing his brother late at night. The frightened all up, stuttering immediately explained that he was going to engage in important studies, and hastily ran away from a terrible sight. However, the insightful hero perfectly saw that the guy headed for the kitchen, and not at all to his room, where he usually engaged in lessons. Soon the concerned Ju Kanhen hid quietly, carefully observing the behavior of his whole family. At this touching moment, a little boy complained to the sisters with a feeling of guilt that he impudently lied Ju Kanhen, saying that he was going to study diligently, and then he cowardly escaped from him. Taken considered himself a very distant and cowardly person after this act. However, the good-hearted Sorana only laughed affectionately, explaining knowingly that he lied exclusively for the good of the family and out of the best motives. Obviously, the shocked hero at first completely did not understand what was happening around him at all. At the same moment, the concerned Jang Doran was anxiously discussing the alarming fact that Ju Kanhen recently looked somewhat alarmed and depressed. In addition, he constantly wandered aimlessly through the streets, especially in the dark. The good-hearted Sorana thought about it for a long time. It seemed to her that the hero was very overwhelmed by the fact that the family was excessively relied on to his help. Nevertheless, they were one family, and probably the wise Ju Kanhena was very difficult to solve all the problems on their own. For this reason, the whole caring family decided to arrange a holiday for his birthday, hoping that he would rest and be happy with a similar surprise. Of course, the shocked Ju Kanhen was literally numb, not believing that someone was taking care of him in this way. After all, he believed that it was he who should take care of everyone else. Perhaps he tried so hard because of the feeling of guilt that pursued him from a past life. As a result, a caring hero only made his family worry. They also wanted to take care of him in their own way. Soon the embarrassed hero retired in his room with a small monkey. Looking at the loyal animal, Ju Kanhen understood. And without any help, a smart monkey perfectly understands what he needs to do. After that, the obedient pet immediately jumped off the owner's hands and stopped nearby, carefully watching what was happening. The delighted hero was glad that the monkey understood everything. Around the concentrated master, his demonic aura began to rage. Then he began to cleanse it through deep meditation. However, the restless warrior understood that something was wrong with his body. He believed that the powerful technique of a jade source would cope with dangerous demonic breathing, but it seems that it did not act properly. In addition, at this crucial moment, he was called by the younger brother, so the hero had to interrupt an important training for a short time. The disappointed guy simply reconciled with the fact that the technique of a jade source that he was so eager to get was not intended to fight with something that went beyond the usual framework, such as an ominous demonic breathing. Soon he came to the kitchen, where he expected many delicious dishes, as well as a small festive cake. The puzzled hero froze, not understanding what his family suddenly conceived. However, relatives calmly recalled that today the beloved hero has a birthday. They prepared all these treats, realizing that he himself did not remember this. Obviously, the lashed guy was very grateful for such care. In a last life, his older sister was very upset. Because of a lack of money, she could not cook anything for him. The girl murdered only promised that next year she would definitely prepare him a real festive dinner. At this touching moment, a small one also approached the hero with a homemade clay craft. However, the insightful Ju Kanhen immediately realized that most likely it was made by Zhang Dran. After that, the younger brother showed another clay worm, and the offended Zhang Dran got angry that Ju Kanhen believes everything ugly was necessarily done by her. The whole friendly family retired together, celebrating the hero's birthday. A little later in the evening, the caring Soren decided to give Ju Kanhen a special gift prepared personally with it. An attentive girl saw that the guy had no new things for a long time, so she ordered a new suit for him. The restrained hero gratefully thanked his sister. Although he really wanted to abandon the gift on which she spent her own money, he simply could not say this. Therefore, embarrassed Juj Kanan put on a new robe and appeared before his relatives. Everyone literally shone with delight. This clothing really suited him. He looked like a real aristocrat. And although the wise Ju Kanhen understood that it was a little too much for his modest position, he accepted this gift and decided to take a walk in the fresh air for a short time. Soon he arrived at a small port, where he met with the eldest son of the trading guild. He brought with him many expensive gifts in order to relate to his generous benefactor. The surprised hero thought that the boy's settling would take much more time from the guy. However, the zealous young gentleman tried perfectly. He also said that after the fall of the younger sister, the lands, silver, grain, shops, and jewelry crossed him. They really took a lot of things. However, a fair hero explained that the shops were taken from the owners illegally, so he asked the young master to return everything to ordinary people. All the rest he could manage completely freely. In fact, the sad hero understood. The guy probably suffered very much in his entire life, like his unfortunate older sister. However, he helped this young man not only because of sympathy for his suffering. In a past life, after the exile, Ju Kunhen was able to restore his position and become rich again. And now he helped the young master to benefit from this in the future. As a result, the hero has come to leave. However, he promised that as soon as everything was settled, he would fulfill his part of the promise. He also said goodbye to the young master, realizing that the next time they would not be seen soon. Before the departure of Ju Kunhen, a grateful gentleman wanted to apologize to his tavern, so he asked him to contact him if some resolution, moving, or something like that was needed. The hero had a great idea. For example, to provide a stove for quality products for free for a whole year. Obviously, the young master liked a similar idea, especially considering that in the Pavilion of Virtues that the Second Trading Guild controls, they provide strict quality control. As a result, they agreed on mutually beneficial conditions. Bowing in a bow, the guy promised to send his people to the hero in the morning. In fact, the noble young man was very happy that his connection with the generous benefactor became even stronger than before. A contented hero at this time, as if nothing had happened, was returning home, carelessly singing something under his breath. However, every time he met his sister, he awkwardly listened to a million compliments about his appearance. The embarrassed Ju Kunhen tried to explain that she had told him this already many times. However, even so delighted Soren could not stop repeating praise. While they were talking peacefully in the evening, some kind of suppressed younger brother suddenly returned through a chur. The attentive Soren noticed, she does not look like herself at all. The worried Ju Kunhen decided to find out what happened. For this reason, when the boy retired to his room, the caring hero followed him and neatly knocked on the door. A frustrated boy lay under the blanket, curled up, and when he did not answer the knock, the decisive hero promised that if he was not opened, he would enter himself. And he did not deceive. He really almost broke the door to get to his younger brother. When the shocked older brother looked at Unen, he saw his whole face was covered with abrasions and bruises. Obviously, at that moment, the angry Ju Kunhen already barely restrained his righteous anger, demanding an explanation. Then, holding back bitter tears, the unfortunate boy told they had an exam today. He coped well with the exam itself, but the problem was different. Due to the fact that he has no parents, classmates stated that he had written off. After all, such a poor man simply could not be smart. And then the wise Ju Kunhen realized, it's time to teach Una to self-defense. It seems that the shocked boy could not believe that the older brother really wanted him to fight with someone. However, a fair hero just wanted the younger brother to carefully take revenge on his offenders and knock out all the nonsense from them so that they would not even think about him anymore. However, the peaceful all did not want this. After all, the story of King Yu or King Zhou says, violence in response to violence leads only to new violence, and the perpetrators never learn from their mistakes. However, smart Ju Kunhen could also give an instructive example why the boy should be able to defend himself. For example, the Song dynasty neglected military training and tried to buy the world with silk and wealth. It was destroyed by the Jin dynasty. This situation perfectly illustrated that it would not be possible to completely avoid conflicts. And the quick-witted all understood. This is a really good example. Convincing words were able to convince a little boy, and soon they were in the yard. The mentor asked the boy to try to attack him. He also explained, if he does not dare to attack first, then the hero himself will do it. Then, having gained determination, the brave boy, waving his arms, bravely rushed into battle. An experienced fighter was amazed at what he saw. He did not even know that he was so badly running and fighting. The elder brother did not even imagine where to start their training. As a result, he easily moved in the trajectory of his brother's attack. He gave him a light slap. It seems that the puzzled boy did not even understand what happened, given that Ju Kunhen was just right in front of him. However, a patient mentor calmly explained, this was one of the useful techniques. First grab, hit, and then push him away. He was sure, even though the boy does not understand anything now, but soon he would be able to repeat this technique. But first they had to eat. Therefore, a caring hero suggested that they go to his older sister, and about the wounds on his face, to pretend that he just fell unsuccessfully. The next day, the hero, as if nothing had worked in the kitchen, while an unknown old man wandered down the street, sniffing to a delightful smell from their restaurant. Therefore, the enchanted man also decided to go in, admiring the aroma to the core. As soon as the stranger crossed the threshold of the institution, the vigilant hero immediately felt the energy of an experienced master. Therefore, he hastened to look out and see this person. However, he did not recognize this mysterious old man. At the same time, the stranger had a flat breathing and a piercing look, as if everything was given to him with ease. He was clearly not like an adept of some kind of magical demonic sect. At that moment, the friendly Soran, as if nothing had happened, greeted and sat down a new guest. He stared with interest at a bowl in her hands. There was a sharp soup with seafood, which was served only in their tavern. The old man wanted him to be served the same dish, because he literally could not resist this divine aroma. However, the polite Jang Doran calmly explained that they could not give him food now. After all, the institution works strictly on schedule. 2 hours in lunch and 2 hours for dinner. The puzzled old man was surprised at such an unheard-of schedule. But other taverns do not work like that. Soon he again turned his gaze to the Soren, realizing that this cute girl, apparently, was the owner of the institution. Sorani was clearly pleasant to such a compliment, from which she smiled embarrassedly and introduced herself. The persistent old man asked the girl to make an exception for him at least once. He was even ready to eat the remnants of food that other visitors did not come, was ready for anything, just to taste their fragrant food. After that, the desperate man fell to his knees and began to beg before the owner of the institution. The embarrassed Soren asked him to rise. The more the hero looked at this man, the more crazy he seemed to him. He was clearly not from the poor or some unusual sect. At that moment, the excited Sorana looked at the hero and offered to give the broth to the visitor, who remained with them in the morning. The wise Ju Kanhen only smiled. In the end, the owner of the tavern decided which visitors are to accept and which are not. As a result, very soon a grateful man had already served a portion of noodles with seafood, and he almost flowed from this lovely smell. After that, he decided to properly enjoy the dish served to him. However, at that moment, the old man almost experienced enlightenment. It really was the most delicious soup of all that he had ever eaten. Sorani was clearly pleasant to live up to the expectations of the visitor. The affected man himself was surprised that one dish had such a multifaceted and complex taste. He did not know how to describe it in words. The noodles were flexible and mobile, like the body of the dragon. She was saturated, satisfying and light thanks to chicken broth. The soup was sharp, but at the same time balanced thanks to seafood and vegetables. He also felt thin notes of chopped meat. This added depth to taste and emphasized the freshness of seafood. And the shrimp were so juicy that they literally melted in the mouth. The observant Ju Kanhen understood. This old man was clearly born at the wrong time. He would be literally a star in the modern world if he made reviews for food. Finally, when the plate was empty, admiring the old man looked reverently at the mistress of the institution, amazed at her unique culinary abilities. However, a modest girl calmly pointed to Ju Kanhen. This recipe also belonged to him. At this moment, the hero thought about the martial arts with an unsurpassed appetite. He knew only one such wandering sage under the name of Chong Ginch from the Hua Shan sect. The old man was clearly struck by the abilities of the young man, praised his talent, and decided to find out if he was also preparing other dishes. However, the hero did not have time to answer. The enthusiastic Sorana herself began to praise Ju Kanhen, calling him a real genius who could prepare absolutely anything. Obviously, the hero was embarrassed by such a description, and pleased the old man asked the girl to allocate a room for him, because he wanted to stay with them for a while. At that moment, when the girl was about to hold a guest, suddenly a little All entered the room. He barely restrained his tears when he greeted his sister. The frightened Sorana immediately fell to her knees, seeing the abrasions on his face. Obviously, the first thing the girl thought that he had fought with someone. The boy did not lie, so the worried Soren wanted to know what the reason was to enter into a fight. Then she reminded that she really did not like it when the younger brother was fighting. The sister did not like it when someone beat someone, but she didn't like even more when someone beat her younger brother. After that, she asked Una to fight with anyone anymore. However, the wise Ju Kanhen understood. The younger brother needs to train even more stubbornly. Only then did he see his smirk and realized, the boy does not regret at all that he managed to stand up for himself. Soon they retired in a separate room so that Ju Kanhen found out what actually had happened. Initially, the hero believed that he was completely unable to lie, but it turned out that he does it even better than an older brother. Then the proud boy said that they studied the dons from them, the leader of the gang of bad guys who first hit him. But even so, it was proud of the fact that, in spite of everything, he did not cry. He grabbed the offender by the hand and squeezed exactly as he taught him Ju Kanhen. And then suddenly the boy began to choke and cry. The hero was clearly proud of his younger brother, because he knew that in children's fights, as a rule, the one who would cry first loses. Finally, before letting go of his enemy, the noble All said that revenge leads only to even greater misfortunes, and proposed to finish their enmity on this. Obviously, the hero only praised his brother, who, in spite of everything, still continued to act in his peaceful style. But still, he decided to train the boy properly. This guy had potential. It will continue to study or not. The study of martial arts will not be superfluous for him. And if Ju Kanhen teaches him well, it will come in handy when the mind does not keep up with the circumstances. He needed to think about the training program so as not to overstrain the boy too much. In addition, now the main problem was completely different. That old man became their regular visitor. However, he came every time after closing, as if he wanted to angry the hero. In addition, he drank with a monkey, which could not but surprise the hero. However, suddenly, after a drunk mug, the monkey jumped up. It was already shocked. It seems that even the old man was surprised, and the hero looked closely in their direction. Seeing the hero's gaze, the embarrassed old man immediately apologized that he had impolitely treated his friend carrier, and he apologized to the animal himself for the fact that he so hastily drained the mug without waiting for him. The insightful hero understood that the monkey may not know who this old man is. In the end, he was involved in a large-scale incident, which later turned the entire sect Huashan. However, at that moment the hero noticed some loud sound, and when he turned around, he saw that the man was already lying on the ground, muttering something under his breath. Obviously, the guy was surprised that the old man had been drunk so much that he could not even use internal energy to remove alcohol from the body. He could only hope that the guest could get to his room as soon as he came to his senses. As a result, the hero went as if nothing had happened to sleep. And in the morning before the opening of the institution, what he saw plunged him into a real shock. The tavern will open soon, and the old man remained to sleep on the floor in the hall. The hero had no choice but to try to drag the old man back into his room. However, at that moment he came to his senses, surprised that Ju Kanhen drew attention to him precisely when he was in this state. Then, laughing, he admitted that he had almost lost his mind with curiosity. He was very interested in why in this guy he feels demonic energy. Obviously, the hero pretended that he had no idea what was being discussed. However, the insightful old man clearly felt this pretense. He also explained, "If you close a jug with wine lid, then the smell will still seep." The hero understood the hint, but did not know what to say. After all, he did everything possible to get rid of demonic energy. Nevertheless, this old man managed to feel even the weakest traces of demonic power. In principle, what was worth expecting from him? Then the observant old man explained that he had recently seen how he was fighting, and was slightly surprised. He had never seen such a technique before, and suspected that this hero taught him. Therefore, the old man was very interested in who Ju Kanhen really. However, he calmly introduced himself as an ordinary core from the tavern. Obviously, an incredulous old man could not believe that a simple cook could know such complex techniques. The hero only justified himself that he learned about her from one of his guests. Then a curious old man wondered where he learned demonic arts. However, the hero also lied that he studied with one of the guests. But obviously, the old man was not going to believe his words, so Ju Kanhen did not see any reason to make excuses. Then the wise old man spread his energy around the tavern and explained, "If the hero today can tell everything properly, then no problems will arise." But the unflappable Ju Kanhen considered his questions simply by idle curiosity. Obviously, such an indifferent attitude of the guy brought an experienced old man to a real stupor. But the impudent young man did not see anything shameful in who studied forbidden demonic arts. Hearing this, the shocked old man loudly hit his foot on the floor, forcing the whole room to shudder. It seemed to him that the self-confident Ju Kanhen clearly did not understand what stupidity he had just said. However, the calm guy reminded, despite his strength, he did not harm anyone. In addition, he did not hunt for the blood of innocent people. Of course, this did not cancel the fact that he owned demonic arts. The alarmed old man was convinced. In this way, the careless hero exposes the employees of the Tavern of great danger. The curious young man was clearly interested in what this man was going to do with him. However, after the moment of intense seriousness, the mysterious old man only laughed. After all, the amazing Ju Kanhen continued to hit him again and again. In fact, if not for the demonic arts that the hero owned, the wise man would even think about taking him to his students. Obviously, an awkward guy wanted to get rid of an annoying old man as soon as possible, so he decided to find out what he wanted from him. After all, it would be strange if the stranger stuck to him just like that. However, in fact, the insightful elder found that it would be funny to test the hero. It doesn't matter whether he studied demonic arts or not. It was not his business. Meanwhile, while he was here, the observant man realized there is something special in this guy. It seems to be ahead of other cooks for a decade, or even a whole century. The talented young man had a completely different approach to cooking, which, however, is not surprising, given that the guy lived in Korea of the 21st century. Therefore, the wise old man had high hopes for the hero and decided to find out if a skilled guy could prepare a dish from his imagination. This, of course, seemed to be a super complex task, but he decided to listen to the old man. Then an inspired man began to talk about his perfect dish. The texture should be elastic and leave a pleasant aftertaste. Addresses in the recipe should be in harmony with the main taste so that it does not bother. And be sure to add sharp seasonings. Having listened to such a description, a Tokoka dish immediately came to the head of a smart hero. Meanwhile, the elder explained his cherished dream to taste something really perfect before he died. It was a difficult task. However, if the talented Ju Kanhen will implement a dish of his imagination, then he will help with the hero's problem. As a result, the intrigued guy agreed, because he was not averse to trying to prepare something that would satisfy this picky client. Then the wise old man explained, despite the special technique hiding demonic energy, It does not work very well. He offered to meet a little later in a calmer place. After observing the hero's energy stream, they will discuss how this can be fixed. After that, Happy Ju Kanhen went to the kitchen, thinking that he was very lucky from the very beginning. It was obvious. The demonic energy and the Taoist internal system of energy are incompatible, so it did not delve into it before. However, now he has a chance to completely hide his true origin. However, soon a rather long and tiring work in the tavern awaited him. At night, a concentrated hero met with the old man, demonstrating how he conducts his meditation. He approximately understood by what principle the young man's energy system works, and asked to provide accurate information about the respiratory equipment. Then he will study everything himself, and the hero will be able to focus on cooking. However, since the cautious Ju Kanhen still tormented suspicions about this old man, he could not tell him everything in spirit. An experienced hero was clearly afraid that the stranger would reveal secret equipment to other people. However, the elder promised that he would not do this, and even was ready to swear the pristine heavenly lord. Translating the topic, the practical hero explained that he had already come up with a dish in his head. However, he was worried that he would have to face high-level masters before he had time to cook the promised food. Obviously, a confident old man tried to explain that this would never happen. However, the prudent hero reminded, with this old man he also encountered unexpectedly when he came to his tavern. The wise Ju Kanhen knew perfectly well. Something unforeseen could always happen. If something happens to him, unfortunately no one can cook this dish. As a result, the understanding old man agreed to first solve the hero's problem. The grateful young man promised, as soon as his demonic energy is completely hidden, he will prepare the desired dish for the old man. After that, they discussed various nuances for a long time, and then the hero sat down again. It has already passed 10 days, of which he devoted 3 full days to deep meditation. However, the suddenly affected master noticed that his internal energy was intensifying very quickly. It was not like ordinary enlightenment. It never happened to him even in a past life. Moreover, unexpectedly, his green energy was fully transformed into bright blue. What was a clear signal? He needs to fulfill his promise. At the same time, the caring Soren went out into the kitchen and was amazed. She never saw so many diverse ingredients in their tavern. There was meat, pears, and eggs. A curious girl was interested in that Ju Kanhen was going to cook from this. In addition, she noticed a small container with red paste. It was a Korean paste, chile. Obviously, the surprised Soren could not even imagine when Ju Kanhen managed to do this. Meanwhile, the hero remembered how in a past life many people struggled to reproduce the perfect dish. However, it is impossible to prepare proprietary paste in one night. He quickly understood this, so prudently prepared it in advance. At this moment, a curious monkey, turning the pot, looked with interest at what was lying inside. A kind hero decided to give him a spoon so that the pet also tried this dish. However, the poor thing was slightly literally not burned from how sharp the treat turned out to be. The sympathetic Soren immediately began to regret the baby. Although the philosophical Ju Kanhen reminded, he himself wanted to try this food. After a lot of time, the talented hero finally finished the preparation of the promised dish. The impatient old man literally barely restrained saliva, looking at this unsurpassed masterpiece. A cautious cook asked that the elder would mix everything thoroughly. First of all, the dish was tried by the admiring Soren, and obviously she liked it madly. The younger brother also enjoyed the treats enthusiastically. However, the picky old man turned out to be a real connoisseur. He never ate such a delicious sauce. This was simultaneously a combination of sour, sweet, and spicy tastes with delicate meat. The understanding cook took into account that in this world, no one likes too acute food, so he skillfully reduced the level of acuity and added a little sweetness. What was the right to come in handy? As a result, the satisfied old man realized that the noodles were really thin, but at the same time she had a dense consistency and did not fall apart. However, this was still not what the fastidious gourmet dreamed of. What was madly surprised by the hero. After a hearty lunch, a mysterious man took out a bottle of alcohol from his bosom. However, the caring Zhang Doran asked the old man not to drink a lot, because he does not know how to control himself. But the patient hero asked his younger sister not to intervene. The old man behaves in this way with everyone and is unlikely to listen to her words. After that, a curious young man decided to ask the old man, which does not satisfy him in the prepared dish. As it turned out, Gorman did not want ordinary noodles, but something with a unique and rich aroma. The inspired hero also had a new idea. Therefore, he asked everyone to continue the meal, and he himself was led briefly. First of all, a determined guy ran to the market to buy special ingredients. The seller was even amazed that the hero really wants to buy this product and is ready to pay for it. However, this was exactly the fact that the skillful cook was looking for all this time. True, when he started cooking, the smell was really disgusting. He had no choice, so the decisive cook began the frying. And after a while, the unpleasant aroma almost disappeared. Soon the talented master also prepared the broth where he added pieces of meat. Finally, the satisfied hero was satisfied with the resulting dish. Then he solemnly provided him with the old man to appreciate this delicacy. All the others were gone by that time, ate and decided to take a little walk. As a result, the intriguing old man decided to taste the second dish, prepared specifically for him. And the attentive hero watched him, clearly worried about the result. However, at first glance it was clear. The old man really liked this dish. The contented hero was already happy that he finally managed to satisfy the picky gourmet. And indeed, the admiring old man recognized Ju Kanhen to a real genius who managed to create the taste that he had been looking for so long. The wise cook understood. Unlike beef giblets, which were used in cooking since ancient times, pork began to be prepared much later. So far, only the poor who have no money for meat ate these giblets. Obviously, a curious old man was interested in what ingredient the hero used to achieve such a rich, unusual taste. Honest Ju Kanhen calmly explained that these were pork insides. After what he heard, the shocked man barely restrained himself, so as not to spit out the plate eaten back into the plate. Soon in the evening, the disappointed old man retired on the roof to drink a little and relax. The insightful Ju Kanhen came to him, wanting to find out what the elder conceived. He was clearly surprised that the hero found him, given that he had hidden his presence. However, the matter was not in the aura. The observant hero simply heard him drink loudly. In fact, the sad old man was grieved due to the fact that the cunning cook fed him with disgusting insides. Of course, embarrassed Ju Kanhen tried to explain that it was all a joke, not understanding why it was to fill his grief with alcohol. But in fact, the stubborn old man could not admit that he was amazed. A talented hero managed to create such exquisite tastes from the slop. In addition, he noticed that the remains of the dark energy of the guy completely disappeared. Although I did not expect the result to appear so soon. However, everything turned out quickly due to the fact that the zealous master worked every day with the flow of internal energy. And at that moment a wise man came up with a delightful thought. He suggested that the hero try to use his internal energy for any technique, because he wanted to see if this energy leaks. Of course, the cautious Ju Kanhen tried to explain that this was not necessary at all. After training, he became convinced that everything was in order. Seeing the young man's doubts, the playful old man invited him to play one fun game. It was necessary to evade his attacks 3 times. If the guy copes, then 1. As a result, an experienced fighter began to attack, and the clever hero was dodging with all his might. The affected old man was even surprised that the guy dodged his attack so easily, using simple movements. After which he decided to make a second attempt to attack. In the next attack, the master tried to hit the hero with his palm straight in his neck, but the skilled guy once again managed to deviate. He used the equipment of the iron bridge, bending so that he almost went to the roof. A fun old man only laughed. How gracefully the young man leaned, forced him to rejoice. He really did not expect that the guy would be able to evade him twice. Now I was even more sure that the hero would take a test of 3 blows. The surprised master did not even understand where the old man got such a desire to check him. As a result, he decided to attack himself using the technique of Time of Emperor Demon. The observant old man understood what the guy was doing. It seemed that he came on the left, but actually moved on the right. It seemed to him too obvious, so he was already preparing to recapture this attack. However, the cunning hero directly in flight changed the trajectory and hit the old man in the stomach. Thus, he gave the man to experience everything that he had just worried himself. Frightened, the alarmed old man immediately spread his inner energy, casting the hero away. However, the experienced Ju Kanhen in time destroyed all the energy rushing in his direction. After that, the internal force reflected back to the old man in the hand. He grabbed his hand, looking around in fright. Although the understanding Ju Kanhen knew, the elder could not feel pain, given the protective barrier of energy on him. In fact, the admiring old man admitted that he had no idea how much the hero has forces. Indeed, in his whole life, I have not met people who incurred so much curiosity in him. And the wise Ju Kanhen also met such an annoying old man for the first time. After these words, the cheerful man only laughed. It was amazing. Recently attacked the hero, as if he was going to kill, and now he was just mocking. The puzzled hero did not finally understand him. However, the gambling old man wanted to fight a young man a little more. Perhaps this would serve as the first step on the path of development of the young man. But the practical Ju Kanhen did not see the point in this, given that he now has a completely new life. However, he remembered. Something unusual happened last night. The merger of fundamentally different demonic arts and divine art of the Jade Sky. From this it turned out something radically new. Heavenly demonic energy. In the past, this did not happen to him. As a result, the intrigued master agreed to a duel and offered to move to an open area. After all, he understood. A fight with an old man may help to better understand the acquired energy. Soon they already trained where the hero usually taught younger martial arts. Attentive Ju Kanhen saw, the old man uses the technique of a ghostly fist. This technique was simple, but in the hands of an experienced master gained a completely different force. The elder was amazed at the skill of the hero. He used non-standard techniques, defending and attacking at the same time. Soon after the exchange of blows, both fighters pushed away from each other a few meters. The decisive old man applied the technique of the palms of the spirit of the falling petals, rushing back into the attack. The fearless hero also prepared one of his powerful techniques and without fear ended towards. In the clash of these radically different techniques, a deafening explosion occurred. Only then did Zhu Kanhen realize he had not yet reached the desired level because he unconsciously used demonic arts. But despite this, the duel with the old man went quite successfully. For this reason, a curious old man decided to find out how old is the hero. However, when he called the number 17, the incredulous man clearly did not believe. Only at this second did the surprised master felt a stream of energy after the battle in it. It was strange and did not stop, but something told him that this time the battle would go according to a completely different scenario. At some point they exchanged a couple of strokes. Even the old man's protective barrier began to blur slowly. Very soon he laughed quietly, thanking the boy for helping to find answers to questions. The grateful hero also bowed. This match helped to endure something valuable for himself. Then the wise old man recalled. For his life he saw a lot of people who called themselves geniuses, but compared to the hero they were all dummies. The modest guy only thanked for such praise. In fact, the understanding master knew he must continue to study heavenly demonic energy. For such an age, the hero's technique and the skill of martial arts in combination with flexibility in battle were at an unsurpassed level. In addition, he prepared better than any chef. However, the modest hero was not taken to flattery, explaining that he was not going to cook anything else. But he awkwardly admitted that after training he was very hungry. As a result, a good hero invited the old man to turn into a tavern with a smile. Of course, the embarrassed old man was embarrassed. He was worried about the hero, because after the battle he was immediately about to cook. He also noticed a well-lit tavern from the roof and offered to go there. After that, taking the young man by the shoulder, he reminded the saying, "Age is not an obstacle to friendship." So now he could proudly recognize Zhu Kanhen to his comrade. The hero at that moment had a strange feeling. Usually he clapped others on the shoulder, but when someone clapped him, it was very unusual. In addition, after they worked well, they have a meal. It sounded very good. The next day, the patient hero joined his sister in the kitchen to help cook a new dish with meatballs. However, suddenly observant Sarana noticed something amazing. When the meatballs began to emerge, their texture became softer. Everything looked very appetizing. An experienced hero warned, "When you cook meatballs, you need to make sure that there is enough air." In fact, the proud guy rejoiced, seeing his sister improved significantly in cooking. Soon, a pleased girl gave everyone her new soup, explaining that there were fire products made of seafood in him. The funny old man only laughed. It was a great remedy for a hangover. And just yesterday he went through with alcohol. In addition, the aroma was very pleasant. Sorana looked embarrassedly, admitting that she cooked this fragrant soup for the first time in her life. Her voice trembled with excitement when she asked the guests not to rush with the conclusions, and at least try her creation. At this very moment, the door opened hospitably, letting in the younger sister. Zhang Drana instantly froze on the threshold. The captivating aroma of the dish was bewitched, and the appetizing appearance of the soup made it involuntarily swallowing saliva. The caring older sister immediately put a smoking plate in front of her, gently suggesting add a pinch of salt if it seemed freshly. Her maternal look immediately moved to Unen's younger brother, who, with children's enthusiasm, had already set to work as a meal. An alarming note sounded in her voice when the girl warned the baby to be careful with a burning hot soup. Finally, the turn of the chief judge, Zhu Kanhen himself. The dark-haired young man slowly tried his sister's creation, and his face was illuminated by an approving smile. Soren literally shone with happiness. She was such a road to her younger brother. Encouraged by success, the older sister turned to Zhangdrana with curiosity, wondering when she plans to return to the martial arts hall. However, the wayward girl categorically refused to leave Soran right now, when things were going the best as possible, and more customers were becoming more. The tender heart of the Soarana sank with awkwardness. She did not want her younger sister to donate her hobbies for the sake of family business. But it seems the Zhangdranu itself did not disturb such experiences at all. A warm family atmosphere enveloped the tavern. Everyone enjoyed the evening meal in calm and peace. But suddenly the sharp rumor of Zhu Kanhen caught the treacherous creak of the floorboards. The young man's heart was beating heavily. He realized that he had finally arrived, the one he had been waiting for so long. Going towards the guest, the young master saw a young merchant who respectfully apologized for his delay. The messenger recalled that the trading guild should transmit an important message. Kanhen concentratedly began to study the letter. The young heir to the trading empire expressed the hope that his respected patron is well. He sent rich gifts, selected fruits, and offered a personal meeting. An alarming news about an unstable environment in the region forced him to ask the hero to show special caution. Wise Ju Kanhen perfectly understood the indisputable truth. Where people gather, conflicts inevitably arise there. He decided from this moment to double the vigilance. Having passed the merchant a confirmation of the receipt of the message, the young man went to inspect the gifts brought. Many boxes with rosy apples and juicy pears were amazed at abundance. At first the hero wondered, who can eat so many fruits? But soon his culinary genius suggested a brilliant idea: to use fruits to create new exquisite dishes. In addition, the prudent young man prepared selected pork guts for his patron, even carefully ordering them to rinse them. Such concern and attention to the details struck the imagination. After the end of the affairs, Ju Kanhen retired, thoughtfully watching how golden autumn leaves smoothly circle in the air before touching the earth. For some reason, this melancholy dance of nature aroused memories of a past life. There, in that distant world, shortly before his disappearance, he had a girlfriend, and he was going to celebrate this event with friends. Trying to drive away sad thoughts, the hero decided to return to work. On the street, the breath of an approaching winter was already felt. It's time to introduce a new hot broth with delicious meatballs in the menu, ideally suitable for cold days. As always, the tavern literally burst from visitors. The quick Zhangdrana scurried between the tables, bringing another order, a portion of pork in a sweet and sour sauce, and 3 portions of fragrant fried vegetables. The hard-working Sarani was selflessly busy in the kitchen, trying to satisfy each client, and the brother diligently washed the dishes after such a stream of visitors. When the turmoil finally subsided, Ju Kanhen decided to take a little walk around the institution. Thanks to the new schedule, he had more free time, although in the future he will have to establish work again and receive even more guests. Going into the courtyard, the young man noticed his younger sister, diligently practicing combat receptions under the gaze of a strange old man. Kanhena became curious that this mysterious grandfather was plotting. The wise old man calmly explained that he was just watching a little demon. Such an explanation seemed strange to the hero. He even thought whether this person was going to teach the girl. But in fact, the old man was just interested to see how the young warrior moves in battle. Kanhen admitted that recently the sister has really achieved certain successes. The wise mentor agreed with this assessment, although he noted, despite the fact that the girl trains in his free time, her progress remains quite slow. With this fact, Ju Kanhen could not argue. In addition, he could not answer the old man's question about why the young mistress indulges in training with such zeal. All this time he only built guesses, but never heard a direct answer from the girl herself. The gaze of observers began to seriously annoy Zhangdrana. The wayward girl began to report the old man, demanding to stop such abundant libations. Otherwise, it would end badly for him. As a result, the old man had to retire. The hero decided to find out from the younger sister why she constantly shows rudeness to this grandfather. It turned out that the girl simply did not want him to drink so much. She sincerely worried that something could happen to him. Then Ju Kanhen began to recall the events of his past life. As far as he remembered, Grandfather Zhangdrana suddenly died, and the loss of a loved one hurt her very much. Perhaps in this old man she saw a replacement for her grandfather, and therefore took care of him with such care. Initially, it seemed that Zhangdrana was just a spoiled girl, but it turned out, she simply does not know how to correctly express her deep feelings. Soon the hero returned to the kitchen, because the time of the restaurant evening opening was approaching. But suddenly behind his back was an unfamiliar voice. At that moment, 3 uninvited guests entered the institution and began to talk with Zhangdrana, expressing the surprise that they had discovered her in a similar place. One of the guys was frankly angry. The girl made a lot of noise in the martial arts hall, and now she simply ran away to work for the counter. They appeared very timely, given that a certain Huan Hen almost lost her mind in her search. What was happening extremely annoyed the hero. He was perplexed why he was so unlucky today. In a past life, it never happened that the guys from the battle hall, where Zhangdrana was engaged, were so suddenly declared in the tavern. This circumstance seriously bothered him. The rest of the visitors began to disperse slowly, deciding that the commissioning girl probably did something. They preferred to come the next time, and the uninvited guests only mocked Zhangdrana, believing that she was scared and therefore was silent. The insolence recalled how recently she was scorched and fled, trying to slip away from them, but by the will of fate, they again collided with her. Such accusations only angered a proud girl even more. She reminded these idiots that she did not run away at all, but helps here with family affairs, training and breaks. However, one of the guys only reminded Zhangdrana how much she angered Huanggan with her beating and extinction. Obviously, the girl did not understand what was her fault here. After all, he started the conflict himself. In addition, she was outraged that these guys were completely satisfied with the humiliation of her family, which their friend showed. After eavesdropping on everything from afar, the hero realized it seems that Zhangdrana acted correctly if someone really dared to offend their family. But at that moment, an angry guy climbed on a girl with fists. However, to great surprise, instead of attacking the beauty, he crashed directly into his face. Without understanding what happened, he immediately rushed to Zhangdrana again. But in the end, he again hit himself with his knee right on the head. The wise old man only laughed at such a boob. He never admired those who are so enthusiastically engaged in self-tow. The hero also grinned, realizing that the old man was involved here, who decided to intervene in this brawl. After that, the venerable mentor rose and recommended that the idol, if he has at least a drop of brains, just get out of here. But the leader still insisted that the girl return to the battle room, threatening to smash everything in this tavern. Instantly after these words, everyone felt a murderous aura of an angry old man. After that, the whole tavern was filled with evil screams of uninvited guests. Somewhere at the same time, Zhangdrana went out a little, catching her breath. She did not know when these geeks would appear again, and this scared her very much. The wise old man came up to talk to her, noticing the emptiness in her gaze. However, the wayward girl again began to report to him for drinking without a snack in the middle of the night. The elder only explained that nothing can do anything about it. He would not ask people to cook something late for him at night. Then the compassionate girl put a basket in front of him and moved away. In the basket lay rosy apples. She did not know how to clean them, so she decided to at least just wash. The old man was sincerely grateful, but the girl recalled that these apples do not mean permission to drink even more. After which the girl immediately turned away, returning to training. And the wise mentor was very interested in why she had hung up with such obsession on martial arts. However, the young warrior told what grandfather once told her. The old man believed that her character is much stronger than that of the older sister and younger brother, so it is she who should protect them. Such determination was really worthy of praise. The wise mentor also honestly explained to the girl, she really lacks natural talent for martial arts. But this does not mean at all that it cannot become stronger. He understood. If she masters her combat skills, then not only boys, but any insignificant person dares to contact her. Looking at such a sincere confidence of the old man, the girl hotly wanted her to teach her something. She was ready to do anything for this. Then the experienced master quickly rose and showed her one special blow to her. This technique was struck by Zhangdrana to the core. The old man called him a explosive fist. This technique alone will be enough for it to stand up for herself. If the girl will repeat this movement 1,000 times a day, then he will be able to achieve the same results as his, even in the absence of outstanding talent. Obviously, the student was determined to master this skill. Therefore, with a satisfied smile, the mentor decided to teach her. As a result, he showed the correct implementation technique. On this, his work was completed, and she could at any time abandon further training. However, if he continues to work hard, then gradually, step by step, he will be able to achieve amazing results. Zhangdrana bowed respectfully, sincerely thanking the old man. And he, taking a basket with apples, retired. Somewhere at the same time, the same three guys who still could not wait for the return of Zhangdrana in another hotel. It seemed green-eyed that the girl became pretty sweet during the absence. However, this was completely not interested in his friends, given her bad character. They decided to try to deal with her again, only another day. But behind the door of their room, the one who finally realized that his younger sister was pursuing for the geek. The guys were immediately scared when they saw an uninvited guest, and therefore they demanded that the hero at first introduce himself. However, Zhu Kanhen did not see the point of introducing himself to a person whose face would soon smear on the ground. The red-haired guy considered the hero some real crazy, but instantly received a strong blow in his life. From him he rolled back to his friends. The hero did not retreat, continuing to methodically beat the insolent. He knew such people well. The guy then began to scream loudly, recalling who his father was. But for Zhu Kanhen, this did not matter. Considering that neither the father of this idol, nor he himself had a concept of who Kanhen was, it did not bother him at all. After that, the hero calmly asked the beaten, "Is it interesting for him to know who he is?" He quickly shook his head. Kanhen even praised him for the correct answer. If the guy demanded to name the name, he would already be dead after a second. And he perfectly understood this, so he froze, unable to utter a word. Soon the unfortunate returned to his father, who looked with horror at his battered face. Unfortunately, the son could not even name the name of the one who was so cruel to him so cruelly. Obviously, the father could not leave it unpunished and promised to take revenge. The elder brother only watched what was happening with a grin, realizing that the youngest was probably beaten by some serious master. And the hero at that time calmly walked, enjoying the weather. Winter was already close and will soon begin to really cold. In addition, he soon had a meeting with the young master. He prepared many exquisite treats and literally glowed with joy, telling how long he was preparing to meet with the hero. However, Zhu Kanhen politely refused treats, until he found out all the circumstances. It should be more careful with the food that he is served. Nevertheless, the hero thanked the young master for the valuable information that he provided him. She really helped. But there was something more important, what the guy mentioned in his letter. Then the young heir recalled that recently in one institution, wanderers were seen with the emblem of the plum flower. The plum flower belonged to the Huashan sect. As you know, the trading guild Nanjin held regular meetings, and the actions of the Chamber of Five Dragons caused serious suspicions. The hero wanted to know the opinion of the young master about what is happening between Huashan and the influential Chamber of Five Dragons. He had several guesses in this regard. After listening to the thoughts of the young man, Kanhen realized that he really has grounds for such suspicions. Then the hero explained that he would like to ask the guy about the continuation of cooperation. As the tavern grows, he will inevitably be drawn into external conflicts, and they need to follow everything that is happening around. Of course, the young master readily agreed to help his savior. Then the hero asked him to get the house for the money that Ju Kanhen left him, preferably in a quiet place, but not far from here. After which the hero was about to leave. However, I was surprised that the young master did not ask him for anything, although he himself invited him to a meeting. Perhaps he deliberately suits everything so that Ju Kanhen is in his debt. The next day, Ju Kanhen came to Soren with an important conversation. He explained that they need to find 2 assistants in the kitchen and 2 to work in the hall. At first, it seemed to the older sister that it was too many people. However, Kanhen patiently explained, this is simply necessary if they want to return the previous work schedule. He asked the girl not to worry about a possible increase in expenses. The longer they are open, the more buyers they will have. Soren understood the logic of his brother. Since they have to work longer than usual, then you need to prepare empty barrels to replenish alcohol reserves. The hero with a smile led his sister, realizing that at such a pace she will soon become a real master of brewing. However, suddenly he heard the creak of the door, and even thought that perhaps Jang Drana decided to return earlier than usual. But it turned out that it was a frightened doll, who could not find his black monkey. In addition, the boy said that empty jugs went somewhere and disappeared with the pet. The hero asked the younger brother not to worry. You can buy new jugs, but about the monkey, then she just went for a walk. Obviously, this very surprised the younger brother. But the hero reminded, their monkey is very unusual. She drinks alcohol and is very independent. It was supposed to reassure the boy. Kanhen recalled that in the future, an incredibly strong master of martial arts would be involved in Huashan incident in Hua, but this was still far away. Then he called the family to prepare for the evening shift in the tavern. The hero also promised to find the monkey later, so that he did not worry. However, suddenly Kanhen felt some sound technique behind his back. Perhaps she was tuned so that only he was heard alone. For this reason, while they were given food to visitors, he said goodbye to his sister and brother, promising to return as soon as he went to the toilet. After that, the hero calmly went up to the hotel rooms of the tavern. There he noticed a young man sitting on the windowsill and playing on a flute. He came to deal with what happened to his younger brother. The hero was not at all alarmed at the sight of this guy. In a last life, he knew 2 masters of sound technique, and this guy was one of them. The uninvited guest himself was surprised that the hero is so immediately admitted to his deed. However, Ju Kanhena was not interested in talking to him. He offered to talk next time. He knew that the guy would return whether he wanted it or not. Before leaving, the master of sound technology became curious. Why did his younger brother be so annoying Ju Kanhen? The guy calmly explained that he deserved what he received. But the eldest still considered Kanhen's methods too cruel. Now they say that the youngest may not even be able to engage in martial arts anymore. However, according to the hero, this was still a slight punishment, given that he could just kill him. The guy, it seems, did not even rejoice that nothing threatens his life. It looks strange. The hero even thought that perhaps they would be at enmity with each other. But he honestly admitted, even though they have one blood, it does not mean anything. After that, an uninvited guest decided to discuss with Ju Kanhen to other martial arts in Nanjin. Then Kanhen realized the guy would definitely not leave him. He asked to wait for him from the outside while he finished his affairs. The older brother literally hung up with surprise, but he decided to clarify where to wait for the hero. As soon as he suggested going to a small hill by the lake, Kanhen only grinned. He understood that he had a suitable chance to test heavenly demonic energy. The last time he fought with his grandfather, his defense was too strong, and therefore the hero could not use all his power. However, the hero was absolutely sure. This time with the new opponent, everything would be radically different. Soon, having completed all his urgent affairs in the tavern, he went in search of the same guy. Kanhen discovered him sitting on the roof of the building, immersed in a play on the flute. Melodic sounds spread in the night silence. Not wanting to wait long and pull time, the hero also went up to the roof to be closer to his future opponent. Before they started a fight, the young musician kindly explained that he uses sound techniques of martial arts, as Ju Kanhen could already notice from the characteristic sound of the instrument. However, the hero was not at all interested in all preliminary explanations and ceremonies. he directly asked to go right to business. And at the same instant, the melody of the instrument of the elder brother has changed dramatically, acquiring threatening, fighting notes. The hero instantly flew up to the enemy, using his recently gained powerful power. However, the elder brother was not at all afraid of a sudden attack. He only easily soared into the air and gracefully landed on the ground, demonstrating excellent training. At the same time, Ju Kanhen began to painfully reduce the muscles from a pressure melody, which had a powerful effect on his body. After that, the strings of music and individual notes literally turned into a deadly weapon flying right in his direction with incredible speed. The hero quickly analyzed his opponent and realized that he was still at a rather low level of skill. In an honest direct battle, Kanhen will not receive serious damage. However, fighting with an experienced master of sound techniques was still a considerable danger. Such warriors convey destructive sound waves through the rumor of an opponent, which directly affects his mind and consciousness. Or they use powerful vibrations to cause serious internal damage to the body. Well, or just attack directly by sound shells, as he did right now. However, it was clearly visible. The boy himself was already quite exhausted, actively using the energy consumption of sound attacks. Despite fatigue, he decided to create a particularly strong melody attacking the enemy with double power. The hero for a moment was even slightly confused by the unexpected strengthening of the attack. However, he perfectly understood that this was still only a warm-up. Soon a real furious storm of battle would begin. Soon, Kanhen saw the perfect moment when the guy began to create a particularly powerful and complex melody. It was then that he quickly joined him, using his proprietary technique, Step of the Emperor of Demons. Looking at the enemy's suddenly frightened face, it became quite obvious. The eldest son clearly did not expect this at all. He could not even imagine that the hero would be able to predict the structure of his melody, and suddenly attacks at that moment. In this critical second, the guy could only try to make something emergency in a hurry to discard the rapidly approaching enemy away from himself. However, the hero, who has a unique heavenly demonic energy, did not succumb to his desperate tricks. In addition, thanks to significantly improved internal energy, he now saw every enemy movement as if in his palm, predicting the following actions. As a result, the young musician had no choice but to desperately try to defend his flute and try to push off the inexorable enemy. However, the hero calmly and confidently stopped the attack rushing at him with his bare hands. As a result, these two fighters have now finally switched to a fierce battle in close combat, where the advantage was clearly on the side of a more experienced warrior. Having exchanged several series of powerful blows, the hero brought his opponent to the point that he began to bleed abundantly with blood from multiple wounds. It became quite obvious that it was a suitable signal in order to finish their duel. However, when the stubborn opponent categorically refused to give up, the hero only increased combat enthusiasm. Therefore, he decided to immediately begin the second round to finally knock out all his stupid doubts and pride from the enemy. As a result, very soon the young musician was already lying on his knees, desperately trying to recover after a crushing defeat. And the hero only with a satisfied smile looked at the result of his work. Kanhen honestly did not know what to do with him further. Killing was clearly not the best option in this situation. In addition, he perfectly understood. As soon as he solves the main problems in Nanjin, their tavern would be in complete safety. It was not worth creating additional unnecessary problems. However, at this very second, the hero paid close attention to the old man, who carefully watched their fight from the shelter. For this reason, he calmly asked the sage to get out of his secret shelter. The old man only awkwardly scratched his head when he realized that the hero knew very well about his hidden presence. This was quite obvious. A regular visitor who drinks in their tavern every day could not suddenly appear today for no good reason. The wise mentor only innocently explained that he simply walked peacefully in the vicinity and accidentally ended up in this place. However, the hero pretended to be eloquent that he completely did not believe his obvious lies, after which they calmly started a relaxed conversation. An experienced grandfather noticed that Ju Kanhen became much stronger in an amazingly short time. The elder suggested that perhaps he got some valuable magical potion, and asked to share this secret with him. The hero explained with a smile. If he really found something truly valuable, he would have given it to his grandfather, without any questions for a long time. At that moment, the wise elder drew attention to the young boy, helplessly lying on cold ground. He asked Kanhen to leave the guy alive. The mentor, in turn, will make sure that neither Ju Kanhen nor their family tavern to get into serious troubles anymore. The old man never refused his solemn promises, and assured that the survival of this young man would not threaten the hero in the future. As a result, Ju Kanhen completely entrusted the wise grandfather to the care of this unlucky boy. He also asked to find out how exactly the young musician managed to track him down and accurately reach their tavern. When the hero left for his business, his grandfather tried to raise this stupid boob. However, he really completely lost consciousness from the injuries. Therefore, it remained completely incomprehensible why he came to their peaceful tavern and arranged unnecessary riots. In addition, the old man was sincerely angry that this broken man also dared to intimidate the kindest soul of the young chef. The next day, the young master brought the hero new quality products for the kitchen. In addition, he asked Kanhen to convey another important note with information. Ju Kanhen was pleasantly surprised that the report came so quickly. He thought it would take at least a few days. And at this very time, even without the presence of the hero in the kitchen, active work was in full swing. Together with the soil, a new experimental cook worked, and together with Zhang Dorana, several new quick waiters. Looking at the well-coordinated and rather complex work of the whole team, Ju Kanhen realized that they would cope well without his constant presence. For this reason, he calmly decided to go to the planned meeting with the young master. After all, the right time has already come in order to move on to the next important stage of their cooperation. Soon the hero arrived at the indicated address of the very house that the young gentleman acquired. At that very moment, the master himself vigorously burst into the spacious mansion. He had a persistent foreboding that Ju Kanhen would decide to visit him after receiving a letter, so he came here in advance. In addition, the young man himself wanted to carefully examine the acquired residence. The hero was sincerely touched by such care. He understood that the guy was probably very busy with important matters, but still escaped from a dense schedule to personally meet him. Ju Kanhen was pleasantly surprised at the quality of work. Even the repair in the house was made very well and with taste. In addition, given that the house remained abandoned for a rather long time, the purchase passed without any serious problems or obstacles. As it became known, until recently, a certain Mr. Yambo owned this impressive house, but then he suddenly put up real estate for sale. The young gentleman managed to get him at a very profitable and low price, in just 350 silver ingots. Ju Kanhen was struck by the outstanding skills of doing business of this young and promising person. For a house of this size and quality, it was a literally meager, almost symbolic price. Also, the young buyer thoroughly explained that in the house for several years no one has lived constantly. Therefore, he ordered to start overhaul last night in order to properly prepare a residence for a comfortable life. After that, a curious young man decided to ask the hero in detail about why he needed this particular house. Ju Kanhen honestly and frankly admitted that it would be his personal secret headquarters. He plans to actively collect rumors and information from all over the vast region, and then systematize the data obtained in this house. Obviously, the young master was extremely surprised by the fact that the hero seriously wants to organize his own professional intelligence network. Earlier, their trading family also tried to create something similar, but the enterprise turned out to be financially unprofitable. Therefore, they were forced to abandon this costly undertaking. After all, even beggars and tramps were not so many to effective collection of various rumors around the city. However, for the experienced Ju Kanhen, this did not represent an insoluble problem. After all, he already had a detailed planned plan and a proven effective way to successfully spread out such an effective information network throughout the city. Soon, in general terms, he explained the basic principles to the young master. He was completely amazed at how such brilliant ideas generally occurred to the hero. He also realized that Kanhen plans to use city beggars in a completely new, non-standard principle. However, Ju Kanhen perfectly understood. The main problem was not at all in ordinary beggars, but in the powerful Cow clan. Therefore, he was so necessary for the constant help of an influential young master. The less this residence is associated with martial arts, the less suspicious people will show unhealthy interest in it. In other words, Ju Kanhen wanted absolutely everyone around him to think that this residence was controlled by an ordinary group of honest merchants. Of course, the hero promised that such cooperation would not be completely free. After all, he will certainly provide significant material benefits to the young master in return for the services rendered. And of course, he agreed with great joy in this request to his savior and patron. However, it seemed to him somewhat naive to believe that future events could be predicted for sure, only actively collecting current information. The hero, on the other hand, promised the guy to seriously not worry about anything. Let him just give him a couple of reliable people and come up with a suitable name for a future organization. All other difficult issues and problems of Ju Kanhen will completely take upon himself. Of course, he perfectly understands that it is simply impossible to predict a distant future with ordinary methods. But he was revived from a past life. Of course, this does not mean that Kanhen remembers absolutely everything to the smallest details about what will happen in the future. However, he can definitely recall many important events. In addition, with such a strong and influential assistant, he will definitely succeed in the best possible way. The young gentleman really sincerely believed in the mysterious supernatural abilities of the hero, which were far behind the faces of his understanding. In addition, a prudent young man prepared for Ju Kanhen another small but valuable gift that he specifically ordered earlier. Only looking at the fact that the expensive fabric carefully covered, The hero literally opened his mouth from sincere surprise. After all, the quality of work came out even much better than he initially expected. After that, these two partners warmly said goodbye to each other. The young man finally kindly suggested personally to lead Ju Kanhen back to the tavern. However, the hero still had several important things that he wanted to do before his return home. As it turned out, Kanhen went at the same time, and to the familiar place where he constantly met with city poor and vagabonds. The poor children there literally trembled with a piercing cold and painful hunger. And now the hero came to them, bringing with him a huge amount of diverse delicious food. Obviously, the unfortunate people almost burst into tears from unexpected happiness. They had never seen something so appetizing and satisfying for a long time. They could eat absolutely how much it would fit, because Kanhen specially bought a lot of provisions so that the guarantee was enough for all those present. However, for some reason, despite the strong hunger, the poor still patiently waited before taking up food. The thing was that, according to their iron rule, they had to dine strictly all together at the same time. Such was their holy code of mutual assistance. This spectacle involuntarily inspired the hero with long-standing painful memories of how he himself once lying on cold earth, slowly dying with hunger. And how much he then missed simple school dinners from his past peaceful life. It was then that a good Sarana accidentally found him. Stepping closer to the dying boy, she cordially offered him work in their family institution. Of course, she could not pay him a real salary, but the girl was ready to provide full food and warm shelter. Kanhen perfectly understood. If then his sister had not sheltered out of pity, he would inevitably died of starvation and cold on the street. At this moment, one of the tramps respectfully decided to find out from the master if he had some kind of special order for them. Carefully glancing into the face of the beggar, the hero noticed that old abrasions and bruises from the blows flaunted on him. As it turned out, recently, fulfilling the next assignment, this person received several painful blows from dissatisfied local residents. However, he asked Ju Kanhen not to worry about this. Such is their heavy share. The hero became sincerely interested in why this guy became a street beggar. He obviously did not look like a finished loafer, and this circumstance literally did not give Kanhen to rest. The unfortunate himself awkwardly and with pain explained that his parents ruthlessly abandoned him in early childhood, and he himself did not have any outstanding abilities or talents. Yes, and hardly anyone would have hired such a frank poor man to normal work. In addition, in their group there were younger children, whom he simply had to take care of, like the eldest. Of course, he was completely not going to spend the rest of his life like that. No one sane would want such a fate. Hearing this sad story, the hero turned around silently and went away. However, in parting, he warned that in a couple of days a person would come here. They should be ready to leave this dull place with all the children and belongings. After these encouraging words, the man only bowed gratefully, sincerely thanking the young master for mercifully taking them all with him for better life. In the end, already leaving, Ju Kanhen stopped and asked the name of this poor man. He introduced himself with a timid smile. His name was Chunokok. After that, the hero calmly walked in leisurely step along the streets until he heard a familiar melodic sound of a flute. He immediately began to actively look for the same boy who not so longly boldly attacked him. Soon Kanhen saw a young musician sitting on a wooden bench in anticipation. He patiently waited for the hero and politely asked to devote a little precious time to him for an important conversation. Ju Kanhen was sincerely amazed that this guy was still building a cool warrior, although he looked so deplorable after a recent defeat. As far as the hero heard from the city rumors, this young man was considered almost at the level of 10 great masters of 8 powerful military clans. However, now he looked completely inconsistent with his loud rank and reputation. When they stepped aside for a private conversation, the guy sincerely apologized for delivering serious troubles to Ju Kanhen. After all, the wise master personally explained everything in detail to him, and now he finally realized that an annoying misunderstanding had happened about his younger brother. And of course, the hero generously accepted his apologies. Kanhen understood. If grandfather once again arranges for this guy an educational conversation, then the young men's cheeks simply could not withstand such tension. At that moment, the older brother himself honestly admitted that, although he knew in advance about the considerable strength of the hero, he did not expect that he would be so powerful fighter. He sincerely did not think that among his peers there was someone who could overcome him in an honest duel. But in the end, reality brutally dispelled all his youthful naivety. No matter how many times he scrolled their battle in his head, it was necessary to honestly admit that Kanhen's skill was really worthy of the deepest respect. The hero possessed exceptional combat intuition, unsurpassed technology, and incredibly pure internal energy, which inspired a real reverent thrill. The young musician even suggested that the mentor of Kanhen was some great woman master of martial arts, nicknamed the First King. However, according to the hero's gaze, it became quite obvious that he was very mistaken in his assumptions. Before you finally disperse, the guy said with the hope that he would really like to fight the hero in the future again. However, Ju Kanhen had no time to entertain this stubborn, fanatical battles. However, looking at Frank's sadness and disappointment in the eyes of a young warrior, the hero hinted with a slight smile. If he regularly visits them as an ordinary visitor to their cozy tavern, then perhaps Kanhen will not be able to categorically refuse his little request for a second duel. Soon the hero went to visit his younger sister, who diligently worked out the combat skills shown by the wise teacher. At some point, Kanhen completely unexpectedly appeared right in front of a training girl, generously allowing her to strike on itself. Jangdrana was very scared, completely not understanding how he was so suddenly here. The girl even thought that perhaps she accidentally broke his rib with her uncontrolled blow. However, the hero's physical condition was the best. He did not even feel discomfort. But an experienced mentor immediately corrected Jangdrana, pointing to a serious technical mistake. Her left leg moved rather strangely and unnaturally. She must have taken into account this important circumstance during future training. She carefully tried to do everything exactly as the older brother advised. And in the end, this time her attacking blow really turned out to be much more powerful and more precisely than in previous attempts. The girl did not even immediately realize what exactly happened, and could not believe that she had such an impressive destructive force. When the hero sincerely praised the younger sister for the successes achieved and clear progress, she literally shone from genuine happiness. In addition, the girl did not cease to admire the amazing abilities of her talented brother. However, at this very moment, the out-of-breath is rapidly running to them, joyfully informing the important news. Their older sister now gives all the employees the money earned over the past month. The hero only smiled good-naturedly, understanding perfectly well, even though the younger brother and sister at first did not particularly want to work in the family business. But the monetary reward really works real miracles with motivation. Therefore, the whole company amicably left an impromptu training site, where at that time their funny black monkey rested peacefully. As a result, all households gathered together to solemnly find out how much money they managed to earn for this successful month of hard work. Jangdrana hoped very much that the amount of payment would be noticeably larger than the last time. At this moment, the attentive Ju Kanhen turned the worried attention to the sad circumstance that the clothes of the older sister looked extremely worn and battered. In addition, to be honest, she did not fit for the coming cold season at all. At this moment, a kind-hearted girl gave each of her hard-working workers in a heavy bag with ringing coins, giving them cordially for their hard work shown. After that, the Soren handed exactly the same tempting bag and her younger brother. Obviously, at first it seemed to the hero that a caring sister paid him too generously and a lot. However, as it turned out, it was even quite modest, given the scale of all his versatile works and a contribution to the common cause. Soren remembered that initially she wanted to significantly increase the salary to all employees, since things went up to the mountain. But the wise Kanhen dissuaded her from this costly idea, suggesting instead to spend the money saved on the further development of the tavern. However, suddenly, when Ju Kanhen was about to leave the family assembly, the little one all politely asked him to go out to the street for a private conversation for a while. The thing was that the boy wanted to ask in detail that the older brother and the sisters would like to get as gifts. Recently, the younger brother recognized an important life truth. A real man should never accept someone else's kindness and care as something granted. And since he had just received his first honestly earned salary, he would like to express deep gratitude to his beloved family. Such touching thoughts literally plunged the hero into a state of shock, and then Kanhen laughed with all his heart. He really praised the noble that little all tried to do for him and the rest. However, he personally did not need anything special. The hero with warmth suggested a boy better to take care of the needs of his family, especially about a practical Soren. Hearing these spiritual conversations, even a smart monkey joined them, joyfully and approvingly agreeing with the wise words of her master. Kanhen generously invited his younger brother to go to the noisy city market to carefully choose the right gifts for his beloved sisters. Very soon, a caring couple bought a new beautiful and elegant robe for the Sorens, as well as a warm winter cloak of high-quality material. They acquired exactly the same fluffy and cozy cloak with love for the wayward's Jangdrana. These were touching gifts that the small but generous is all for their expensive sisters. The hero decided to surprise his family with his own culinary gift. It was a delicious and skillfully prepared chicken grill. Then the smart Sorana finally realized why. During hard work in the kitchen, she constantly felt such a pleasant and teasing aroma. And finally I guessed what kind of mysterious dish was it. Kanhen explained with a smile that since today was a special day of paying salaries, they could well afford to enjoy the expensive chicken grill as a festive dinner. However, it seems that the only one who was slightly disappointed with an ordinary chicken was picky Jangdrana. It seemed to her that Ju Kanhen could prepare something more exquisite and original. However, the hero perfectly understood. The stubborn girl will radically change her skeptical opinion as soon as she tastes this special dish. As soon as the curious Jangdrana looked inside the appetizing chicken, she was surprised to see that the bird was skillfully stuffed with fragrant rice with spices. The hero proudly invited her to immediately try an unusual food and honestly say what it tastes. At first, the girl did not even manage to swallow food normally from how much the dish was burning hot. But then she gradually realized how amazingly tasty and satisfying this treat was. The rice inside the chicken turned out to be very elastic and crumbly. The longer she chewed slowly, the more saturated and multifaceted the delicious taste became. As a result, Ju Kanhen once again did not disappoint his family at all. The hero only with humor asked Soren to eat quickly, otherwise a voracious younger brother, along with Jangdrana, simply sweeps everything out. The older sister only laughed cheerfully and with the appetite took up the festive food. Somewhere at the same time, the wise old man slept peacefully in his room, blissfully dreaming of culinary victories. He dreamed of an acute, crispy, and slightly sweetish chicken, exactly the same as he recently tried. In his cozy room, somewhere at that time, the hero himself also rested after a hard day. However, suddenly Kanhen woke up, clearly feeling that someone was carefully wandering around his personal chambers. He instantly woke up and immediately began to look closely, trying to make out this unknown person in the darkness. However, as soon as the uninvited guest realized that his elder brother had finally woke up, he quickly ran away, not wanting to be caught. The hero did not immediately recognize his younger brother in the night visitor. He was only surprised at the strange fact that a person who secretly came to him had no evil intentions to kill or harm. However, unexpectedly, next to his things, Kanhen noticed a small piece of paper. It turned out to be a touching manuscript message from his younger brother Una. After reading the children's scribbles, Ju Kanhen involuntarily embarrassed and moved. The boy wrote that for him, the older brother became a real family, exactly the same native and expensive as their sisters. The next morning, the hero with the first rays of the sun got into the kitchen to prepare a nutritious morning broth for the family. He warmly recalled his last conversations with the grateful Chunbuk, who sincerely thanked the master for the kindness provided. The poor man asked Kanhen to take care of his younger comrades, because close people were really more important than anything else in this life. Thus, the hero took the first important step for his gradual return to normal life. At this point, he also thoroughly prepared other dishes for the coming day. However, suddenly Kanhen involuntarily remembered familiar people from his past life. It is possible that pretty soon he could accidentally stumble upon them in this world. It was completely incomprehensible whether they would meet as an old mentor and student, or would they inexorably converge in a deadly battle without mercy. While the hero was thinking deeply about these alarming prospects, a caring Soran approached him into the kitchen. Therefore, Kanhen calmly and thoroughly explained that today, a special beef soup with noodles is a traditional dish of the distant people of Huaju, who live in remote northern lands. These people eat exclusively beef instead of the usual pork for strict religious considerations and ancient customs. Obviously, Soren had never heard about this exotic people and their culinary traditions. The hero, meanwhile, continued the enthusiastic preparation, adding the final bar in the form of rare aromatic seasonings. The appearance of the finished dish really turned out to be very unusual and intriguing. However, Ju Kanhen knew perfectly well the older sister would be completely amazed as soon as he tries this exotic food. And as soon as the Soren carefully tried the soup, the whole tavern was instantly filled with enthusiastic, joyful exclamations of admiration. Soon, the whole friendly family gathered at a common table for a hearty dinner. This captivating aroma also attracted the wise old man. He previously felt a similar characteristic smell only in distant northwestern regions during his travels. Jangdrana sincerely rejoiced at a new dish. After all, it seemed to her earlier that she would surely freeze from the piercing cold of the coming winter. However, thanks to this warming dish, the girl quickly warmed up from the inside. Even little Reddenly admiringly complained to his older sister. After all, for all his 8 years of his life, he first experienced such a strong trembling from the cold. The wise old man only good-naturedly laughed at these two tender creatures. Even he, with his old glued bones, did not complain so loudly and theatrically. Having made sure that the whole family was attended and warmed, Soran invited everyone to prepare for the evening discovery of their popular restaurant. And in the end, as usual, an impressive many hungry visitors gathered for the evening shift. Soren carefully and proudly looked around how many people came to them in order to eat deliciously. The hero noticed her gaze and thoughtful gaze, and at first thought that something bad or problematic had happened. However, a smart girl simply could not believe that their modest family tavern succeeded so incredibly. They managed to find and hire as many new qualified employees in just 10 days of active searches. However, confident Ju Kanhen was absolutely convinced very soon the staff will become even more, as their reputation grows. At first, the practical Soran thought that the hero was just good-naturedly making fun of her and her fears. However, Kanhen quite seriously invited his sister to make a friendly bet on this subject. As a result, the optimistic girl willingly agreed, and she was very pleased to sincerely believe that things could go even better than now. The hero only smiled mysteriously, thinking to himself, until he finds a special magical wine from his memories, he will support his older sister as much as it is in his power. All in order to step by step, she steadily approaches her great life goal. Finally, after the endless flow of visitors, the tedious evening shift ended safely. The tired Zhang Drana was able to rest a little and relax. The hero decided to do careful cleaning of the premises after so many guests. However, at that moment, the very young master with a flute in his hands suddenly visited them. Zhang Drana instantly strained and froze, completely not realizing that this strange guy here forgot at such a late hour. The uninvited guest calmly sat down at the free table and politely asked him to give him some simple dish. However, the annoyed Zhang Drana reminded that the institution was already officially closed to visitors. Even the wise Master Starter went downstairs in order to warmly greet their unexpected guest. Immediately, the young gentleman bowed respectfully to greet the venerable old man. He also warned the master that very soon someone could visit him with not very friendly intentions. The musician did not know exactly who this person, but expected that the experienced master probably knew their names. Then the old man with annoyance suggested that it could be the same annoying children's students. This circumstance noticeably disappointed him. The sage made it clear to them that he categorically did not intend to intervene in their petty affairs and showdowns. After that, the young master decided to immediately leave, explaining to the hero in parting that it would patiently wait for him in the gazebo by the calm lake. The hero did not respond in any way to this proposal. However, I decided to come to this meeting. On the way to the place, he heard a very strange and unusual melody. It even seemed to Kanhen that the poor guy took a breath of a person who was completely unable to play a flute professionally. Therefore, the hero immediately came closer and decided to ask what kind of extravagant melody was. The young musician inspiredly explained that this composition reminded him of an uncontrollable wild horse, rapidly running along the endless steppe plains, or a furious predatory animal, which suddenly saw the long-awaited prey. But at the same time, the melody passed the image of a loving mother, gently feeding her small child. The hero, of course, could not agree with such bizarre associations to this rather simple melody. However, nevertheless, he diplomatically praised a young guy. After all, the music was not as bad as it might seem. After that, Kanhen decided to ask in detail about what is happening in the political life of Nanjing. As it turned out, although the influential security agency 6 Harmony is already successfully working there, the influential organization of the Bears is going to open 2 more competing security agencies in the near future. The hero instantly recalled one person who was the only real friend for him in a past life. He became for Kanhen along with sisters the most expensive person. And also this faithful friend was one of the largest and most painful regrets of the hero. Kanhen recalled, now he probably works as a simple porter at the guard agency, constantly traveling everywhere. At this moment, the informed young gentleman thoroughly explained that one of the new agencies belongs to the influential student of the sect Huashan. Then the insightful Zhu Kanhen logically suggested that the second agency most likely belongs to the powerful Chamber of 5 Dragons. The young gentleman only nodded in the affirmative, confirming the absolute correctness of the words of the master. As all of the initiates are known, both righteous and demonic sects largely depend on the constant financial support of their social students and patrons. That is why influential sects provide comprehensive support to their secular followers as necessary, and those, in turn, provide generous financial assistance, creating mutually beneficial cooperation. This time, the phenomenon, when warring organizations encounter completely directly in an open confrontation, is one of the main serious threats approaching a peaceful city. The young master also proudly explained that he has his own independent intelligence network. He was completely confident in the reliability and veracity of his valuable information. Therefore, Zhu Kanhen thanked him for such an important information. However, the modest guy did not see anything special about this. He owed Kanhen from the last time. In addition, the young man would like to resolve their conflict peacefully. Zhu Kanhen recalled that they could well fight, as he passionately wished at any convenient moment. However, he warned, after the fight, the enemy's face would swell so much that even his mother will not recognize him. Obviously, this warning scared the young musician so much that he completely repelled his desire to fight and sort things out by force. Soon, new visitors came to their cozy tavern to warmly greet the respected older uncle. He seemed to feel rather embarrassed under their gaze and attentive eyes. Several young students approached the venerable master. They explained them they knew the master's addiction to food and were heard about the famous chef. Therefore, all restaurants in the district were methodically bypassed to find the legendary cook precisely here. The old man only embarrassedly sighed and recalled that they were again going to unceremoniously interfere in his personal affairs, that he repeated to them more than once. However, the stubborn student clearly insisted that the venerable uncle immediately follow with them back into the sect. After all, there is now a very strange and tense atmosphere that requires its presence. Of course, the old man was completely uninteresting to leave the place that was so fully consistent with all his gastronomic tastes and preferences. However, the annoying student only got even more angry from the fact that Uncle stubbornly continues to insist on the same decision. But the wise old man patiently recalled, regardless of whether this girl is a talented student of the head of the sect or his brother's own granddaughter, he will still not succumb to her persuasion. Therefore, there was nothing left for a disappointed girl, except to stay here for several days in the hope of convincing a stubborn. She turned to the hero with a request to book a free room for her. However, Kanhan calmly and politely explained that, unfortunately, they have no free places for accommodation. Obviously, the suspicious girl did not believe his words, immediately catching in them some hidden falsehood and deception. The hero only mysteriously smiled back. He perfectly understood. The girl is probably very surprised by his presence by the reaction. After all, Kanhan masterfully hid his stay in the tavern from the very beginning of her visit. Surely she did not notice him at all among ordinary workers, and only now she guessed that he was also an experienced martial artist. There was nothing left for the disappointed girl, except with dignity to retreat. She warned that they would definitely come the next time with new attempts to persuade. However, Goodbye strictly threatened the respectable uncle so that he did not even dare to secretly run away from the city until they solved this important issue. Having a look at the guests, the grateful old man thanked the hero for helping him in this situation. However, the hero understood very well. If these people did not stop coming and disturb their life, then he would eventually have to ask his grandfather to leave the tavern. At the same evening, the same stubborn scientist girl was sitting on a secluded training site, painfully pressing a bloodied wound on her body. Just at that time, the hero came there, intending to do his usual evening training. However, Kanhen did not understand at all what this unfamiliar girl here forgot at such a late hour. The hero was sincerely surprised by the fact that now, unlike the daytime meeting in the tavern, the stranger looked seriously wounded and exhausted. Of course, at first the hero had no desire to intervene in other people's problems. He did not know about the possible causes of her deplorable state. Kanhen even decided to simply leave silently, not to climb into other people's affairs and not to make himself additional troubles. However, at some critical moment, conscience and a sense of duty made him stop. This injured girl was still the granddaughter of the wise old man, whom he sincerely respected. In addition, she was a talented student of the head of an influential school. As a result, the hero had no choice but to agree with that irrefutable fact, that it would be the best and correct option to save her. However, when Ju Kanhen turned her close attention to her, the girl only crept in fright, like a frightened animal, desperately asking a stranger not to approach her. The hero calmly and measuredly made it clear to the student, if he really wanted to kill her, he would not be so openly and peacefully approach her. After that, an experienced warrior skillfully pressed several key acupuncture points, temporarily stopping dangerous bleeding. Kanhen also urged the girl not to scream and not make noise if she does not want to suffer even more. Although this phrase sounded quite menacingly, her loud cries could well hear ruthless pursuers and calculate their exact location. Grabbing the wounded girl by the hand and taking a burning torch from the monkey to light the path, they hastily headed for a safe shelter. Unfortunately, due to his relatively weak internal skill in healing techniques, Ju Kanhen failed to completely stop serious bleeding. But the injured girl was still extremely interested in a strange question. How can some innkeeper know the technique of point impact on vital points? The hero calmly explained that in our time, even ordinary taverns are capable of such useful things if they make enough effort for training. However, suddenly Kanhen noticed how his smart monkey was worried. He immediately understood. It seems that someone dangerous is rapidly approaching their shelter, and this is definitely not an ordinary harmless person. The hero urgently needed to cover his recognizable face, but he categorically did not want to spoil the beautiful clothes that a caring sister gave him love. Therefore, Kanhen decided to use the sleeve of the injured girl, carefully tearing off a piece of fabric. When he skillfully tied to himself an impromptu mask bandana, he also politely asked the student to lend him his battle blade for the upcoming battle. The bestowing girl herself perfectly understood that these ruthless people came for her. She desperately asked the hero to immediately escape and save her life. Then he would at least manage to warn the wise master in time so that he would come to the rescue. However, Ju Kanhen, with his heightened feelings, clearly felt the rapid approximation of numerous opponents. He understood that it was already too late to try to escape unnoticed. When the hero looked around, he saw an impressive many armed enemies, methodically pursuing a poor student. Kanhen immediately decisively ordered his faithful sifter spirit to stay close to the girl and, if possible, defend her bravely. The victim but anxiously explained that these ruthless opponents belonged to the ominous Chamber of 5 Dragons. They owned the deadly techniques of the blade and sword, and each of these killers was saturated with a thirst for blood and violence from head to toe. However, the hero perfectly understood these frightening details without her additional explanations. Despite the obvious danger, Kanhen was completely ready to enter into an unequal battle. Это обстоятельство крайне удивляло перепуганную девушку. However, some miserable wolves faders and hired killers did not scare the brave hero at all. The enemies were clearly very angry from the fact that such a daring upstart dares so dismissively to speak about them. They immediately noticed that the stranger clearly did not belong to traditional Taoist schools in his combat aura. However, Kanhen did not understand at all why they were so concerned about its origin and belonging to schools. Instead of meaningless conversations, he directly asked the enemies to prepare for imminent death. First of all, he masterfully used the destructive technique, the demonic emperor shaking the act, delivering a crushing 1 foot on the nearest enemy. Then around the brave fighter, the rest of the enemies immediately spun, desperately trying to chop off his head with his sharp blades. However, the hero with amazing ease pierced all those who boldly dared to attack him. Realizing how incredibly strong and dangerous their opponent is, the surviving enemies prudently decided to take a careful defensive position. It became quite obvious. They planned to simply wait for reinforcement and pull the precious time. Однако Чжу Канхэн никак не мог им этого позволить. Therefore, he resolutely applied the powerful technique of harmony of fidelity and purity, and followed by the destructive technique, the summer ritual of transfer of power. So skillfully, the hero managed to defeat several opponents at the same time at once. The wounded leader of the gang clearly did not understand who in front of him was that he dared to interfere in the secret affairs of the powerful clan of 5 dragons so boldly. However, the brave hero did not even honest him with an answer to this arrogant question. Having aimed at his sharp sword right on the enemy's head, Kanhen calmly explained, they obviously crossed all the permissible boundaries, so openly and brazenly attacking the main student of the respected Taoist school. As soon as the last enemy fighter fell limp unclear, the frightened mistress decided to find out who this mysterious guy is like that, since he was so easily and at ease with these dangerous people. However, the modest Ju Kanhen did not explain anything or brag about his achievements. He only practically asked the girl to climb on his back. Soon they safely reached a previously hidden boat near the shore. All that was left now was to just go down to the water and sail to a safe place. However, suddenly an unexpected attack flashed past the hero with a threatening whistle. Kanhen felt a mortal danger only after he saw a throwing knife deeply sticking out in the ground. It was an insidious shadow attack of Panther, the branded technique of professional killers. А их новым грозным противником оказался сам Галчхольсан. All dedicated to the world of martial arts was well aware that its legendary Tiger Blow technique is simply incredible in its destructive power. Even experienced Ju Kanhen gloomily understood that now they were very, very unlucky. This enemy was in force at about the level of the elder of the great martial arts school. In addition, the total number of enemies was too large for a single fighter. Now the enemies surrounded the hero demanded that he release this valuable girl. However, the brave guy instantly broke out, desperately trying to escape from the enemy's superior forces as soon as possible. At this time, the mistress, sitting on his back, courageously fought off from many deadly throwing knives flying in their direction. However, when she hardly repulsed the next series of attacks, her blades scattered into the smallest fragments from overstrain. It became obvious. Further relying on your limited forces was extremely dangerous for life. Looking at how many ruthless enemies pursue them, the desperate girl even asked the hero to throw her and save her own life. She perfectly understood that the enemies wanted to get her, and not a random savior. However, Ju Kanhen, as polite as possible, asked the passenger to shut up and not say such nonsense. He understood that it was much more difficult to escape from such an impressive number of opponents than he initially expected. However, they almost reached the place to which the hero was so persistently striving. After that, Kanhen, with relief, saw a trading trolley in front of him, full of various boxes and heavy barrels of goods. The hero failed to come up with anything better than to quickly jump onto this heavily loaded cart, and already at it at a dizzying speed to ride from a steep cliff straight down to saving water. Looking at his faithful monkey, Kanhen was sincerely amazed. The baby, it seems, only enjoyed such an extreme adventure as if it were an exciting game. The mistress, with her hands trembling with fear, could not believe that she really got into such a surreal and dangerous situation. However, soon they were already on the cart right in the cold river water. The hero immediately jumped out of impromptu transport, instantly moving to a small boat, which patiently awaited them by the shore. Not wanting to let the angry enemies to himself too close, Kanhen resolutely grabbed the lodges and began to row with all his might from a dangerous place. Obviously, the pursuers were in a real rage from the fact that they allowed their valuable victims to escape so boldly. The hero clearly understood. Very soon the enemies would catch up with their water. In addition, he already used up a lot of his internal forces in recent battle. To be caught in such a critical situation was only a matter of time. The desperate Kanhen had no other choice. He turned for help to his spiritual animal beast. The hero asked for a smart monkey to bring one particular person, and the baby immediately realized that we were talking about his constant drinking companion, the wise old man. Kanhen asked that the faithful baby headed for the old man towards the wine warehouse. There, the smell of strong alcohol was so strong that the baby would immediately feel him and come to this familiar aroma. After that, the hero threw his little friend with force so that he would reach the farthest shore. Now this smart baby has become their last and only hope for a wonderful salvation. Soon, the exhausted Kanhen already stopped in that secluded wine warehouse, desperately trying to restore his exhausted internal energy with the help of meditation. The student, carefully watching him, was amazed at the fact that the hero did not ask her any extra questions about what had happened and did not require explanation. In this critical second, Kanhen opened his eyes sharply, but not in order to answer a possible question, but because he felt the rapid approximation of numerous enemies with his overturned feelings. The pursuers from the foot mercilessly knocked out the massive doors of the warehouse where they were hiding. The leader of the gang only laughed angrily, seeing their miserable position. In such a hopeless situation, the rats driven into the corner of the rats still dream of precious fault. The hero with sarcasm was amazed at the fact that this man had some additional talents, except for virtuoso throwing knives, for example, professional knocking out doors. This caustic joke has greatly infuriated the main villain. He realized that the impudent guy was running into serious troubles. For this reason, an angry enemy immediately violently attacked the hero. Kanhen instantly grabbed the borrowed blade and resolutely headed towards a dangerous enemy, using his proprietary technique, Step of the Demonic Emperor, in order to lightly reduce the distance separating them. Fighting with an experienced mercenary, he realized how much this young warrior was incredibly stubborn and hardy at the time of a deadly battle. Kanhen noticed something strange and important. The more he exhausted his physical strength, the more clear and concentrated his mind became. However, a dangerous enemy had to defeat as soon as possible until reinforcements arrived. Therefore, the hero resolutely used on it the destructive technique of Harmony of Supreme Purity, the first form of spring flowering. Feeling a piercing chest pain, a shocked man immediately retreated, instinctively pressing his hand to the injured place. The rest of the mercenaries immediately approached to protect his respected master from further attacks. At this time, the leader, incinerating the hero with a hated look, finally decided to kill the daring enemy once and for all, even if he was not directly involved in their main case. The brave guy himself desperately tried to catch his breath, realizing with annoyance that his last blow had not yet achieved the desired effect. Kanhen realized he needed to hold out very little time before the arrival of the long-awaited savior. However, the suddenly loud voice of an angry grandfather literally stunned all the mercenaries, threateningly warning about the reprisal for attacking his beloved students. After which everyone saw in the distance a familiar silhouette of an approaching master, and the hero with relief heard the joyful loud voice of his faithful monkey, who successfully completed a difficult task. Kanhen from the last remaining forces smiled, with a slight reproach, noticing that the wise old man was clearly late with the appearance. He only grinned good-naturedly, quickly making sure that everything was fine with the guys. Although the hero himself was relatively in order, the old man's granddaughter was very serious in recent battle. At that moment, the girl called her grandfather in a weak voice and immediately coughed, spitting blood from her mouth. But unfortunately, the wise grandfather could not immediately help his beloved granddaughter immediately. After all, not all enemies were defeated yet. Looking at the last of the surviving opponents, the formidable elder solemnly introduced herself like Chong-jin from the influential school of Shan. He demanded that a miserable geek who attacked defenseless children call his name and origin. He, without any shame and embarrassment, called himself the proud defender of the powerful clan of the Five Dragons. Obviously, the noble old man was deeply outraged by the fact that he who calls himself a defender can only mock the younger and weak. However, it seems that the impudent mercenary did not see absolutely no reason to argue with this edifying old man and decided to attack him immediately. At this tense moment, the brave hero generously threw a sharp blade that used in battle to the respectable old man, and decided to calmly observe their final fight from the side. A few more faithful accomplices were drawn to this critical moment, which did not scare the fearless old man at all. Having entered into the deadly battle, the wise master immediately awarded the closest enemy with his legendary technique, Lightning Seeings. But at that very moment, he felt a rushing attack aimed at himself with sharp feelings. However, the experienced warrior deftly dodged the deadly throwing knife, which intended to hit him directly in the head. The affected old man himself could not understand how the young hero coped with such a dangerous enemy before his arrival. He knew the current forces of Kanhen, and he was clearly not at the level of such a skillful master of martial arts. At this moment, the leader himself ordered his subordinates to prepare for a massive group attack. After that, they all at once, using their deadly throwing knives, used the destructive technique of flash of flame lightning. However, the wise old man was in complete harmony with himself and his faithful sword, and masterfully repelled this coordinated attack. The clash of two opposite forces led to the fact that the throwing blades flew back towards their own owners. The old man at that time remained majestically hanging in the air, looming some complex magic symbols with his sparkling blade. This was one of the legendary and greatest techniques known to the whole world of martial arts. After that, an enormous explosion of energy took place, which forever licked the lives of all mercenaries who dared to raise weapons against the Skasen school. By this moment, the hero already safely returned home to his cozy tavern. Shortly before the breakup, the wise old man warned that for some time he would have to leave their hospitable tavern due to possible troubles. The mentor even generously invited the hero to go with them so that school healers could professionally treat his combat wounds. However, Kanhen politely abandoned the proposal because he perfectly understood that now the war between Skasen and 5 dragons will flare up in earnest. For goodbye, the saved beauty first introduced herself, naming her elegant name, Yun Hook, and the hero in response gallantly called her his own. And the little monkey touchingly said goodbye to her new friends. Kanhen was sincerely sad that everything turned into a similar manner. He so wanted to hide peacefully from the stormy winds of fate among the quiet mountains and rivers. But it seems that he is again inexorably drawn into this dangerous and unpredictable world. So, walking alone at night after an intensive training, the hero suddenly heard the old man's familiar voice. At first, Kanhen even thought that he began auditory hallucinations from fatigue, because the familiar person disappeared from their life, and some painful emptiness formed in his soul. However, turning around, he was surprised to see that the wise man was standing in front of him again. This convinced the hero that all this time was not a simple illusion. The old man decided to specifically visit the hero in order to calmly chat and sincerely thank that he bravely saved his beloved granddaughter. Kanhen modestly considered all this by the existing trifles, unworthy of special gratitude. However, the wise mentor recalled, this smart girl was incredibly important for him. And also, she was of great value for their entire school, because she was a talented student of the head of the sect. So all their influential sect was in a huge unpaid duty to a generous hero. The old man warned that Kanhen would soon receive a modest but valuable sign of sincere gratitude from them. However, the wise man honestly admitted that he was a little worried about the young guy. His martial arts in their deeper essence are demonic. If the hero continues to actively use them, over time, his pure soul may seriously change for the better. Kanhen was absolutely sure that this would definitely not happen to him, and the old man sincerely hoped for the correctness of the hero's words. However, the mentor warned, his unusual techniques can also cause serious suspicions among other people from the world of martial arts. For this important reason, he came to show something valuable to him and convey. At that moment, when the sage showed his legendary martial art, he literally opened the hero of the eye to new opportunities. It was not just an elegant dance of the sword. The old man showed him true martial art, unlimited by a specific name or a tough form. Until this moment, Kanhen never realized that military equipment could be used so freely and creatively. He clearly felt that there was a much wider world of opportunities, which he had not suspected before. If this outstanding old man was 20 years younger, or he would have a truly outstanding student, then the great war between the righteous and demons would not end so invariably for the forces of good. Having finished his instructive demonstration and looking at the shocked hero, the sage realized that this presentation was quite useful and cognitive for a young warrior. It already seemed to Kanhen that it was too generous and valuable reward for his modest merits. After all, the old man showed not just a few separate forms. He literally showed the whole life of a wise elder concentrated in martial art. The mentor only laughed good-naturedly, admitting that he always secretly wanted to convey his precious martial art to such a worthy hero. On this, the important cases of an venerable old man were completely completed, and he decided to return to his daily duties. Therefore, the sage asked Kanhen to necessarily take himself, and did not risk it in vain. So, having farewells warmly, the hero sincerely wanted his grandfather to return to their tavern when the opportunity is presented. Then he will be able to treat him with a truly delicious food prepared with special love. The next clear morning, Jangdrana, as if nothing had happened, trained hard on her sight. Indeed, today, due to the piercing cold, they almost did not have guests in the tavern. Seeing a carefully occupied girl, the hero warmly remembered the persistent request of the wise elder, not to tell her about recent events, so that her younger sister was not offended that she was not taken with her. Therefore, going up to her, Kanhen simply greeted her friendly, not mentioning what had happened. After that, the hero came to visit the Sarana, which at that time in the kitchen enthusiastically experimented with the preparation of a new exotic dish. She was specially brought from the trading guild, rare black roe deer, which she carefully tried to cook correctly. Kanhan generously offered her his help in this difficult matter. However, the fundamental Sarana was categorically against such help. After all, for the good of their entire taverns, she had to independently cope with this culinary task and master a new dish. The hero only good-naturedly laughed in her touching independence, but with understanding agreed not to interfere in the process. Very soon the fragrant dish was finally ready and solemnly put on the table for tasting. Kanhen was the first to decide to conduct an honest tasting of a new creation, and every second of painful expectation was given to the excited Soren very hard. However, the hero smiled sincerely thanking his older sister for such a tasty and hearty dinner. He felt that the girl skillfully added the roots of wild mulberry as a seasoning, and if you finalize the recipe for the dish and remove the excess specific smell, it would become even better and more refined. At that moment, a sad girl with nostalgia realized that probably the wise elder would be completely delighted with such an unusual dish. Of course, all households perfectly understood that it would really be that. Even small, it was merely spoiled by the reaction of his grandfather, as he usually did when he tried a particularly exquisite dish. However, the caring older sister immediately gently scolded the fenced boy. After all, it was impossible to grimace so shamelessly, portraying the respected elder. At this pleasant moment, smiling at what was happening, the hero noticed the especially eloquent gaze of his monkey, unequivocally hinting at the desire to drink strong alcohol. A smart baby wanted to swim in a hot natural source with a pleasant relaxing effect. However, in principle, they did not have such a source nearby. But the monkey knew one secret place where he went with the faithful companion. In addition, near this healing source, some strange but very pleasant and familiar aroma hung. Only when they climbed into warm water with pleasure, the hero noticed a couple of small barrels with high-quality wine behind his back. Finally, Kanhen realized who was the clever robber who had previously dragged their alcoholic reserves. However, he was not at all angry, but only laughed heartily. It is not for nothing that this whole strong drink was called the monkey nectar for its special properties. After that, faithful friends decided to drink together and properly relax right up to dawn, enjoying each other. Obviously, the next morning the hero's head was crazy from a hangover. After all, for a very long time he did not drink so strongly with strong alcohol. When Kanhen with difficulty walked through the territory of the tavern, he saw an amazing picture. His younger brother patiently teaches the monkey the basics of diplomas. At first it seemed to the hero that he simply had not yet completely sober up, and because of this he had strange hallucinations. However, then Kanhen was convinced that he seemed to be the only unusual sight that was the only one. Looking at the painful state of the older brother, the caring Soren immediately hastened to bring the hero a healing decoction from a hangover, and he was still in amazement at the younger brother, who carefully told something important to the attentive spirit sag. Kanhen understood the wise truth. To teach others, it is the best way to really learn himself. Looking at how sincerely he smiles at this process, Soren finally convinced that the hero really very much went through the day before. In fact, Kanhen still mentally returned to yesterday's instructive conversation with the spirit. A smart monkey unexpectedly easily resolved his internal doubts regarding further plans. The hero decided to carefully ask her about the habitat of the legendary Bichkon synth, as well as how many valuable spiritual elixirs and artifacts were there. He seriously wanted to go there in the near future. However, such a trip meant that he would also have to leave his native tavern for a while. For this important reason, Kanhen invited his beloved sister to go on a fascinating gastronomic trip to different cities. Obviously, Soren did not understand at all the reasons for such a surprise from his younger brother. However, he patiently explained that the guests are now much less because of the cold season. They could well temporarily expand their culinary horizons for this free time, because they needed to strategically think about a promising future development. The girl was only delighted with such an excellent and thoughtful decision. She was ready to follow the hero anywhere. After all, the younger brother was never mistaken in her sentences. Soon the hero urgently called to himself for an important conversation of the young master from the trading guild. He naturally warned that winter is definitely not the best time for large-scale construction. After all, if the snow unexpectedly comes during active construction, then the final result can be very disappointed. However, the practical hero understood that everything could be easily rebuilt and improved if necessary. He has already allocated a sufficient budget for such work to the young master in advance. Kanhen also asked a reliable partner to carefully look after the remaining guys until he himself was in the city. And although the guy willingly agreed to the request, he still wanted to find out of curiosity where exactly his respected patron goes on a long journey. Kanhen knew that in winter the harsh north should definitely not meddle. No one could cope with such conditions. Therefore, he decided to move along a large river in more warm directions. And then suddenly, a smart young gentleman invited the hero to go with their trade caravan. 5 days later, it would be a very good and mutually beneficial deal, given that they could reliably protect each other from fierce winter robbers, which, as they say, are worse than General Moroz himself. There was simply no good reason to refuse Kanken, so he readily agreed to the proposal. In addition, the hero sincerely rejoiced at such a turn. In any case, experienced guards needed a caravan. Thus, Kanhen could also ensure additional comfort and security for his precious family. As a result, exactly 5 days later, a luxurious carriage with rich decorations solemnly drove into the territory of their taverns. Little Removely joyfully ran out with pre-collected things, taking with him several ligaments on the road. However, Kanhen gently reminded the baby that they were just going on a trip, and it would be much better for him to choose only the most important and necessary things. Therefore, they hit the road with a slight delay. After all, it was very difficult to understand and decide which things were most important than anything else. Soon, travelers safely reached the picturesque city of Soin. Looking at the crystal-clean water of local sources, all family members sincerely admired this natural beauty. It seemed that they really fell into the real earthly paradise. Finally, the practical all began to truly understand why wise people said, "It is better to see once than to hear 100 times." While their urgent affairs could well wait, the hero invited his beloved family to first go to a local restaurant in order to eat and relax from the road. So they went into a cozy institution where they ordered several diverse chicken dishes of local cuisine. Everyone ate with genuine enthusiasm, enjoying gastronomic pleasure and new tastes. While a little boy reached out to an alcoholic dish, caring Kanhen gently asked him to choose something else that did not contain strong alcohol. After all, such drinks were completely unsuitable for childhood. However, the younger brother categorically protested for this. The dish looked so appetizing and tempting that he literally could not overcome himself and resist the temptation. It seems that even the demanding Soren sincerely liked the exquisite taste of local food. However, with complete confidence, she could say that Kanhen's culinary creations still turned out to be much tastier and more refined. The hero calmly admired the opening views, realizing that although this journey was quite sudden, it turned out to be incredibly pacifying for the soul. Soon, the whole friendly family stopped at a cozy hotel in order to rest properly from the road. Having talked with his smart monkey, Kanhen found out that this is exactly the very place where they had previously stopped with her late owner. After that, the hero, carefully grabbing the faithful baby, used his divine steps technique for instantaneous movement over long distances. Very soon, they found themselves at the top of a high mountain surrounded by a dense forest. A smart monkey immediately began to actively delve into the ground, looking for something valuable, hidden in the depths. And of course, the caring Kanhen immediately volunteered to help his little friend in this search. Therefore, soon in his strained palms there was a large precious acorns. The hero was sincerely amazed at how well the baby felt his whereabouts deep underground. After which they continued the journey with the monkey further and deeper into the impassable forest, following secret paths. Soon the travelers were near a huge boulder, which needed to be moved for further passage. For a strong hero, this did not make absolutely no difficulty. He immediately, without effort, threw a multi-ton obstacle to the side. Soon they got to the first cunning trap in the way. If Kanhen inadvertently stepped out of the wrong way, he would simply slide on the very bottom of the gorge, breaking his neck. The smart monkey at some critical moment joyfully yelled and immediately quickly rushed to the nearest tall tree. So the hero realized that his little companion, in addition to all other amazing abilities, could also accurately sniff mechanical traps. As a result, while the baby cleverly climbed into this tree, he simultaneously skillfully neutralized the dangerous trap, making the way safe. Soon, brave travelers reached the picturesque cliff, where there was a beautiful abandoned house. The hero immediately bounced, using the technique of thousands of steps, and easily reached there. When they got into the mysterious structure, they found a completely abandoned house with a thick layer of dust. In the middle of the main room on the old table lay an ancient book, which Kanhen carefully took with him for further study. The faithful monkey immediately fell off the place, rapidly pounding in some distant part of the house. She went right to this bedroom, where the old cape of her late master was still lying, still saturated with his familiar smell. The hero understood very well how hard and sad the baby was to be in this place of memories. Therefore, I decided once again not to pester him or disturb him. Instead, Kanhen gave the monkey the opportunity to calmly remember his former owner, and he went in detail to study the rest of the rooms at home. Finding another battered book, the hero realized that it recorded the scientific works of some kind of analyst. But to his very regret, Kanhen's mind was not enough to understand at least anything in these complex records. Soon, when a frustrated baby returned to him, he was all crowned. After all, the monkey sincerely worried that the current owner would someday die, leaving him again alone. However, a caring hero cordially promised that he would live a very long time and would not go anywhere from him. Then he invited the baby to go back home, to the family. However, suddenly Kanhen stopped to once again carefully view the notes found in this mysterious house. The hero was lucky. At least he understood something in mathematical calculations, and could at least partially understand what was written. For this reason, he immediately returned back to the main room of the house for a more detailed study. At this moment, bright sunlight shone beautifully on the floor, illuminating it with golden glare. As soon as the hero struck in that specific place, the ceiling began to break threateningly and crack. And from there, unexpectedly, a long, durable rope appeared. Kanhen, in the last second, managed to grab him before the floor under him finally broke, opening the secret passage. A devoted monkey immediately boldly jumped inside the dark hole, although the hero persistently asked him to stay upstairs. Soon, a strong wooden staircase fell from there, along which Kanhen calmly and carefully went down, preparing for everything. Inside the secret room, he saw a magnificent statue of an ancient monk holding an old book in one hand, and in the other a sharp knife of an unusual shape. When Kanhen carefully touched the blade of this mysterious sword, he realized that the iron was surprisingly cold. It was a special magic metal, from which even in the heat itself it blew a piercing cold. In addition, the blade turned out to be incredibly strong and high quality. Next, the hero turned interested attention to the ancient book in the hands of the statue. It seems that it was a secret treatise, and there was also a heavenly silk next to it. Opening the yellowed pages of the book, Kanhen realized that it was the legendary lightning axial hand, the secret technique of the Beachcon Sinta school, which the hero decided to take from here in the near future and carefully study. After which Kanhen invited his monkey to return home with rich booty. However, unexpectedly in the mouth of a stone statue, something brightly shone with a mystical light. There appeared a rare spiritual pill called the Great Circle. This important discovery made the guy understand that all the predictions that he heard in his past life was actually absolutely true. Soon, taking with him everything that he could take away, the hero hastily returned home to catch his unaware family before his awakening. Sarana came to visit the younger brother early in the morning, but in the room she found only his faithful monkey, who looked especially sad and depressed today. The girl saw that the baby was crying softly, so she immediately approached to comfortably comfort him and calm him down. Kanhen decided to return to that abandoned house in order to worthy of taking care of the remains of the late master. He wanted to bury the wise person with honors and put a beautiful tombstone. Then perhaps wounded by the heart of a little spirit will become at least a little easier. At that moment, the caring Soren finally reassured the frustrated baby and somehow persuaded him to go to bed. The girl was amazed at that amazing fact that this little animal behaves completely as a reasonable child. However, at that moment, the younger brother took his sister by the hand and offered to unwind a little, walking around a beautiful city that they had never seen before. For this reason, the embarrassed girl decided to call her younger sister and brother, who will clearly like a similar cognitive tour. However, when they came to call them, they saw a funny picture. These two are gambling fight for some interesting book. Soren immediately shouted strictly on these fidgets, warning that if they quarrel, they would go home instead of a fun walk. Obviously, both violators immediately made an innocent look that they are the strongest and most friendly family in the world. The hero was interested in the very book that he noticed in the hands of his younger brother. It was like a homemade travel diary with children's drawings. Soon, the 2-week cognitive journey of the hero's family ended safely. Little removed about this time as truly funny and happy days, when they ate a bunch of various sweets and tried new dishes. In addition, the older brother was so smart and erudite, he knew absolutely everything in the world. He also constantly prepared a lot of delicious dishes and bought new books so that the boy had the opportunity to continue to study even on the road. And when local boys tried to tease him, his elder brother always helped him stand up for himself and repulse the offenders. The boy really loved very much and adored his older brother. He solemnly promised to grow big and strong, to necessarily take care of him in the future. All that sincerely wanted to be all is so that such happy moments last forever, endlessly. At the same time, the wise old man had his own dramatic story, full of dangers of a bloody war. Despite the fact that the events in his life ceased to be so calm and measured, he still dreamed of eating delicious food prepared by a talented hero. Flapping in pleasant dreams about this gastronomic pleasure, the old man did not notice how a dangerous enemy with naked weapons silently approached him from his back. Soon the whole family safely came home to my native tavern, flapping at the familiar threshold from a real shock. They found that their modest institution from the moment of departure was incredibly twice as long. The shocked Sarana literally cried with amazement, believing that this was all some kind of incredible dream, and when she wakes up, everything will still be modest and small. However, the hero only joked good-naturedly, advising the girl to prepare for the fact that later they would become even more busy and in demand. In addition, 2 days later, the small all had to return to his regular lessons and classes. By this moment, before the grand opening of the updated tavern, there were still 2 more weeks of active training. However, at that moment, a young gentleman with a flute, who asked him to urgently prepare his favorite sauce with chicken, came to them unexpectedly from the threshold. But when the musician went inside, he realized that there were neither visitors, nor even a normal place where you can safely eat. Then he became convinced that in order to really eat the hero, it was necessary to make some unimaginable adventure. Kanhen was only surprised that this guy constantly comes precisely when there is no food available. Perhaps this was his special talent, to appear at the most inopportune moment. However, he awkwardly recalled that he was in a long and tiring path, and he simply had no time to jump up earlier. The guy was clearly very embarrassed by the fact that Kanhen did not even ask where he was all this time and what he was doing. Therefore, the young master sadly told how much interesting had happened while he was absent. For example, he was given a new honorary nickname, Jade Tiger, for combat merits. The hero only laughed, because the nickname Handsome His Friend was much more suitable than a formidable title. However, this was not all that he wanted to tell his friend. During the trip, the musician fought with the famous hero, the head of the influential school of Phoenix. Despite the fact that he was very nervous in that responsible battle, he managed to win in less than 50 movements. Kanhen immediately realized what the guy was driving at. He clearly wanted to fight again with him and test his increased forces. As a result, the hero suggested meeting their old familiar place for a duel. However, this time Kanhen was just not going to fight, only for desire. And now, as usual, sitting on a high roof, the guy played his melodic music in anticipation of a friend. When the hero came to the meeting, the young master admitted that the particularly harsh winter inspired him to create a new melody called Ice Heart, Crushing the Soul. He would very much like to try this new equipment in a real battle against a worthy enemy. After that, going down to the hard ground, the musician retained maximum seriousness and concentration. As soon as the melody poured out of his flute, the guy immediately began to attack with deadly ice shells. Even when they flew past the hero, it seemed that part of his body, along with his clothes, would simply instantly freeze from the cold. After that, the ice was rapidly spread throughout Kanhen's body, turning it into a motionless ice statue. The young master was even surprised, believing that he very quickly and easily defeated his strong friend. However, when a self-confident enemy came closer to him, the hero instantly destroyed his icy magic, only slightly moving. It was a really miserable technique compared to real skill. In fact, Kanhen understood and appreciated the skill of his friend. He had 4 great techniques, and the hero just needed a good reason to measure his current forces. However, he did not have time to do anything. The guy had already fallen unconscious from the shock. The hero remained only sighing with annoyance. He did not expect that when he destroys the ice, it was so shocking and frightening the young musician. As a result, soon the hero returned home until he saw an old acquaintance from the tavern. Kanhen literally dropped in surprise with his jaw. After all, he did not expect to see him here at all. The boy decided to go into the updated tavern, sincerely amazed at how dramatically she changed during their absence. After that, he and Sorana discussed in detail how the hero's journey passed with the trade caravan, and told several fun stories about the road. The girl immediately, with a joyful smile, suggested that he sit down at the table and taste a new dish, which she promised to cook specially for him. Kanhen obviously did not expect this at all. After all, he did not remember that this guy was once famous for a special love for cooking or a good appetite. However, the hero for the guest was prepared by fried archers in the fragrant black beans prepared on the charcoal. The guy literally pounced on his portion of food because now he understood that cooking the hero could really save the reputation of any tavern. This meant that his sister, as usual, did not lie to him. In principle, there are no more honest people in the world. Soon the guest was about to leave, sharing his problems with the hero. He had such a muck at home that even a piece of normal food in his mouth did not climb from the nerves. This was due to troubles because of the third son of an influential caravan of the Yoga. The guy honestly admitted that because of such serious problems, he even thought to go to study martial arts for self-defense, and he invited the hero to go with him for the company. He asked not to worry about money, because he heard that there was a special place where everyone who wants to be trained for free. Obviously, the hero was sincerely surprised that his peaceful friend suddenly decided to study martial arts and fight. However, Kanhen knew his future from a past life well. Having gained experience, he would become a shield of the demonic moon, a very dangerous organization. But the hero immediately categorically dissuaded his friend from this venture. Indeed, with such a soft body and character, martial arts literally did not suit him. Of course, he tried to justify himself that it was just a children's fad, and his father promised that by the next year everything would change for the better. Kanhen was only amazed at his friend's naivety, and asked that instead of martial arts, the guy would better take care of his elderly father. Suddenly, after these wise words, the friend was sad, and then he admitted that he did not even imagine how his father lived his life until this moment. Not really explaining anything, he only bitterly remembered how many trials he had to go in life, and invited the hero to drink. In fact, Kanhen perfectly understood. He must do everything possible so as not to allow a friend to go to the palace of the demonic moon. The hero remembered the last moment of this man's life from the past. When he was dying, the last thing he wanted was to see his beloved father. However, he could not fulfill his desire. At that moment, having drunk a little, the guy decided to return home to the family. However, before his departure, the hero handed him a weighty collar with a gift, which specially gathered for his father. After escorting the caravan, the old man was very exhausted and needed support. Obviously, the guy was deeply embarrassed by the fact that the hero makes his family a so expensive and valuable gift. However, Kanhen was not so poor as not to pamper his faithful friend. The hero also asked that after the grand opening of the tavern, the guy would definitely bring his venerable father here. After all, there will be a special festive performance that should be seen. Obviously, such an intriguing perspective could not but interest a curious friend. Soon, before the long-awaited opening, a huge crowd of curious people who wanted to look at an updated tavern gathered. Kanhen went to greet all the guests at the grand opening and said that they had a special festive performance for entertainment. Everyone immediately revived and began to look forward to this interesting event. And at that moment, a young master with a flute appeared in front of the crowd, performing a beautiful musical number. Looking at his artistic performance, Zhang Drana thought that the guy was trying to draw attention to his person and show skill. However, the musician really tried to attract new visitors to this wonderful tavern with his art. Soon, after such a small but spectacular performance, all people interestedly went inside the institution. Now, a truly real survival game has begun. To serve all these numerous customers with qualitatively and quickly. A friend of the hero with an elderly father also sat comfortably at a separate table, enjoying another portion of delicious food and a festive atmosphere. However, suddenly the guy's father politely apologized to some third master for concern. It was the same third gentleman of the influential caravan of the Joga, who, pretty drunk, decided to find out the relationship and understand what the manager forgot here at all. Of course, his faithful assistant desperately tried to explain to the angry master that he was too drunk for serious conversations. And the embarrassed father awkwardly tried to explain that his son's friend was working in this beautiful place, and they came to support him on the opening day. However, at this critical moment, an angry third gentleman categorically ordered that commoner would never dare to come here again. Then he arrogantly explained that he would not eat one food with such miserable ragged rags, like these beggars. After the offensive words heard, the shocked Soren simply did not know what to say in response to such impudence. The hot-tempered Zhang Drana was already ready to fiercely fly into the insolence with fists. The only hero retained a calm composure in this explosive situation. At that moment, Kanhen's friend was completely furious from the fact that someone drew dumbly forbidden to forbid him to calmly eat with his beloved father in the tavern where his best friend works. The alarmed father desperately tried to calm his heated son, and humiliatingly apologized to the influential master, pretending to be completely drunk and did not control his words. After that, the embarrassed man asked for his son to also apologize to this venerable and respected master. The same menacingly warned that if the impudent guy did not immediately bow to a respectful bow, today it will be served in this restaurant like a fried dish of milk pig. However, suddenly from the back to the raging master, the hero calmly approached the hero, politely warned that in their hospitable tavern between visitors are strictly prohibited by the rules of the institution. The arrogant guy was only amazed to arrogance. Some miserable servant dares to indicate and dictate the conditions. Kanhen barely restrained boiling anger, because I really wanted to right away here and now just break this insolent neck for insults. The arrogant gentleman already decided to remind the hero that if he wants, he would easily do his best to be left without work or even die on the same day from an accident. However, at this moment, the hero imperceptibly for others hit him directly at the vulnerable point on his side using secret technique. At that moment, the impudent's head was very dizzy, and acute pain pierced the ribs. Zhu Kanhen, with feigned care, asked what had happened to the guy, and even suspected that he might suffer from some kind of chronic disease. In fact, Kanhen skillfully used the legendary technique of the lightning hand, a secret technique that allows you to move your hands faster than lightning in order to accurately hit the vital points of the enemy. It can also be effectively used in such delicate situations for inconspicuous influence. After that, the hero also instantly hit the bewildered guy in the jaw. As a result, he fell helplessly to the floor and began to beat in convulsions. White foam went from his mouth. All this was very similar to some serious epileptic seizure. As a result, his frightened assistant immediately hastily carried the patient to the doctor to provide urgent assistance. After his hasty departure, the worried father with pain explained to his son who this third gentleman was actually. He recalled that they could eat only thanks to the commercial caravan, which was ruled by the influential family of this person. However, the fundamental guy was categorically not going to grumble in front of such bastards for his rest. After that, in upset feelings, he quickly ran away from the tavern, not wanting to endure humiliation anymore. Soon, a caring hero found his saddened friend in complete solitude, and also brought with him a little high-quality wine to raise the mood. Soon the deep sadness of the guy gave way to a sincere joy from meeting with a faithful friend. But he was still painful from the arrogant behavior of such people, like this arrogant gentleman. Indeed, for such aristocrats, he and his hard-working father were simply no one. Dust under his feet. Although the guy sincerely respected his elderly father, he did not want to live his whole life just like him, in constant humiliation. Therefore, the young man firmly decided that he would seriously study martial arts to protect his dignity. Zhu Kanhen perfectly understood that a friend wanted to break out of this helpless and humiliating reality right now. However, the wise hero understood. Someday the guy would bitterly regret and yearn for an irrevocably departed past. After all, the moment when you leave a loved one can be the last for you in this life. At that moment, when the exhausted friend firmly fell asleep from wine and experiences, a young master carefully approached the hero with important documents and the results of the investigation, which so interested Zhu Kanhen. In this detailed investigation, everything was exactly as Kanhen approached, based on his memoirs. As it turned out, the caravan of the yoga was far from as respectable as he tried to seem. They secretly engaged in drug trafficking and inhuman sale of people into slavery. The hero had no choice but to take on a completely different appearance to fulfill a dangerous mission. He decided to take his faithful monkey with him, asking her to behave as quieter and imperceptible as possible. After that, the brave Kanhen went to complete his secret assignment to expose the criminals. First of all, he discovered his goal in a suspicious tavern, where the light burned brightly even in such a late hour. Then the hero masterfully applied the 9 steps of extermination technique to become as invisible to enemies as possible. After that, Kanhen began to carefully eavesdropping on the secret conversation of 2 men discussing financial affairs and plans for the future. When the hero heard that they were planning a large drug delivery, he began to listen even more carefully, remembering every detail. He heard that one person from the Jan clan in the past was addicted to drugs and gambling. However, now Kanhen suspected that perhaps these bastards themselves specially planted him on addiction. Together with the people of the rest of the goods, the criminals were also completely ready to send. So very soon they had to advance on a dangerous path. Obviously, the hero urgently needed to find out where the money, drugs would specifically go, and what else they had not discussed in the conversation yet. For this reason, Kanhen carefully proceeded after them until he found a guard guarding their secret caravan. The leader immediately warned his subordinates that this time the shipping of the cargo was extremely serious and responsible. Then I decided to tell them the whole plan of the operation in detail. At that moment, the hero flew near the suspicious cart. A gust of wind tore off the fabric covering it, opening a terrifying look at the unfortunate women prisoners there. Seeing this terrible picture, a small monkey was immediately scared and began to rush uneasily. As a result, the hero did not come up with anything better than carefully put the baby in a safe cart and asked to wait there until he returned with a mission. At that moment, he was noticed by the vigilant head of the caravan. Literally after a moment, Kanhen was already surrounded by several dozen armed fighters with a threatening look. The hero calmly introduced himself as the one who comes to them with good intentions. If, in other words, he was a good guy who specializes in dealing with all criminal garbage. The leader began to aggressively argue with an uninvited guest. However, this dispute seemed completely stupid, because Kanhen could not consider those who abduct the innocent and sell them like cattle. However, the man only laughed cynically, calling such activities mutually beneficial cooperation. After all, poor girls get the opportunity to live in luxury with the rich, and rich people get young and beautiful companions. Of course, the hero of such a logic seemed to the complete delirium and the perversion of concepts. And then the main opponent finally solemnly introduced himself as an Iron Fist. It became obvious. If he called himself a full name, he probably firmly decided to finally kill a daring stranger. After that, a fierce hand-to-hand combat did not start a life, but to death, between these 2 dangerous fighters. However, the hero with amazing ease hit the man with a powerful fist right in his face, breaking his nose. After that, Kanhen quickly figured out several more opponents who dared to approach him. After all the enemies were completely destroyed, he returned to the caravan with prisoners. The little monkey kept the whole situation under its control, and also joyfully praised the hero for the brilliant success of the operation. After that, the hero asked that the faithful baby hide behind his collar, until he finally finishes everything. Having removed the rough fabric from the cage of the captives, Kanhen immediately saw a girl with luxurious purple hair. That's why he instantly pressed the necessary acupuncture points so that she could move freely again. The liberated girl immediately began to sincerely thank her unexpected savior and asked him to introduce herself. The man carefully called himself the Black Killer. However, this nickname did not make it clear to her, because he was not so widely known in these parts. Kanhen explained that he accidentally stumbled upon disgusting people's trafficking and, as a man of honor, could not indifferently pass by such lawlessness. Obviously, for the noble mistress, this also became great happiness and luck. She also engaged in important cases of her school and secretly investigated the criminal activity of the caravan. As soon as I felt that something suspicious and illegal was happening to them. After that, the girl politely introduced herself. She was a talented student of the influential school of Huashan. Obviously, the hero became interested in why the criminals were generally abducted by the student of such a respected school. Then she spoke in detail that their school recently revealed very suspicious secret transactions between dragons and a caravan of jogging. In principle, the hero expected such a development of events, but everything is already very sunk and dangerously intertwined. To begin with, the mistress reasonably offered to get out of the tenacious paws of the caravan and get to a safe place. Obviously, Ju Kanhen decided to take all these unfortunate women with him, and later planned to find and release other captives. However, the girl honestly admitted that now she could not provide him with serious assistance. The school will need a certain time to get together with the forces and begin to actively act. The student asked the hero to entrust all the remaining showdowns to her and her organization. However, a noble warrior could not think only about his own safety and well-being. In fact, the hero wanted to deal with all these unpleasant troubles as quickly as possible, finally defeat the criminal caravan and find a solution to the problems of his friend, and also make a pleasant gift to the wise old man. As a result, the girl decided to help him in this noble cause. However, she explained, first they needed to remove the dangerous blocking of the meridians from all women who were imprisoned here. As a result, the two of them quickly took up this painstaking work and in the shortest possible time removed all the locks, allowing unfortunate women to move freely and speak again. After that, the hero left their safety in the reliable hands of the school student, and he himself went to perform the next part of the dangerous task. Obviously, Kanhen is already very tired of talking in such a pathos and theatrical tone. However, this was absolutely necessary for the successful implementation of his secret mission. Now the right time has come to do more serious matters and deliver a decisive blow. Soon, dangerous affairs led the hero to the mysterious monastery of Duganjun in Juyansin. As soon as he got here, he immediately felt the powerful energy of that legendary supermaster, which he had previously spoke about with Drenna. After that, Kanhen carefully took out a small monkey out of his bosom, and approximately explained that he urgently needed to find a secret book and a special key. After that, his smart little friend went on active searches, and the hero followed to explore this mysterious house in more detail. First of all, he stumbled upon an armed warrior, clearly hostile to any stranger. He aggressively demanded that Ju Kanhen immediately introduce himself and explain his intentions. However, obviously no one being in his place would have named his real name in such a situation. The man guessed, since this man suddenly ended up here, it seems that all the guys were already killed outside for a long time. Ju Kanhen only mockingly laughed back. After all, since the man realized this only now, he probably was a complete weakling, if he did not even hear the sounds of the battle leading outside. However, suddenly another armed man appeared in the room. Seeing the hero, he also suspected that perhaps an uninvited guest could be someone from the school of Huashan. He calmly explained that he had come here in order to avenge the innocent. And then the ominous auras of all three participants threateningly dancing in the air. When the enemies attacked the hero, he skillfully defended himself, using the deadly techniques of a demonic cult. For example, destructive palms of destruction of heaven. While the opponents fought fiercely, a small monkey actively scoured and carefully searched everything around in search of the necessary objects. Soon she discovered a small old chest and was immediately delighted with her valuable find. The hero continued a tense battle, patiently waiting until his little friend successfully coped with the assigned task. And soon Kanhen heard the joyful voice of the monkey and saw her small silhouette, quickly running along the path to the exit. As a result, the hero had no choice but to quickly finish this useless battle with small pawns. As a result, he powerfully attacked the main enemy, because of which he crashed into a stone wall with a roar and dropped his weapons from the weakened hands. After that, Kanhen returned to his monkey, sincerely praising the baby for excellent work. However, the content of the book that he brought clearly interested and intrigued the hero. Soon, Ju Kanhen, as if nothing had happened, returned with all these valuable finds to the young master. Having studied secret records, he became convinced that these people really grow drugs, and in several secret places at once. This meant that the head of the caravan was clearly a much more daring daredevil than it seemed originally. However, Ju Kanhen considered him no more than a dangerous madman, blinded greed. The young master could not understand the logic of such an act. Even the Murim masters should have known well how strong and influential this person is. However, Ju Kanhen perfectly understood the perverted logic of such people. What is the point of observing laws if you have money? After all, you can pay a sufficient amount, and then even the dead will come to life in the eyes of justice. As a result, having analyzed all the notes found, the gentleman was convinced that the criminals also had detailed journals of income and expenses. Kanhen asked the young master to carefully study all this. realizing that such information would clearly come in handy in the future. He also calmly explained that soon, after they finally expose and defeat the caravan, all their porters and guards will be left without work. It was a great chance to significantly expand the trading plans of the young master. Obviously, the guy realized, if such a powerful criminal organization falls apart, then other companies would want to take the vacant place in the transportation and security market. This meant that all competitors would want to get experienced guards and porters to themselves. The hero explained that now in this coming chaos, it all depends only on business skills and the grip of the young master. He promised to take everyone with burning eyes from enthusiasm, and immediately begin to actively prepare for hiring new people and at the same time significantly expand his shopping clan. Zhu Kanhen also said that some people with the surname of the Moscow region worked in the caravan, who had worked there for several decades. They enjoyed an impeccable reputation among colleagues. So the hero asked to use the potential of these valuable workers to the maximum. After that, he also provided a dumbfounded guy with a detailed list of secret assets of a criminal organization. The young gentleman did not exaggerate when he realized that with this colossal money, it was possible to buy an entire imperial palace. The hero asked to use these huge funds with maximum benefit. For a start, take the entire industry under his full control. Then the boy finally became convinced that he was a simpleton, who could not see half of the great plan of this mysterious master. The young man was convinced. Very soon a real storm of change will break out in the world, and you need to be completely ready by this time. Soon, the indefatigable hero walked through all the secret narcotic plantations, methodically burning them to the ground. When the young lady from school came there later, she was convinced that the mysterious black killer this time really tried well. Also periodically engaged in the important affairs of the school, she regularly visited her friend. The girls did not even know that they were delighted with the actions of the same person. Just one of them wore a mask, and the other acted openly. As a result, thanks to the relentless efforts of the hero, soon all members of the criminal caravan were captured by law enforcement agencies. The head of the caravan himself, in his misfortunes, blamed the school of Huashan and the Black Mountain School for interfering in his affairs. However, suddenly, without even reaching the courtroom, the blood poured out of the man's mouth. It seems that no one realized that this could be the work of the very mysterious black killer. Soon, at the end of all the affairs, the hero came to meet his worried friend. He could not believe that the powerful caravan really completely collapsed in such a short time. Initially, the guy thought that his father would be shocked by such news. However, the old man immediately went actively looking for a new job. When his father told his son the truth about his life, he admitted. When his mother died, he vowed that he would take care of his only son at all costs. Each time, when he had to repent before people like representatives of the caravan, he was inwardly furious. And only now the son realized that all this humiliation was exclusively for his own sake. Therefore, the boy began to reflect on how the fate of his selfless father would have developed if his son was gone. However, Zhu Kanhen simply asked the boy to forget about martial arts and be kind to his elderly father. But the stubborn guy continued to believe that he may have a hidden talent, and he could become a much more talented fighter than he seems. Then the hero suggested a stubborn guy to fight with him. And if he loses, then he will throw this crazy dream forever. The boy considered such a bet absolutely fair, because the hero looked very fragile. It was only worth a little poked, and he would fall to the ground. However, looking at the determination of a friend, I thought that perhaps the hero is really stronger than it seems at first glance. Therefore, he immediately boldly attacked him, intending to force the guy to admit his superiority. However, to the enormous surprise of the attacker, he did not budge either by a millimeter, and did not fall. After that, a self-confident friend naturally received a sensitive slap from his comrade. As a result, the guy woke up late at night and realized that he had completely lost consciousness from one blow. However, he was even more upset by the realization that he was so weak. Once he lost even such a fragile-looking Kanhen, the hero took the opportunity and asked his friend not to build stupid plans, but to be kind to his father, while he was nearby. Kanhen recalled that unlike a friend, he never had a father at all. After that, the hero returned to his usual calm life in his native tavern. There he prepared fragrant noodles of his own preparation according to a special recipe. His households were sincerely delighted with how incredibly quickly the elder brother moved when he worked with elastic tests. Then Kanhen gave his younger brother to try to repeat something similar. However, it is obvious, no matter how hard the baby tried, he didn't succeed in anything sensible. The dough simply did not obey inexperienced children's hands. At this moment, how they have a fun time, Zhengdrana noted, and got a little angry. It seemed to her that only she was seriously tuned to work, and the rest were just having fun. For this reason, Soran immediately guiltily returned to work, and she remembered that she had not prepared one special dish for a long time, which she decided to repeat for her friendly family. At that moment, her younger sister approached the hard-working Soran, telling the important news. Several people came to her for a serious conversation. These were influential men who heard many enthusiastic rumors about their wonderful tavern. But now they wanted to personally meet with the mistress in order to honestly admit all the laudatory reviews were not even bright enough to describe the quality of their excellent food. As it turned out, important guests wanted to turn to Soren with a special request. Very soon, the birthday of their influential master was supposed to come, and they would like to solemnly celebrate him here, in their illustrious institution. After that, the chief representative politely introduced himself as an assistant to the governor of Chinwei. The assistant governor is an important position of an official who helps the governor of the county in management. Their gentleman was a great connoisseur and lover of exquisite cuisine. He would like to invite talented cooks from the 3 best establishments of the city, as well as from their famous tavern. Of course, the courteous man gave the mistress time to think carefully about the offer, and then voice their final decision through the person sent to them. Soon the whole family gathered at a common table to discuss these unexpected and important news. The girl honestly admitted her younger brother that she did not know at all how to do the right thing in this situation, because she was completely at a loss. Kanhen calmly explained that she could well agree if she really wanted to. But he also believed that too difficult responsibility could be rejected. After all, it was she, as the main cook, could decide what to do in these circumstances. As a result, the girl decided to agree to this honorable proposal. However, Ju Kanhen immediately warned that he himself would not prepare. This unexpected statement introduced the mistress into a certain stupor, because she completely counted on his invaluable help in such a crucial case. A girl sits in the middle of a huge, almost empty room. Her thoughts are tangled, doubt slowly tightens her chest, and somewhere deep in her soul, fear and panic arise about whether she will be able to find the right solution. Between the very idea and the actual preparation lies too great an abyss. The girl still hesitates when her reflections are interrupted by the appearance of a boy who calmly suggests not to worry about problems now, but just to rest and taste his dish. She looks attentively into the bowl in front of her. The girl has never seen such a dish before, so with sincere curiosity she asks about the name, and the boy with a slight smile replies that it is Demon Moon Ramen. Another boy approaches from behind. He addresses his brother, surprised, asking if he really invented a new dish again for tonight, and it immediately becomes clear that the little one loves to eat, and his older brother lives for cooking. After tasting the ramen, the boy simply freezes. Words fail to convey his delight. His face shines with genuine joy, because this time the dish turned out so delicious that it even exceeded all his expectations. Another friend joins the company. He enthusiastically praises the noodles in the ramen, calling them flawless, and jokingly asks the cook whether he used magic or if such a result was achieved solely by skill. All together they calmly sit at the table, enjoying the rest. After the hearty ramen, the mood becomes warm, and the company unanimously concludes that Ganhon should always cook because he does it best. The girl suddenly can no longer remain silent. She stands up and loudly confesses, so that everyone hears, that she does not feel ready to be accepted by the provincial governor, because for her it is too serious and heavy a responsibility. Insecurity tightens her from within, but retreat is not an option. She barely listens as the tamed monkey supports her in its own way, repeating the hostess's intonations, because the Enre Tavern has no right to lose. Morning comes. The boy finds his friend at the kitchen table, where she, exhausted by yesterday's worries, has fallen asleep sitting, and the monkey peacefully dozes on her lap, and it becomes clear that there is no more time to delay. The most respected chefs of the province have gathered to celebrate the governor's birthday. They all arrived to help with the preparations, noticeably nervous, as they well knew about the high ruler's demanding gastronomic taste. The governor personally inspects each of those present. He looks attentively into the faces of the chefs while loud greetings and assurances of loyalty sound around, which further emphasizes the solemnity and tension of the moment. Among the guests, the young man suddenly notices Yu Huayan. He cannot believe that after such a long absence she appeared here, but the girl demonstratively does not look in his direction, pretending not to notice him at all. The herald begins the solemn introduction of the participants. First, he announces the woman from the Pavilion of the Eight Immortals, whose establishment is known for masterful preparation of soups and steamed dishes with ancient traditions. Next, a dark-skinned man from the Hall of Drunken Delight speaks. He represents a cuisine with fried and spicy dishes, radiating confidence in his own abilities and leaving no doubt about his experience. It is the turn of the Enre Tavern. The boy lazily yawns, while his girlfriend is noticeably nervous, and among those present questions spread about the mysterious tavern, which no one had heard of before. A quiet whisper arises in the hall. No one can recall a similar establishment, but the loud voice of the herald makes everyone fall silent, after which the host suggests starting the preparation to properly whet the appetite. The woman from the pavilion is the first to get to work. Her knife movements are so fast that it is hard to follow them, Vegetables and ingredients instantly turn into perfectly cut preparations. The man from the Hall of Drunken Delight acts differently. He calmly watches the fire raging around his cookware, maintaining confidence and barely paying attention to the people nearby. Meanwhile, the girl grows increasingly nervous. Doubts trouble her because legendary chefs with centuries-old traditions are nearby, and only the boy beside her quietly supports her, trying to calm her before the decisive moment. The girl accidentally overheard the dark-skinned man disdainfully asking where these paupers were even found, and what they were doing in such a respectable place. She felt hurt and upset because they were treated with open contempt. The young man immediately approached her and quietly asked her to listen. He begged her to focus exclusively on cooking and completely ignore everything happening around because nothing else should concern her now. Gagnon heard his words and gradually calmed down. She reminded herself that she came here not to compete but to cook a dish for the governor, so she should think only about the food and nothing else. Her brother persistently drew her attention to the burns and cuts on his own hands. These were the marks of a long and hard path to the title of head chef, so now giving up would be the worst possible mistake. Hearing his words, Gagnon made a decision. She proposed to prepare the 8 colors of tonre, an almost signature dish that sharply stood out among everything other chefs could present. The brother and sister began working together. Their movements were quick, precise, and perfectly coordinated, with all their attention focused solely on the preparation, without any extraneous thoughts or doubts. Soon a large bowl appeared on the table, shimmering with almost all the colors of the rainbow. These were the legendary 8 colors of tonre with mustard seasoning, whose very appearance instantly awakened hunger. The competitors could not believe their eyes upon hearing that the Tavern had already finished the preparation. In their opinion, this was not enough to satisfy the refined tastes of the great governor. The governor carefully examined the dish and noted the pleasant aroma and amazing appearance. Gagnon explained that this dish was unique and served exclusively at the Tavern only by special order. The brother supported her words. He added that this dish was perfect for starting a meal, as it instantly awakens the appetite and just as easily satisfies it. The governor tasted the first piece. He sincerely admired the unusual combination of flavors, as the vegetables and chicken and mustard made a completely new and strong impression on him. Gagnon sighed with relief in the background. The negotiations with the governor's representatives were taken over by her brother, so she was able to relax a little, unaware that a surprise awaited them ahead. One of the invited guests suddenly refused to taste the dish from the Tavern. He explained that due to religious beliefs he could not eat chicken, instead actively praising the competitors' dishes. The girl's brother immediately realized that from now on they needed to be more careful with the choice of ingredients. The audience this time was not simple, although chicken itself was never considered a forbidden product. The next dish from the Tavern was sour shashlik. The governor was again satisfied, as the sour spicy taste turned out to be perfect, and he offered to treat everyone present. Many at the table exchanged surprised glances. No one expected that unknown participants would become favorites, and the monk again refused to taste, stating that even the appearance of the dish was not to his liking. The brother understood that it was time to act. He leaned over and whispered something to the monk, who listened attentively, then froze for a moment, unable to immediately believe what he had heard. In a moment, the monk bit into a piece of shashlik. Everyone was shocked that he was eating meat, and the man himself admitted that it was the first time in his life, and he did not regret it at all. The competitors were stunned. The monk did not even touch their meat dishes, so they understood that there was some secret here, but they could not grasp its nature. The mentor asked what exactly the boy had done for the monk to agree to eat meat. The young man just smiled silently, having no intention of sharing this secret publicly. A tense silence fell in the hall. Everyone listened carefully to his conversation with the abbot, waiting for an answer and not wanting to miss a single word, as the atmosphere was full of mystery. All eyes were fixed on the boy and his sister in the middle of the hall. The young man explained that there was actually no meat in the shashlik, as specially prepared tofu was used instead. The abbot could not believe what he heard. He was impressed that the texture was so similar to meat, so he eagerly awaited new dishes, while the competitors began to look askance at Gagnon. The birthday person walked between the tables, carefully examining the dishes of Gagnon and her brother. He was eager to taste them again as soon as possible, and the pleasant aroma only fueled his curiosity. Soon preparations for a new dish began. The girl worked focusedly on the sauce, which turned out to be exquisite, but at the same time she was worried, fearing she might not live up to the trust placed in her. The dark-skinned man watched everything that was happening attentively. He could not accept the idea that the abbot could prefer these newcomers and amateurs over a recognized professional. Then the man remarked with interest that he was eagerly awaiting the result. A whole jar of sauce, in his opinion, meant only one thing. The dish would definitely be bright, rich, and memorable for a long time. She agreed without any hesitation. There was no doubt in her voice, only calm confidence, as if the decision had long since matured and